Chapter 439. Xiao Qin's aura flourished. Dragons and tigers circled around him, roaring endlessly. His fists danced, and in an instant he had punched more than 100 times. Bang! Xiao Yang's protective essence energy could no longer withstand it. The powerful force shattered it. Xiao Qian smiled coldly and knocked away his opponent's sword light with one punch. Then, he punched his opponent's chest with the other. Xiao Yang vomited a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His face was pale without any color. Damn it! State of fear. Xiao Yang said with a malevolent expression as he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Woo! Woo! A strange aura spread out from Xiao Yang's body. Soon it encased Xiao Qian. When Xiao Yang felt that Xiao Qian was within the range of his chi field, a cocky smile appeared on his face. As long as Xiao Qian entered this chi field, he would not be able to escape. As long as Xiao Qian entered this aura, he was confident of defeating even a peak superior grade martial king. Even if an inferior grade martial king cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and had surging essence, he would still be able to defeat him easily. Xiao Qian felt a strange energy like a sponge, trying to penetrate his mind. However, the ancient bell formed by Xiao Qian's spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness shook gently and shattered this sponge-like energy. He did not feel anything. It had no effect on Xiao Qian. Indeed, it is as I guessed. A state that can affect emotions definitely involves mental energy. Xiao Qian's mental energy is comparable to that of a martial monarch. Before Xiao Qian, Xiao Yang's state of fear was simply not sufficient. The drumbeats reverberated endlessly, keeping a firm grasp on the rhythm of the battle. It was as if they sensed that the battle had reached its most intense moment. The drummer seemed to be exerting all the strength in his body. Every beat of the drum struck the deepest part of the hearts of the crowd. Everyone's hearts pounded. They were extremely nervous. Fall for me. Xiao Yang smashed the ground with his left palm and his body shot up. Sparks danced on his sword and quickly turned into a blazing flame, burning endlessly. Xiao Qin's expression was incredibly calm. He watched Xiao Yang fly over and attack with all his might. Soon he found the weakness of this move. Bang! When he was 3 meters away from Xiao Qian calmly kicked out his foot. The tip of his foot accurately kicked the wrist of the man who was holding the sword. His wrist bone immediately shattered, and the long sword fell to the ground with a clang. The surging fire attribute Yuan Qi immediately turned into countless sparks that scattered around the two of them. His right leg, which was still in the air, did not land on the ground. Instead, it slid downwards and with a light hook, it landed on Xiao Yang's chin. Xiao Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. This kick sent Xiao Yang tumbling to the ground. Impossible! How could you resist my domain of fear? You must have used some sort of cheating method. Xiao Yang said crazily as he placed both his hands on the ground. Xiao Qian could not be bothered to say more. He directly kicked him 100 meters away, and he slid down a distance on the ground. The drumming stopped abruptly. The result of this battle was self-evident. Bang! Up in the tall tower, Gao Yongyu, who had been watching the battle closely, was enraged when he saw the result. He slammed his palm on the table made of sandalwood. Damn it! Why is there something wrong with this Xiao Yang? Normally, he can defeat a peak superior grade martial king. Now, he cannot even deal with an insignificant inferior grade martial king. The old man beside Gao Yongyu muttered. Xiao Yang's 2 trump cards, the butterfly steps and the state of fear, were completely countered by this fellow. It is not strange that he lost. After all, aside from these 2 points, Xiao Yang is only an ordinary superior grade martial king. Gao Yongyu waved his hand and said, I don't care how you arrange it. Since we cannot let him lose 100 matches, we have to make him lose at least 40 matches. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer to Li Xiuzhu. Gao Yongyu's original plan was to send Xiao Yang out and severely injure Xiao Qian in the first match. This would greatly reduce his strength. Then he could easily make Xiao Qian lose 10 matches in a row. However, the situation had turned around. Xiao Qian did not suffer any serious injuries and easily defeated Xiao Yang. His plan to lose 100 matches in a row was completely ruined. The old man could clearly feel that this Xiao Qian was not easy to deal with. When he heard Gao Yongyu's angry words, he felt immense pressure in his heart. City Lord Gao, how about this? We will not send out any of our people for today's 10 matches. Let him fight 10 matches first. How about we send someone to deal with him after the Elders' Hall thoroughly analyzes his strength? The elder suggested. Gao Yongyu's expression turned sullen, and his thoughts raced. After a while he said, "We will do as you say. However, we cannot neglect the matters of the others. We still have to advertise them. No matter what, earning money is the most important." Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Xiao Chen crossed his arms and formed a strong wall of qi. A tiger and dragon circled around him, blocking his opponent's strong attack. Dragon Hissing Tiger Roar. Defeat. Using the momentum and energy of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Xiao Chen brought out the might of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist to its limits. The ferocious fist energy caused his opponent to vomit blood. The war drums stopped, but the hearts of the many cultivators in the spectator stands did not stop. What a fellow! This is already his 9th consecutive victory. After defeating Xiao Yang, he became more and more valiant. He did not show any signs of exhaustion. Unexpectedly, he dual cultivates the physical body and essence. Each match is stronger than the one before. I can't tell what his strongest state is. Originally, I thought that Xiao Yang lost because he was careless. It looks like his defeat was not undeserved. After defeating Xiao Yang, Xiao Chen's momentum soared. He won another 8 matches in a row, setting off the first small climax of the wrestling ring. As the war drums beat, the emotions of the spectators were stirred up. The sounds of discussion did not stop for a long time. It is possible that he will be the first person to obtain 10 consecutive victories. He is much stronger than Yun Ping, who went up first. Let's wait and see who will choose to go up first. After the consecutive battles in the wrestling ring, Xiao Chen's fighting spirit was completely stimulated. However, his eyes remained calm. No matter how loud the war drums were, Xiao Chen maintained his composure and put in as much effort as he could. After a minute, Xiao Chen's 10th challenger finally arrived. He was also a cultivator who specialized in close combat. He was a peak superior grade martial king. However, his cultivation technique did not seem to be anything special. Although his cultivation realm was high, his aura did not seem very strong. He should only be a medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. Good martial techniques were hard to find, but cultivation techniques were hard to find. This was a very common saying in the continent. Even in the strong sects and clans, they only had a few superior grade earth-ranked cultivation techniques. Peak earth-class cultivation techniques were even rarer. As for heaven-class cultivation techniques, they were only passed down from generation to generation in a few top sections. Bai Mingfeng, please advise me. The challenger performed a cupped fist salute and reported his name. As the war drums sounded out, the two immediately started fighting. Bang! 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 The two of them used their fists and feet to fight. Hence, the fight was very intense. Punches and feet flew back and forth. Every move was a head-on clash. However, the other party's attainments in fist techniques were much higher than Xiao Chen's. His coordination with his fists and feet was much more agile than Xiao Chen's. Soon Xiao Chen received several punches. However, the attacks that Xiao Chen landed on his opponent were barely half of his opponent's. The Great Dragon Tiger Fist was only a medial grade earth-ranked martial technique. It was not considered a peak martial technique. It was not difficult to understand why an expert proficient in close combat would end up in such a situation. If not for the black gloves increasing Xiao Chen's attack speed, the situation would have been even more unsightly. However, Xiao Chen had the advantage in terms of his strong physical defense. His vital qi and essence far surpassed his opponent's. The force of one punch was equivalent to 5 or 6 punches from his opponent. When Xiao Chen's essence and vital qi merged, he could force his opponent back. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Bai Mingfeng's complexion turned pale. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although Xiao Chen was not in a good state, it was still within the limits of what his body could endure. The cleansing of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique had strengthened his flesh, bones, and meridians. This was no joke. I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat. After exchanging another 200 moves, Bai Mingfeng's complexion was completely drained of blood. The qi and blood in his body surged. If he continued, he would suffer severe internal injuries. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and retreated, no longer attacking. I am not weaker than you. It is just that your physical body and cultivation technique are slightly stronger than mine. If I had the same physical condition as you, even 10 of you would not be a match for me. Bai Mingfeng wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Xiao Chun said indifferently, a win is a win. A loss is a loss. Why are there so many reasons? Xiao Chun found Bai Mingfeng's words laughable. The accomplishments of his physical body could not be explained in one sentence. Before the age of 16, Xiao Chun could not condense a martial spirit. All the spiritual energy he absorbed poured into his flesh and bones, laying a good foundation for his body. However, because of this, he was mocked for close to 6 years. In the underground world of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Song Ke nearly killed him with one palm strike, nearly causing him to lose his soul. After Xiao Chun obtained an earth-rank body tempering cultivation technique, he finally stepped into the threshold of physical cultivation. Every time he fought for a spirit herb, there were all sorts of dangerous battles. After Xiao Chun obtained a heaven-rank body tempering cultivation technique, he suffered 3 types of inhumane torture. However, he endured all of them. The path of physical body cultivation was filled with thorns and thorns. Every step was extremely difficult. Xiao Chun had relied on his strong willpower to persevere until now. How could it be as simple as the other party made it out to be? What nonsense! Bai Mingfeng tossed over a box of spirit stones and smiled without a care in the world. Haha, it is as you said. The loser does not need to find excuses. However, your good days will come to an end tomorrow. You can take the spirit stones away. I can't be bothered to go over. Xiao Chun committed the other party's words to heart. He did not say anything more. He put away the spirit stones and headed for the spectator stands. Although Xiao Chun felt suspicious, he was sure that someone was targeting him. Xiao Yang and this Bai Mingfeng were sent by that person. However, if Xiao Chun took the initiative to ask this fellow, he would not get any results. So there was no need to ask. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chun return, he handed him the remaining 1,500 spirit stones. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, little brother. You are the first to obtain 10 consecutive victories." Xiao Chun received the spirit stones and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then he walked to the back of the crowd. So. As he walked, Xiao Chun could feel many gazes on him. There were also all sorts of perceptions trying to probe him. Chapter 440. Strange, he is clearly only an inferior grade martial king. Why is he so ridiculously strong? The outstanding talents of the various nations withdrew their perception. Doubts filled their hearts. The strength that Xiao Chun displayed had already raised their guard. He was definitely a strong competitor in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. They had no choice but to pay more attention to him. Xiaxian, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya all congratulated Xiao Chun one after another. The matches continued. For a long time no one obtained 10 consecutive victories. This continued until the beast-taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian appeared. He finally became the second person to obtain 10 consecutive victories. Furthermore, Pei Xiaoxian had obtained 10 consecutive victories even more effortlessly than Xiao Chun. This attracted even more attention. In every battle, Xiao Chun summoned out 7 or 8 high-rank spirit beasts. He did not have to do anything himself. Instead, he hid at the side and controlled the spirit beasts to surround his opponent. Xiao Chun easily won every battle. He did not exhaust much of his energy. After that, the 3 people who appeared, Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya, obtained 10 consecutive victories. This brought the atmosphere of the wrestling ring to a climax. Each of these people was more incredible than the last. Each victory was more dazzling than the last. They completely suppressed Xiao Chun's brilliance. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He did not care too much about this kind of reputation. As long as he could obtain victory using the least amount of energy, it was sufficient. The matches continued until the sky turned dark. Only then did the matches of more than 100 people come to an end. A total of 7 people obtained 10 consecutive victories. They were Xiao Chun, Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, Mu Xinya, Pei Xiaoxian, Xiaxian, and the holy fire manners Leng Yun, whom Xiao Chun was wary of. However, Lung Yun did not pay any special attention to Xiao Chun because of the dispute between Xiao Chun and Old Qin. It was clear that he did not care. Not far from the wrestling ring, there was a small and exquisite courtyard. This was where the crowd would be staying for the next 5 days. Night fell completely, and the sky was filled with dazzling starlight. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in his courtyard and cleaned up the hidden injuries from today's matches. In every battle, no matter how strong a martial artist was, he or she would leave behind more or less hidden injuries. If they were not cleaned up in time, they would become hidden injuries. At that time, it would be very troublesome to deal with them. Xiao Chun had developed this good habit a long time ago. After every battle, he would promptly clean up his internal injuries. An hour later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. All the internal injuries in his body had recovered under the nourishment of the essence qi. Xiao Chun was not in a hurry to sleep. He still had many things to do. He slowly replayed the battle during the day in his mind. Thinking back to the beginning, he got up and started practicing alone in the room. He wanted to see what he didn't do well enough so that he could be better prepared the next time he encountered the same situation. Although my physical body is strong, I can't keep up with the martial techniques of my fists and legs. The medial grade earth-ranked Great Dragon Tiger Fist can no longer keep up with my rhythm. In the end, Xiao Chun concluded. The last battle with Bai Mingfeng was the best proof. When facing a cultivator who also specialized in fists and legs, Xiao Chun was at a complete disadvantage in terms of techniques. If it were not for his strong physical body, he might have had to draw his saber. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "After this matter is over, it looks like I need to find a peak earth-ranked fist technique to practice." It was already late. Xiao Chun did not dwell on this. He took out 2 medial-grade spirit stones and held them in his hands. Then he entered into a state of cultivation. The next morning, Xiao Chun woke up early. The moment he left the courtyard, he ran into Xia Xian and Xiao Chun, who had gone out together. After they greeted each other, the 3 of them headed to the wrestling ring together. Along the way, Xiao Rou did not seem to be in good spirits. She had only won 3 matches yesterday. Her lack of combat experience was a fatal flaw. This was especially so when she met with cultivators with dense killing qi. Before the fight even started, she was already afraid. However, others would not be able to help her. If she could endure it, she would be able to grow quickly in the wrestling ring. If she could not endure it, she would not be able to walk out of the shadow of defeat. It would be difficult for her to improve in the future. Whether it was a blessing or a disaster depended on her. "Xiao Chun, I heard some news about you," Xia Xian suddenly said just as they were about to enter the wrestling ring. Xiao Chun stopped and said, "Is it about someone taking special care of me in the wrestling ring?" Xia Xian nodded. She had a worried expression on her face as she said, "Li Xiuzhu is famous in the Heavenly Extermination Union for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He is very narrow-minded. Back then, when you embarrassed him in front of everyone, he already spoke to Gao Yongyu. Indeed, it was Li Xiuzhu's doing." It was as Xiao Chun had guessed. "Thank you. However, half-step martial monarchs cannot participate in the rank or wrestling ring. It should not be a problem for me to obtain 60 victories." Xia Xian shook her head and said, "It is not as simple as you think. In order to prevent people from obtaining too many consecutive victories, the wrestling ring has a special group of cultivators below half-step martial monarch to snipe the participants. Although these people are not half-step martial monarchs, they all have their own consummate skills. Just like Xiao Yang, there are also some old monsters that have lived for more than 100 years. They are truly undefeatable people below half-step martial monarch." Xia Xian continued, "Think about Gao Yongyu. If he specifically targets you and sends someone to severely injure you in the first match of the day, what will happen to the next 10-odd matches?" Seeing that Xiao Chun did not seem to mind, Xiao said, "My senior sister has already told you so much. Why are you not worried at all?" Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and helplessly. "I am very worried. However, there is no need to show it on my face. Furthermore, worrying is useless. I will deal with whatever comes my way. In any case, I must obtain the 20 spots in the ancient desolate tower. No one can stop me." "Thank you for reminding me. Let's go in." Xia Xian sighed softly to herself. It was indeed as Xiao Chun said. So what if I worry? It will not solve the problem. Everyone else had already arrived at the spectator stands reserved for the participants of the wrestling ring. Xiao Chun found a desolate corner. After he sat down, he ignored the gazes of the others and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer. Is there any use in clinging at the last minute? When the beast-taming abodes Pei Shaoxian saw this scene, he could not help but laugh. The others shook their heads as well, expressing their disagreement. What could they do during the day? They might as well observe their opponent's strength. Even Jiang Zimo and Ding Fengqiu felt that there was no need. Unless they wanted to make a breakthrough, cultivating now would be useful. However, that was not the case for Xiao Chun. Furthermore, after advancing to Martial King, it was not easy to break through a bottleneck. There were many geniuses who could not break through even after half a year. After watching the wrestling rings for a day, Xiao Chun had a rough understanding of everyone's strength. If not for Xiaoxian, Xiao Chun might have continued watching for another day. However, he now felt a sense of danger. Xiao Chun would never fight a battle he was not confident of winning. Only by breaking through to the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer would he be confident of obtaining 60 victories. Thus from now on he could not waste any time. As for what others thought, why should he care? Dong! 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 Amid the drumming, Xiao Chun's mental state was as calm as a lake. There were no fluctuations at all. He focused on cultivating the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer. Xiao Chun separated a strand of his spiritual sense and placed it on the gray-robed old man. Cultivating was one thing, but he could not forget about the wrestling rings. As Xiao Chun circulated his vital qi throughout his body, strands of hot energy came from the top of his head. That was the excess energy that came from circulating his vital qi. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chun turned a deaf ear to the noise and liveliness of the wrestling ring. It was like he was in a forest, quiet and peaceful. Number 15, go up quickly. After some time, Xiao Chun's strand of spiritual sense heard the old man's voice. Then he slowly opened his eyes. When the gray-robed old man saw the calm Xiao Chun, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say anything. Standing in the wrestling ring, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute to the surroundings and said, I am the great Qin nation's Xiao Chun. Everyone please enlighten me. In the tall tower in the distance, Gao Yongyu watched expressionlessly as Xiao Chun entered the wrestling ring. He said to the old man beside him, How is the person you mentioned? Are you confident of severely injuring him in the first match? According to the rules of the wrestling ring, everyone could only fight twice in a day. Although Gao Yongyu had hired many experts, the wrestling ring did not have enough strength. Although Gao Yongyu had hired many experts, there were many participants. Furthermore, each participant had to fight 18 matches. It was impossible to place all the experts he hired on Xiao Chun. Thus, the first match was the most crucial. As long as he could severely injure Xiao Chun in the first match, Gao Yongyu would not have to waste his resources on the remaining matches. For the sake of the Spirit Stone reward, the spectators would also fight. Defeating the severely injured Xiao Chun would not be a problem. If Gao Yongyu lost 18 matches in one day, he would be able to deal with this troublesome Xiao Chun in 2.5 days. The old man knew the frustration and rage in Gao Yongyu's heart. He patted his chest and guaranteed, City Lord, don't worry. The elders analyzed the 10 matches yesterday. This person is extremely strong, and his physical body's defense is extraordinary. However, his palm techniques are not very exquisite. As long as we find someone with a stronger physical body, we will be able to crush him easily. Gao Yongyu said sullenly, Can you guarantee that? The old man said with certainty, There is absolutely no problem. If he cannot withstand severe injuries, City Lord, you can severely injure me. Compared to that person, Xiao Chun's physical body is on a completely different level. When Gao Yongyu heard this, he was slightly relieved. When Xiao Chun entered the dueling ring, the previously calm dueling ring immediately turned noisy as everyone discussed the dueling ring. Although Jiang Zimo and the others had stolen the limelight from Xiao Chun's performance the previous day, he was still the first person to set off a climax. Everyone was still filled with anticipation. Bang! After a while, a tall and stout man carrying a huge axe leaped out from his seat. As this person flew, He did not give off any fluctuations of essence. Unexpectedly, he was someone who cultivated the physical body. Bang! When the stout man landed on the ground, he gave off a loud sound and kicked up a cloud of dust into the air. Xiao Chun peered through the dust and saw this person's appearance. He could not help but reveal a smile. Bai Lishi, you actually dare to appear before me. You are extraordinarily courageous. Chapter 441. Who else could the cultivator that the old man mentioned be other than Bai Lishi? In the ancient desolate land, only Bai Lishi fulfilled the criteria. Bai Lishi smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, Before I came up, I really did not know it was you. They did not tell me your name. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, Why should I care so much about you? If you want to fight, fine. Just return the medial grade secret treasure to me first. Bai Lishi cursed helplessly. Damn it! Every time I run into you, nothing good ever happens. I just heard that there are ranker wrestling rings here, so I wanted to come and earn some money. Who knew I would run into you? Since Bai Lishi knew that Gao Yongyu wanted to deal with Xiao Chan, naturally, he did not intend to make a move. Although Bai Lishi was greedy, talkative, and short-tempered, he was not an ungrateful person. Since Bai Lishi had recognized Xiao Chun as a friend, he would not betray him. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had taken a medial grade secret treasure from Xiao Chun previously. Logically or emotionally, he would not help an outsider deal with his friend. Damn it! You can just casually defeat me in a few moves. That way I will be able to report back. However, let me make this clear first. You are not allowed to hit my face, chest, or lower body. The most important thing is not to hurt me. Bai Lishi had a bitter expression on his face as he nagged. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, No problem, as you wish. Hence, the tens of thousands of people present saw an exaggerated scene that no one had seen in the hundreds of years since Wrestling City was built. Xiao Chun's figure flashed and arrived behind Bai Lishi. He merged his essence and vital qi into his body and kicked Bai Lishi's butt. Bang! There was a loud sound as Bai Lishi shot up into the air like a cannonball. The wrestling ring was several kilometers away from the spectator stands, but Bai Lishi flew over it. The fiery pain from his butt nearly caused Bai Lishi to collapse. The pain made his facial features scrunch up tightly. He was not allowed to hit her face, chest, or lower body. Other than hitting her butt, Xiao Chun really couldn't think of where else to kick. As for not hurting him, that was nonsense. How could it not hurt when hitting someone? In any case, this guy's body was stronger than his. A full-powered kick wouldn't hurt him. Bang! When the people below saw Bai Lishi's falling body, they quickly dodged to the side. His huge body immediately smashed the stone seats into smithereens. F***ck. Bai Lishi crawled to his feet and cursed. Then he quickly ran out of the wrestling ring. Gao Yongyu's men would definitely cause trouble for him. He had no choice but to run faster. He would not even have the chance to vent his anger at Xiao Chun. He felt extremely depressed. The audience's jaws dropped. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They didn't expect this to happen. The person with an even wider jaw than them was the old man beside Gao Yongyu. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with confusion. He had never imagined that such a scene would occur. You filthy thing! Gao Yongyu flew into a rage and kicked the old man, breaking several of his ribs. The other old men in the room remained silent, not daring to say anything. Even though the commotion was over, the matches had to continue. Xiao Chun had already won 11 matches in a row. The rewards for defeating him were considerable. Although the rewards would not catch the attention of some of the peak experts, they were still a great source of income for many cultivators. In the following 17 matches, Xiao Chun only used vital qi. He did not even use his essence. Xiao Chun did this so that he could break through to the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. In Bai Lishi's cultivation book, he had written about the key to quickly tempering the physical body. One of the most important points was to use pure vital qi to fight. Feeling the circulation of vital qi in the body and comprehending the mysteries of vital qi in battle was the fastest. In the 17 matches, as long as there was no life-threatening or serious injury, Xiao Chun chose to use vital qi to fight his enemies. The people who fought today were clearly stronger than the previous day. Many people were already familiar with Xiao Chun's combat techniques and thought of countermeasures. Every match was very difficult. Wounds slowly appeared on Xiao Qin's body. He was no longer as relaxed as the previous day. Some cultivators even found some of the mistakes that Xiao Qian had made, wanting to make Xiao Qian pay a heavy price. Unfortunately, Xiao Qian had carefully analyzed his matches the previous night. He would not make the same mistakes again. Furthermore, he could make use of the arrogance of these people to beat them at their own game, achieving an unexpected result. This fellow has a strong talent for combat. Although every match looked like it was not easy for him to win, he did win all of them. Let's wait and see first. If Zhang Zimo and the others do not perform well, I will bet 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones on him. Unfortunately, there is too little information on him in Wrestling City. They did not advertise him at all. On the contrary, Ding Fengqiu and the others did their best to advertise him. Xiao Qin's successive victories gave the crowd some anticipation for Xiao Qin's strength. Everyone started discussing him. After the 18 matches ended, Xiao Qian paid a significant price. He was even in a somewhat sorry state. However, he still managed to walk forward step by step, obtaining all the victories. Xiao Qin's clothes were tattered, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. Everyone could tell that Xiao Qian had not won easily. I think we should not bet on him. When the medial grade spirit stone reward breaks 10,000, it will attract some experts. When it reaches 100,000, all the peak experts will come out. He is already having such a hard time now. He will not be able to do it tomorrow. The day after that will be even more difficult. After the 18 matches ended, Xiao Qian became the first person to obtain 28 consecutive victories. Although his strength was acknowledged, the situation was not very good to look at. Many people believed that he would be defeated after he accumulated enough spirit stones to break his winning streak. Xiao Qian suppressed the injuries in his body and walked over to the gray-robed cultivator. Then, he received the 7,400 medial grade spirit stones that belonged to him. In addition to the 3,000 that he obtained yesterday, Xiao Qian had already obtained more than 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to a tenth of his wealth. The gray-robed old man handed the spirit stones to Xiao Qian with some heartache. He said, "Congratulations, you are the first person to obtain 28 consecutive victories." Xiao Qian smiled faintly and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then, he received the spirit stones and returned to his corner. Xiao Qian sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries. Today's fight was twice as intense as yesterday's. Furthermore, Xiao Qian did not use his essence. There were even more hidden injuries on his body. He had to deal with them as soon as possible. However, after using his vital qi to fight 17 consecutive high-intensity matches, Xiao Qian gained a new understanding of the way of cultivating the physical body. If nothing unexpected happened, the cultivation speed of the firmament body tempering art's fourth layer would definitely increase by another layer. Several people in the crowd looked at Xiao Qian and shook their heads. They still felt that doing so would not be of much use. Haha, no wonder he works so hard. It is not easy to win every match. It would be strange if he did not work harder. The people of the Great Qin nation are not very talented. Their brains are not very good either. If cramming at the last minute is useful, then what is the point of working hard normally? That's right. With one look, I can tell that he does not put in much effort normally. Otherwise, why would he still think about cultivating before a fight? Paying attention to his opponent's fighting style and techniques is what he should be doing now. How foolish. When they saw Xiao Qian sit down cross-legged again, they all mocked him. Actually, some of their words contained jealousy for Xiao Qin's consecutive victories. This was especially so for the people who fought before Xiao Qian. They had not obtained consecutive victories. Furthermore, they did not think that they were weaker than Xiao Qian. Even Xiao Qian could obtain consecutive victories, but they could not. The disparity in their hearts could be easily imagined. Now that they saw Xiao Qin's strange actions, they could not help but mock him. This was especially so for Yun Ping, who was the first to fight. His consecutive victories had ended in the last match. He was in a bad mood, so the one who spoke the nastiest words was him. Even this kind of trash can obtain consecutive victories. His luck is really King good. Xiaxian Jiang Zimo Mu Xinya, and the others who were on good terms with Xiao Qian did not find this strange. Furthermore, they knew that Xiao Chun would not care, so they could not be bothered with this group of people. However, Xiao could not help it. Back then, Xiao Chun had helped her obtain an iron medallion. This had improved her impression of him significantly. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was still young and had purer thoughts. When he saw the crowd continuously ridiculing him, he could no longer endure it. He said, "You people cannot obtain consecutive victories, so you go and mock others. Is there any meaning to it? You are really shameless." Yun Ping laughed loudly. "We are speaking the truth. How are we mocking him? Furthermore, what is the point of having consecutive victories? He just needs to obtain 60 victories. That's right. He just needs to obtain 60 victories. With his strength, he already had such a difficult time winning today. Can he still obtain consecutive victories tomorrow? Furthermore, you are just a little girl. What qualifications do you have to criticize us? You did not even obtain 5 victories yesterday. Ha ha ha." When the group of people saw that Ruru had seen through their thoughts, their expressions became very unhappy. One by one, they pointed their spears at her. Chapter 442. Xiaorou's delicate face flushed red with anger. So many people were talking about her. Even if she wanted to, she would not be able to win. Xiaoxian pulled Xiaorou behind her and looked coldly at the crowd. A murderous intent gathered in the depths of her eyes. She said sullenly, "Is there any point in a group of men bullying a little girl?" When the crowd felt Xiaoxian's murderous intent, they did not say anything. After all, Xiaoxian's strength was clear for all to see. Furthermore, she had become famous long ago. She was one of the peak geniuses of the great Xia nation. It was not a good thing to offend her. The matches continued, but it no longer had anything to do with Xiao Chan. He was completely immersed in cultivating the firmament body tempering art. The mockery and rumors of the outside world entered Xiao Chen's ears. He simply ignored them. They were just a bunch of jumping clowns. Xiao Chen only quickly digested the comprehensions he gained today and used them to break through to the 4th layer of the firmament body tempering art. Xiao Chen's improvement was much greater than he had imagined. Vital qi flowed through his entire body, surging in his 300-odd acupoints. The blue dragon hidden in his acupoints enjoyed this vital qi. Every time his vital qi surged, Xiao Chan could feel the greedy expression on the blue dragon's face. After the blue dragon martial spirit was shattered by Song Kei's palm strike, it scattered throughout the acupoints of his body. As Xiao Chen's vital qi grew, the blue dragon qi sealed in his acupoints would automatically open up. Such a reason was also an important reason why Xiao Chan could not give up on cultivating his physical body. The strength of the Azure Dragon energy was the best proof of that. The Azure Dragon tattoo on his right arm was the best proof. Time slowly went by, and the sky slowly turned dark. Xiao Chan had already cultivated for 14 to 16 hours. The matches in the wrestling ring also slowly came to an end. The 7 people who obtained consecutive victories from the previous day all advanced to the next round. Their victories were magnificent and effortless. This was a stark contrast to Xiao Chen's arduous battles. This made the crowd in the spectator stands even more certain that Xiao Chan would not be able to obtain 60 consecutive victories. The fight had ended. According to the rules, the contestants could leave. Xiao Chan got up and returned to his courtyard. After dinner, Xiao Chan went to a relatively open area in the courtyard and started to think about his battle plan for the day. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Great Dragon Tiger Fist had too many flaws. There were too few moves, and the transition between offense and defense wasn't fast enough. As a result, when they encountered martial artists with exquisite moves, they would fall into a passive position. Looks like I have to make some changes tomorrow, Xiao Chen thought to himself. I'll make some improvements to my fist technique first. With his current realm, he was still unable to create his own fist technique. However, it was not a problem for him to make some changes that suited him. 2 hours later, Xiao Chun finally finished modifying the Dragon Tiger Fist. He then continued to charge towards the 4th stage of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. He felt that he wasn't far from the lesser mastery of the 4th stage. At the same time, in the tall tower of the wrestling ring, in Gao Yongyu's room, a group of old men were busily tabulating the information. City Lord Gao, we have already tabulated the bets for today. Ding Fengqiu and the other 5 people you mentioned have already bet more than 5 million medial grade spirit stones. They should have no problem breaking 10 million tomorrow. An old man holding a stack of information said carefully. Gao Yongyu had been in a bad mood the entire day. When he heard the tabulation, his expression warmed up slightly. He smiled and said, as expected, the day after tomorrow is the last day to place bets. In that case, we will release the news that we are candidates for the ancient desolate tower tomorrow. It is not impossible for the bets to break 50 million medial grade spirit stones. The room in the tall tower was very large. 7 cultivators with strong auras sat in a corner to the west, resting with their eyes closed. Among the 7, some had white hair and eyebrows. It was unknown how long they had lived. Others had killing intent written all over their faces. Even with their eyes closed, one could feel a horrifying killing intent. There were also some with electric currents flickering around their bodies, small tornadoes, or strands of flames appearing out of nowhere. Clearly, these people had comprehended their respective states to the limit. Even with their eyes closed, they could still emit energy without them realizing it. When they heard that the bets this time might break 50 million medial grade spirit stones, joy flashed on the faces of the 7. City Lord, what should we do about that brat called Xiao Chan? Should we invite the 7 guest elders to come out? Any one of them should be able to crush him easily. Gao Yongyu glanced at the 7 people in the corner and shook his head. No, each person can only fight twice. This is only the 3rd day. This is too much of a waste. The old man continued. In that case, should we invite Shifeng to come out and let him cripple Xiao Chan in an instant? He won't even have time to admit defeat. Gao Yongyu shook his head and said, that is even more impossible. Shifeng is the treasure of the ancient desolate tower. If someone really obtained more than 60 consecutive victories, do you want me to go bankrupt? Never mind, don't bother about this matter. I will make a move personally and make a trip to Desolate City tonight. On the morning of the 3rd day of the wrestling ring, Xiao Chan sat on his bed and suddenly opened his eyes. The acupoints on his left palm and wrist suddenly burst open. 2 strands of dragon qi flew out and filled Xiao Chen's left hand. Bang! Xiao Chen clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the air. His vital qi surged out and suddenly exploded. Ripples appeared in the air. As the ripples spread, the entire room trembled slightly. Xiao Chen revealed a joyful expression after his consecutive victories. He stood up from his bed and smiled. I finally reached small perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Unexpectedly, my vital qi increased by 10,000 kilograms of force and I managed to burst open 2 acupoints. If the 4th layer reached consummation, it would be possible to increase his strength by 50,000 kilograms of force. The effects of a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique were indeed extraordinary. Right now, Xiao Chen's vital qi was already very vast. Every increase of 5,000 kilograms of force was incomparably difficult. Back then, Bai Lishi had been stuck at this stage for decades. Xiao Chen was very fortunate to be able to obtain a heaven-ranked body tempering art, right after he reached this bottleneck. The sky was already bright. Xiao Chen headed for the wrestling ring and entered the spectator stands. When the gray-robed old man found Xiao Chen, he immediately said, Xiao Chen, give me your iron medallion. It has been changed to number 125. Number 125 was the last person to fight. Xiao Chen did not ask any questions and directly handed over his iron medallion. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, accepting the change and immediately leaving without saying anything, he felt a pressure in his heart for some reason. This fellow is so calm that it is scary. To Xiao Chen, there was no difference between number 15 and 125. As for what schemes there were, the gray-robed old man did not care. In this wrestling ring, the other party had the final say. Xiao Chen did not have any chance to argue over such a small matter. After arriving at his own corner, Xiao Chen ignored the gazes of the others. He continued to sit cross-legged and did his best to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. This fellow is trying to make a last-minute effort again. How foolish. The others watched coldly as Xiao Chen moved. After a few taunts, they ignored him. The facts had already proven that comprehending the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer in battle was very helpful. Hence, Xiao Chun did not need to care about the gazes of the others. The matches began. This day's matches were even more intense than the previous 2 days. The first 10 odd people did not manage to obtain even half of their victories. After 18 matches, even Yunping only managed to obtain 9 victories. This was not surprising. After all, he had fought so many matches in a row. The people in the spectator stands were already familiar with the unique characteristics of their martial techniques. If they were not like Xiao Chun, thinking about every match, the matches on the second day would be incredibly difficult. It was reasonable for them to lose. Strange, they have already changed so many numbers. Why is that Xiao Chun not going up yet? Why do you care about him? Maybe they changed their numbers. You did not even bet on him. Look, Ding Fengqiu is coming up. That's right. I bet 5,000 medial grade spirit stones on Ding Fengqiu. I bet that he can win 50 matches in a row. Haha, you are too timid. I bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones that he can win 60 matches in a row. The payout is double yours. Haha, you are too timid. I bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones that he can win 60 matches in a row. The payout is double yours. Some of the spectators felt that it was strange that Xiao Chun did not go up. However, it did not cause too much of a commotion. When the popular Ding Fengqiu went up, all the questions about Xiao Chun were forgotten. Dong! 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 When Ding Fengqiu entered the arena, he felt the atmosphere of the crowd. The drums in the surroundings suddenly exploded out. In the 28 matches, Ding Fengqiu dealt with his opponents within 50 moves. He used the Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique to kill people from a kilometer away. Ding Fengqiu easily obtained victory without suffering any injuries. He was very popular. He was also the most popular candidate on the betting lists. I am Ding Fengqiu of the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gate. Please give me your guidance. The white-robed Ding Fengqiu held a sword and cupped his hands. Right after Ding Fengqiu spoke, someone immediately came down to challenge him. Now that Ding Fengqiu had won 28 matches in a row, the reward for defeating him would be enough to tempt some ordinary experts. Bai Yunfeng, sorry for the offense. The person who came was also a swordsman. Right after he spoke, he took the initiative to attack. He quickly rushed at Ding Fengqiu. With the heavenly sword technique, once Bai Yunfeng put some distance between them, he would not lose. He would only have a chance if he got close. Ding Fengqiu pushed off the ground. Contrary to Bai Yunfeng's expectations, he rushed at him as well. A surging sword intent surged out. Before his sword was drawn, a sharp light already appeared. Xiu! Ding Fengqiu used 2 fingers as a sword and pointed them forward. 18 blade-like sword qi appeared behind him. Wang! Wang! The sword qi buzzed in the air like they were real weapons. They carried a sharp state of massacre and kicked up 18 strong winds as they flew at Bai Yunfeng. Ding dang! Ding dang! Bai Yunfeng's expression changed slightly as he retreated. The weapons clashed with the sword qi, giving off metallic clangs and countless sparks. Using qi as a sword, an expert in the spectator stands exclaimed in shock. Using qi as a sword was an extremely profound technique in the heavenly sword technique. It turned the air into a sharp sword and could be used at will. This technique had nothing to do with cultivation realm or talent. Instead, it had a very high requirement for comprehension ability. Rumor had it that after it reached great perfection, a sword sage could create tens of thousands of qi swords out of thin air. The qi swords were very solid, containing the will of the cultivator. Chapter 443. With 10,000 swords, no matter how strong a person was, they would be riddled with holes. Under Ding Fengqiu's control, the 18 qi swords danced around and formed a storm of swords, forcing Bai Yunfeng to retreat continuously. Puxi! Puxi! The qi swords were astonishingly fast and there were many of them. Bai Yunfeng could only do his best to protect his vital points. The other parts of his body were injured by the swords, bleeding profusely. Combine! Ding Fengqiu shouted and his aura suddenly gathered. The 18 qi swords merged and formed a real sword in the air. A scarlet light spread out on the sword. That was Ding Fengqiu's strong state of massacre. He quickly formed hand seals with his right hand. The scarlet sword moved like a beam of light and flashed by. A bloody hole appeared in Bai Yunfeng's chest. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell over. Boom! 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 Ding Fengqiu easily defeated by Yunfeng, and used qi as a sword to end his opponent with one strike. Such strength caused the crowd to erupt into an uproar. Defeat, defeat, defeat! The defensive sword technique used qi to control the sword. It could be executed alternately or at the same time. Ding Fengqiu's aura soared into the sky along with the golden cauldron drum. He won 18 consecutive victories. Including the victories of the first 2 days, Ding Fengqiu had 46 consecutive victories. He was only 14 more victories away from tying the highest record in the history of Wrestling City. Following that, more contestants went up. However, Ding Fengqiu suppressed them. They could not pique the crowd's interest. Only when Jiang Zimo went up did the atmosphere become lively again. Jiang Zimo did not disappoint the crowd. Although he did not have it as easy as Ding Fengqiu, who only used 50 moves in each match, Jiang Zimo performed very steadily from start to finish. He obtained the final victory, and became the second contestant to obtain 46 consecutive victories. However, the next contestant from the Holy Fire Manor, Lung Yun, was not as lucky. Someone found his weakness and ended his winning streak. It was a pity. Xia Xian also ran into an extremely strong bladesman. The two of them fought an intense battle for hundreds of rounds. They were evenly matched. In the end, they could only end up in a draw. According to the rules, their winning streak ended as well. Gao Yongyu rushed into the tall tower, looking travel-worn. He quickly said, "Are we late? Has that brat gone up yet?" Someone immediately replied, "Not too late." As instructed, he was moved to the end. The desolate city was very far from Longyang Island. With Gao Yongyu's strength, he would need to find someone to go back and forth. One night would not be enough. Therefore, he could only come up with this plan and move Xiao Chen's order to the last. Gao Yongyu said, "Did this kid ask why?" "No, it was very peaceful." Gao Yongyu laughed softly. "This brat is rather tactful. He knows who is in charge here." "City Lord, are there no problems this time?" the old man asked with interest. Someone who could make Gao Yongyu personally go to Desolate City to look for was definitely not simple. Gao Yongyu nodded gently and said coldly, 40,000 medial grade spirit stones to borrow someone from the wrestling ring in Desolate City. He cultivates a peak earth-ranked fist technique. His physical body and speed are pretty good. I can't be bothered to continue playing with him. Let's just cripple him in one match, Gao Yongyu said casually. The setting sun was like fire, illuminating the clouds in the sky. The matches in the wrestling ring were slowly coming to an end. The gray-robed old man looked at Xiao Chan, who was in the corner, and said, "Number 125, it is your turn." Xiao Chan opened his eyes and glanced at the old man indifferently. Then he slowly walked into the wrestling ring. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he was astonished. Why does it seem like every time this brat meditates, his strength improves a little? Furthermore, Xiao Chan is clearly only an inferior grade martial king. Yet, the gray-robed old man could not understand him. He could not understand him. "I am the great Qin nation's Xiao Chan. Please give me your guidance." Xiao Chen's voice, which was neither soft nor loud, resounded in the wrestling ring. It immediately caused a commotion. I nearly forgot about this brat. I thought he had withdrawn from the competition and was about to leave. Indeed, no matter what, he is now one of the 5 people with consecutive victories. I wonder if he can maintain this. Haha, I would like to know as well. This fellow always looks like he is using his full power. However, in the end he is able to pull through. It is truly unfathomable. As the wrestling ring came to an end, many of the spectators already had thoughts of withdrawing. When they saw Xiao Chan, they became more interested. Bang! A cultivator in black robes shot out from the spectator stands. After he landed, his sharp aura immediately created a whirlwind in the wrestling ring, causing Xiao Chen's hair to flutter. "I am the Desolate City's Baijian. I am here to seek advice from you." Baijian took out a pair of shiny metal gloves and slowly put them on. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he looked at Xiao Chan coldly. Unexpectedly, Baijian was a cultivator from the Desolate City. Furthermore, he was a boxing master that specialized in dealing with Xiao Chan. Suddenly, Xiao Chan understood why he changed his iron medallion to number 125. This Gao Yongyu really put in a lot of effort. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at a tall tower in the distance. There was a pair of eyes looking at him coldly from there. Every time he appeared, he could clearly feel it. When Gao Yongyu saw Xiao Chun's gaze in the tall tower, he felt a strange chill. He shook his head and dispelled this chill. Gao Yongyu smiled coldly and said, "No matter how much you struggle, you will not have a chance this time. This is a boxing master that specializes in dealing with you. You have no chance in terms of punches and kicks." Boom! There was an explosion and a strong wind blew in the air. Bai Zhan had already put on his gloves and was sending a punch at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's feet were firmly glued to the ground as he looked at this punch. Then he used his right fist, which was covered in a black glove, to meet the punch. Bang! When the two fists met, there was a violent tremor. The air seemed to stop flowing for an instant. In the next moment it exploded. Countless spider-like cracks appeared on the ground around the two of them. Pieces of rock floated up into the air before exploding and turning into dust. A strong wind blew and kicked up the dust, covering the two's figures. The crowd's vision was immediately affected. Boom! 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 Suddenly Bai Zhan shouted 3 times and punched. 3 waves of energy surged out, each wave stronger than the one before. The two, who were originally evenly matched, immediately lost their balance. This sudden burst of energy forced Xiao Chun to take 3 steps back. The qi and blood in his body could not help but surge. Finally, the 3 waves of energy merged together and exploded out with an even stronger force. Bai Zhan's body left the ground. This ferocious and berserk punch was like a falcon hunting its prey. It chased closely after Xiao Chun, whose qi and blood were surging. Bai Zhan's gaze was cold and calm. There were no fluctuations at all. In his eyes, Xiao Chun was just prey. Bai Zhan only had one goal: to injure and cripple Xiao Chun, not giving him a chance to admit defeat. In a rush, Xiao Chun could only merge his essence and vital qi. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched again. Bang! Countless long gorges appeared on the ground. The energy from the collision of the 2 fists kicked up an even stronger storm. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and a strong wind howled. Xiao Chun retreated again. This time he took more than 10 steps back before he could stand stably. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although Bai Zhan's fist force was not as strong as Xiao Chun's, by stacking 3 layers of energy and using this technique, Xiao Chun could not clash head-on with his essence and vital qi. Bang! 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 Bai Zhan did not show any mercy when he gained the upper hand. He quickly pressed forward and sent out hundreds of fist images with his fists, attacking Xiao Chun relentlessly. Bai Zhan controlled the rhythm of the fight. Xiao Chun could only follow his attacks. However, the gloves in Bai Zhan's hand seemed to be a secret treasure. His attack speed was even faster than Xiao Chun's. Xiao Chun was at a complete disadvantage. After exchanging a few hundred moves, half of Bai Zhan's fist winds landed on him, forcing him to retreat. Strong explosive power, brilliant techniques, lightning-fast attack speed, and an incredibly calm mental state. In terms of fist techniques, Bai Zhan completely suppressed Xiao Chun. Interesting. It looks like he is not satisfied until I die. Bai Zhan used his full power in every move. It was clear that he would not stop until he crippled Xiao Chun. If he made any mistakes, he would not be able to recover from this setback. He would lose countless times in a row. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. Unfortunately, I was never a fist master. Using a fist master to deal with me? Isn't that a joke? Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, split. After retreating for a long time, Xiao Chun's figure suddenly flickered, and he split into 9 clones. These clones headed in 9 different directions, quickly escaping from Bai Zhan's attacks. The 9 clones looked exactly the same. Amidst the dust and chaotic winds, it was hard to tell which one was the real one. Bai Zhan mocked, "Cloning techniques are unorthodox. Before absolute strength and speed, they are useless. Why are you, a fist master, learning this? Break for me." Xiao Chun said calmly, "Absolute speed? Do you have it?" Blood Flame Shoe's secret technique, activate. Xiao Chun shouted, and the black-winged blood flame eagle patterns on his shoes suddenly lit up. Suddenly, Xiao Chun's speed increased by 4 times the speed of sound. Kase! The instant the 9 clones merged, A saber appeared in Xiao Qin's hand. The saber's edge was sharp, and it gave off a cold light. He quickly executed drawing the saber. A dazzling bolt of lightning flashed through the air filled with dust. Xiao Qin wanted to hack Baijian in half with his saber. Baijian's previously relaxed face revealed a horrified expression. Damn it! Why didn't Gao Yongyu tell me that this fellow is a bladesman? Baijian's punch was extremely fast. Originally, he had intended to break all of Xiao Qin's clones in one go. However, he had not expected that Xiao Qin did not even think of using his clones to confuse him. Xiao Qin used an even faster speed to clash with Baijian's attack. Furthermore, it was not a fist technique but a saber technique with a startling aura. Even if Baijian wanted to retreat, he did not have the opportunity to do so. His opponent's explosive speed reached 4 times the speed of sound. It was not something that Baijian could dodge. He could only do his best to avoid being hit in the vital areas. Ah! A miserable cry resounded, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Xiao Qin's saber strike chopped off one of Baijian's arms. Baijian lay on the ground, his left hand covering his wound. He trembled as he said, "How hateful! You are actually not a fist master." When fist masters fought with bladesmen, they all had different strategies. Furthermore, they were 2 completely different sets of strategies. Baijian had used the strategy of fighting a fist master against a bladesman. It would be difficult for him not to suffer a tragedy. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I never said that I was a fist master." Chapter 444. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yongyu and the old man beside him heard a heart-wrenching scream from the dust-filled wrestling ring. The 2 of them could not help but reveal smiles. The old man quickly said, "Congratulations, City Lord. You finally dealt with this brat." Based on that sound, he must have lost at least 1 arm. Gao Yongyu had a relaxed expression. He smiled and said, "Naturally, the person I found is more reliable than that Bai Lishi you found. The 40,000 medial-grade spirit stones were not spent for nothing." Knowing that Gao Yongyu was in a good mood, the old man flattered. City Lord's eyes are naturally far-sighted, able to see 1,000 kilometers away. When you make your move, you hit the nail on the head, eliminating any future problems. Ha! You really know how to talk. However, I like it. Ha! Come, let's go and take a look at the information on the bets. Gao Yongyu laughed loudly. Just at this moment, the dust in the wrestling ring slowly settled. The 2 of them stopped and turned around, preparing to see Xiao Qin's sorry state. However, the situation in the wrestling ring was beyond their expectations. One of Baijian's arms was broken, and he lay on the ground in pain. Xiao Qin had a faint smile on his face. He looked calmly at the 2 people in the tall tower, as if nothing had happened to them. The smiles on the 2's faces froze. The old man's body trembled slightly as he said in a quivering voice, "City Lord, it seems like the one who got crippled is the person you invited." Bang! Gao Yongyu's expression turned furious. He kicked the old man's chest and said angrily, "This old man has eyes. Do I need you to tell me?" Scram! The old man's face was filled with pain as he complained in his heart. The ribs on his chest had not fully recovered yet. Now they were all broken again. Humph! When Gao Yongyu saw Xiao Qin's faint smile, he snorted coldly. Then he smacked the window heavily again. Gao Yongyu turned around and walked to the western corner of the room. The old man on the ground just got up. Gao Yongyu's eyes were filled with disgust when he thought about what the old man said about far-sighted, able to see 1,000 kilometers away. Gao Yongyu kicked the old man again, knocking him into the wall and causing him to faint. Trash. If you had not gone to find that Bai Lishi, we would not have waited until today to deal with that brat. When Gao Yongyu arrived at the western corner, he looked at the 7 cultivators with extremely strong auras. In the end, his gaze landed on an old man with white hair and beard. He said indifferently, "Old Bai, I'll need you to make a move earlier this time. Help me kill him tomorrow." Old Bai slowly opened his eyes and a bright light shot out from his eyes. He said in a calm voice, "As you wish, Baijian." Anyone who went to Desolate City's wrestling ring would be familiar with this name. The Desolate City was the link that connected the 4 great empires. It was one of the 2 great hearts of the Sky Martial continent. It was as famous as the capital of the Great Jin Empire, the Wind City. Since Bai Zhan was able to make a name for himself there was no need to doubt his strength. However, it was unexpected that he was an expert in boxing. When the dust settled, Bai Zhan fell at Xiao Qin's hands, crippling one of his arms. His life would be ruined in Longyang Island's wrestling ring. The one who ended all of this was the great Qin youth, who still had a calm and indifferent expression, causing everyone to look down on him. The matches continued. Xiao Chun also figured out how Gao Yongyu dealt with him. Gao Yongyu would send an expert to deal with Xiao Chun every day for the first match. As long as Xiao Chun could injure Xiao Chun severely in the first match, he would continue to lose the next few matches. This was the best way to conserve resources. Gao Yongyu probably did not have enough resources on hand. He could not possibly place everyone on Xiao Chun. In this selection there was also Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo, peak geniuses like them. If they broke their 60 consecutive victories, they would definitely die. If Xiao Chun managed to break his 60 consecutive victories, there would be horrifying bets placed on him. No matter how rich he was, he would not be able to afford it. Hence, in the following matches, Xiao Chun did not intend to continue using his saber. He continued to use his vital qi and the modified Great Dragon Tiger Fist to fight. Like the previous day, Xiao Chun won every match in a sorry state. As of now, he had more than 30 victories. As long as he won a few hundred, he would be able to obtain more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Naturally, those who could afford half the challenge fee were not mediocre. Otherwise, they would not have squandered their money so casually. Xiao Qin's victories were even more arduous than the previous day. The wounds on his body were already horrifying. However, as long as he could endure, and his opponent was not a peak fist master, Xiao Chun would persist in using only his vital qi. After the firmament body tempering art reached small perfection, his vital qi had increased by 20,000. Although it was not obvious, Xiao Chun could feel the improvement. Compared to the previous day, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the increase in his vital qi had become even deeper. Fight! 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 Holding on to the thought of winning, Xiao Chun persevered with the sound of the war drums. As long as his opponent was not defeated, he would not fall. Complete victory. After 18 matches, Xiao Chun obtained complete victory once again. His winning streak now reached 46. Although Xiao Chun was in a sorry state and covered in wounds, his eyes remained calm. He did not care about the crowd's astonishment and disbelief. Xiao Chun dragged his somewhat fatigued body over to the gray-robed old man and received the 13800 medial-grade spirit stones that he had obtained today. This was a crazy number. This was the charm of consecutive victories in the arena. Those who did not have a winning streak would not be able to do so. Even though these people had obtained 17 victories today, they had only obtained 50,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Compared to people like Xiao Chun who had obtained consecutive victories, they were far from it. If Xiao Chun continued winning, the number of spirit stones he obtained tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that would reach an even crazier number. The expression on the gray-robed old man's face twitched a few times. It was clear that he felt pained. However, he still smiled bitterly and said, "Congratulations on obtaining 46 consecutive victories." Xiao Chun nodded gently and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then he ignored everyone's gazes and walked out of the wrestling ring, heading for his courtyard. The internal injuries that Xiao Chun had suffered today were more severe than the previous 2 days combined. It would be difficult for him to recover in a short time by relying on his essence. Xiao Chun had no choice but to take out the spirit herbs for treating injuries that he had obtained from the herb garden on Qianren Island. He took out the spirit herbs that were 500 years old and above. Then, Xiao Chun categorized them according to how they treated internal and external injuries. Finally, he chose 2 700-year-old spirit herbs that did not clash with each other. Then, he decocted them and consumed them. After that, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged and circulated his essence to speed up the release of the medicinal energy. With the assistance of the spirit herbs and Xiao Chen's somewhat monstrous physique, the wounds on his skin healed at a visible rate. The wounds on his skin were slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The internal injuries and blocked qi and blood in his body were also slowly clearing up. After 2 hours, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and vomited a mouthful of black blood. He immediately felt much more relaxed. His internal injuries had completely recovered. Looking at the remaining spirit herbs on the table, Xiao-Chan said softly, "Spirit herbs are indeed good stuff. The internal injuries that would have required at least a week were completely healed in 2 hours with the assistance of these 2 spirit herbs. Unfortunately, there are too few of them. There are still 2,000-year-old spirit herbs. I will leave them for the day after tomorrow and tomorrow. After the wrestling ring ends on the last day, it will not affect the overall situation." After Xiao-Chun left the room and ate dinner, he started his daily routine. He carefully simulated the fights that happened during the day. This was especially so for the fight with Bai Zhan. After he simulated it several times, the conclusion he came to was somewhat depressing. If Xiao-Chan did not use the lunar shadow saber, he would not be a match for a peak fist master like Bai Zhan, no matter how he modified the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. This made Xiao-Chan even more determined to obtain a peak Earth-ranked fist technique or palm technique. Only then would he be able to bring out his strong vital qi and physical body perfectly. The night deepened and the silver moon climbed up the treetops, sending down a gentle light. Xiao-Chan sat in the courtyard and started to infuse the comprehensions he gained during the day into the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Using pure vital qi to fight, comprehending the wonders of cultivating the physical body during battle was like Bai Lishi had said. It allowed one to improve very quickly. Every day after the fights, Xiao-Chan would gain a new understanding of vital qi. Now he could cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer with greater proficiency. Xiao-Chan finally understood how Bai Lishi managed to cultivate the 4th layer in 2 months. Aside from talent, Bai Lishi's several dozen years of combat experience with vital qi was not something Xiao-Chan could compare to. Time slowly went by. In the quiet night, there were the cries of insects, birds, or people whispering to each other. While it looked peaceful, it was actually very noisy. In the end, whether it was quiet or not depended on a single thought in one's heart. There was no distinction between day and night. During the past few days, Xiao-Chan cultivated day and night. He seemed to have comprehended something in terms of mental state, becoming calmer and steadier than before. Bang! When the sun rose on the 2nd day, Xiao-Chan opened his eyes. The 3rd acupoint on his left hand exploded open and turned into a strand of azure-colored dragon qi filling his left arm. A light flashed in Xiao-Chan's eyes as he looked at the 3rd acupoint on his arm. Xiao-Chan revealed a joyful smile. He muttered to himself, "I opened another acupoint. It looks like I can open 2 more acupoints before I reach great perfection. If I reach consummation, I might be able to open all 12 acupoints on my left arm." When Xiao-Chan arrived at the wrestling ring, he continued to cultivate as usual. The participants in the spectator stands who had mocked Xiao-Chan for the past few days did not know what to do. They felt very conflicted in their hearts. No matter what they said, they could not erase Xiao-Chen's glorious 46 consecutive victories. If they continued to say that Xiao-Chen was ignorant and had low talent, they would be slapping themselves in the face. Even a foolish person like Xiao-Chen, with such low talent, managed to obtain 46 consecutive victories. What about the people that they did not? Wouldn't that make them even more ignorant and have even lower talent, even worse than trash? Yunping said with some hatred, "I don't believe that he can still obtain consecutive victories today. How can an ignorant person who is cramming at the last minute obtain 50 consecutive victories?" Chapter 445. He is just lucky. How can someone from the Great Qin nation obtain more than 50 consecutive victories? That's right. Why are you pretending to be noble and virtuous? He will eventually taste defeat. Everyone felt jealous. When they heard Yunping's words, they all agreed. When Xiao saw this, she felt very angry. She said, "Senior sister, how can they do this? To think they are the outstanding talents of the various places. They do not have any magnanimity at all." Xiaoxian smiled faintly and said, "You will understand when you see more of them in the future." Xiaoxian had been out adventuring since the age of 14. She had seen too much of the dark side of the world. The things that Xiao saw were just a drop in the bucket. They could no longer cause any ripples in Xiaoxian's heart. Xiao looked at Xiao-Chan, who was immersed in cultivation. She asked, "Senior sister, do you think that fellow will be able to obtain consecutive victories today?" Xiaoxian shook her head slightly, indicating that she did not understand. It was hard to say. Xia Xian had a draw yesterday, so her winning streak had ended. The people who fought yesterday were all peak martial kings. Furthermore, they did not lack combat experience. Xia Xian had experienced it herself. She did not believe that Xiao Chen's victories could be explained by luck. Xiao Chen was strong. However, when Xia Xian saw how difficult it was for him to win every match, she could not see through Xiao Chen. It seemed like if he could continue winning, he would lose the next match. She could not understand him at all. Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo looked at Xiao Chen with unfathomable gazes. Their hearts were filled with doubts. However, Pei Xiaoxian ignored Xiao Chen. He did not care about him at all. He walked over to Jiang Zimo and smiled. "Brother Jiang, with our strength, we should be able to continue winning today." Jiang Zimo shook his head and said, "It is hard to say. 48 consecutive victories is a threshold. The experts hired by the wrestling ring should be coming out soon. If we continue winning like this, the spirit stones we win are small. However, the spirit stones from the people outside will be enough to bankrupt Gao Yongyu." Pei Xiaoxian did not care and said, "Let's wait and see. Unless a half-step martial monarch comes out, I do not believe that anyone can defeat me." Jiang Zimo smiled gently and did not say anything. Jiang Zimo had seen many peak experts below half-step martial monarch. There were many such people in the Myriad Fiend Palace alone. With Pei Xiaoxuan's attitude, he would definitely lose today. The spectator stands in the Colosseum were filled with people. There were even situations where 2 or 3 people were sitting on the same seat. With Gao Yongyu's promotion, the news that this wrestling ring was the first round of selections for the ancient desolate tower quickly spread. As a result, many cultivators on Longyang Island received the news and rushed over in large numbers. Today's ticket prices had increased by several times, and they were all sold out. The supply could not meet the demand. Moreover, the 4th day of the Colosseum was the true climax of the event. The participants who obtained consecutive victories had already accumulated more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. To be able to afford such a challenge fee, one's own strength was a kind of proof. It could be imagined that the fights would be incomparably intense. The combination of the two resulted in the situation of 2 or 3 people sitting together in the audience seats. 5 participants obtaining 46 consecutive victories at the same time. This is the first time something like this has happened in Wrestling City on Longyang Island. Wrestling City has been around for close to 1,000 years, but the highest winning streak was only 60. Furthermore, that was 100 years ago. This is the first time I've seen so many people obtain 46 consecutive victories. That is normal. Think about who is qualified to participate in the ancient desolate tower selections. How could any of them be mediocre? Let's see who will obtain 60 consecutive victories in the end. I bet half of my wealth on Ding Fengqiu. I bet on Pei Xiaoxian. That fellow can order around spirit beasts. Few people of the same cultivation realm would be a match for him. Haha, I bet on Pei Xiaoxian as well. The spirit beasts are undefeatable. With more than 10 spirit beasts surrounding him, it would be hard to break through. Before the wrestling ring started, the discussions about the wrestling ring never stopped. Aside from the ancient desolate tower, most of the discussions focused on who would obtain 60 consecutive victories. Most of the topics were focused on who would be able to obtain 60 consecutive victories. After all, they had bet real money on these people. The victories of these people were closely related to their interests. Dong! As the war drums rang out, the wrestling ring officially started. As the first participant, Yun Ping went up first. I am the Great Chu Nation's Yun Ping. Everyone, please give me some pointers. After Yun Ping landed, he performed a cupped fist salute in all directions. However, even after a few minutes, no one was willing to go up. This made him feel somewhat embarrassed. As of now, Yun Ping had only accumulated 5 consecutive victories. Defeating him would not give him many spirit stones, so no one was interested in him. After 10 odd minutes, someone came down to challenge him. This person did not even look at Yun Ping and immediately started fighting. Bang! 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 After 100 moves, this person's sword left a 2-centimeter-long wound on Yun Ping's chest. The wound was so deep that his bones and internal organs could be seen. Yun Ping used his trump card and turned the tables at the last moment. However, due to the severe wound on his chest, Yun Ping lost again and again in the next 10 odd matches. Eventually, he lost 17 consecutive matches. Boos came from the entire wrestling ring, making Yun Ping feel ashamed. The following matches were rather boring. There was nothing to see. Only when Pei Xiaoxian went up did thunderous cheers resound in the wrestling ring. Pei Xiaoxian smiled faintly. He enjoyed this feeling. He raised his head and said, "I am Pei Xiaoxian of the Beast Taming Abode. Everyone, please give me some pointers." Xiao. Right after Pei Xiaoxian spoke, a stout man wearing black soft armor with a black wolf tattoo on his neck and a mace on his back quickly descended from the spectator stands. This was a stark contrast to Yun Ping, who had not appeared for 10 odd minutes. "I am Tuobaluyan. I am here to experience your great moves." Pei Xiaoxian looked at the mace on Tuobaluyan's back and the black wolf tattoo on his neck. Then he touched the ring on his hand and mocked. "Unexpectedly, you are a barbarian warrior. I have defeated quite a few people. It looks like there will be one more today." However, Tuobalun ignored Pei Xiaoxian's belittling words. After he spoke, he took out the mace on his back. The black wolf tattoo on Tuobalun's neck seemed to come to life as it quickly spread over his face. When Tuobalun's entire face was covered by the wolf tattoo, he suddenly shouted and rushed at Pei Xiaoxian. "Hu Qi!" Tuobalun moved as fast as lightning and swung his mace. The huge mace tore the air in half. It was very mighty. "Ignorant!" Pei Xiaoxian smiled coldly and retreated gently. Then, he raised the ring in his hand and prepared to summon a spirit beast. He only needed 2 hand seals to summon a rank 7 spirit beast. After that, he could summon 2, 3, or 4 spirit beasts. If a rank 7 spirit beast was not enough, he could summon a rank 8 spirit beast. He could easily grind anyone to death. Xiao. However, just at this moment, the wolf tattoo on Tuobalun's body came out and formed the image of a black wolf, encasing Tuobalun. The instant the image of the black wolf appeared, Tuobalun's speed doubled again. Bang! The mace struck Pei Xiaoxian, who had not completed the last hand seal. Pei Xiaoxian was immediately flung into the air like a sandbag. Pain! Pei Xiaoxian vomited a mouthful of blood. He had an extremely pained expression on his face. This strike had broken several of his ribs. Damn it! Why is this fellow so fast? Pei Xiaoxian thought in horror. He did not give me any time to summon a spirit beast. Boom! 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 Tuobalun did not give Pei Xiaoxian any time to react. His mace moved so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. In the blink of an eye, Pei Xiaoxian was struck more than 10 times. Pei Xiaoxian was like a sandbag, easily toyed with by Tuobalun. He could not react at all. Every time Pei Xiaoxian tried to form the final hand seal, he would be interrupted by the mace, preventing him from summoning any spirit beasts. It's over. Pei Xiaoxian is going to lose. This Tuobalun is simply too fast. Damn it! I should have thought of it long ago. As long as this fellow cannot summon a spirit beast, he will lose half of his strength. To think I even bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones on him. Me too. I am in an even worse state than you. I bet 20,000 medial grade spirit stones, and now it's all gone. When the spectators saw the situation in the wrestling ring, they all started cursing. This was a serious loss. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yongyu revealed a faint smile. Tuobalun indeed does not feel any pressure when dealing with Pei Xiaoxian. Gao Yongyu turned his head back and said to the group of old men at the table, "It is time to reap the harvest. How much did you bet on Pei Xiaoxian?" 2 million medial grade spirit stones. The smile on Gao Yongyu's face became even wider. If Pei Xiaoxian lost, these 2 million medial grade spirit stones would all be his. Very good. I remember that the next contestant with consecutive victories is Ding Fengqiu. Gao Yongyu continued. The old man leading the group nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed Ding Fengqiu. He bet a lot, a total of 6 million medial grade spirit stones." Gao Yongyu smiled faintly and said, "The Heavenly Gate defensive sword is indeed not easy to deal with. However, there is still a chance of a draw." Pei Xiaoxian was covered in wounds. He weakly returned to the spectator stands. He was severely injured and could not continue fighting, so he could only give up. Pei Xiaoxian had lost 18 matches in a row. His expression was very unsightly. The wrestling rings continued. The challengers today were all very strong. As a result, few of them had more than a 50% chance of victory. The crowd finally felt that 60 consecutive victories were not that easy to obtain, even if they were not consecutive victories. After 3 days, the spectators had already figured out their strength and moves. However, they did not know anything about their opponents. If they were like Yun Ping and were severely injured in the first match, they might end up with consecutive defeats every day. When the crowd saw Pei Xiaoxian, who was injured and forced to give up for a day, the unease in their hearts intensified. If even Pei Xiaoxian could not avoid such an outcome, then wouldn't it be even more dangerous for them? The crowd started to panic. The waters of this wrestling ring were much deeper than they thought. The crowd looked at Xiao Chan, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating calmly. They sighed and said, "This fellow is really damn calm." Chapter 446. Another person is losing consecutively. How many is this? Including Yun Ping and Pei Xiaoxian, there are already 10. The people fighting today are too strong. Indeed, they have figured out all our moves. Damn it. If this goes on, it will be very difficult to win 60 matches. The matches continued. Aside from the cultivators who still had trump cards up their sleeves, the other outstanding talents ended up in a miserable state. They did not even manage to win 10 matches. Some even lost 18 matches in a row. The atmosphere of the arena became even more horrifying. The gray-robed old man said expressionlessly, "Number 56, Ding Fengqiu." Ding Fengqiu's figure floated up and landed on the wrestling ring. He cupped his hands and said, "Heavenly Sword Gates Ding Fengqiu seeks everyone's guidance." Ding Fengqiu is finally coming up. He better not lose. I bet 50 or 60,000 medial grade spirit stones on him. Me too. Don't be like Pei Xiaoxian. Otherwise we won't even be able to cry. That should not be the case. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique is not clear. Furthermore, he has grasped the technique of using qi as a sword. When the spectators saw Ding Fengqiu enter the wrestling ring, they started discussing him. After all, the number of people who bet on him was much higher than Pei Xiaoxian's. Bang! A middle-aged cultivator wearing battle armor landed firmly on the ground. He waved his hand and 3 palm-sized pagoda shields flew out and danced around him. "I am here to seek advice from you." When Ding Fengqiu saw the 3 small pagoda shields, he frowned slightly. Based on the aura of the shields, they seemed to be medial-grade defensive secret treasures. Using qi as a sword, Ding Fengqiu shouted and 18 qi swords appeared behind him. He pointed forward with 2 fingers. Ding dang! Ding dang! There was a series of clanging sounds as the 3 palm-sized shield flew up, down, left and right, blocking all the sword qi 1 meter away from Mo Yan's body. Ding Fengqiu's expression sank. He could not help but increase his speed. The angle at which he attacked also became more crafty. However, the shield seemed to be able to sense danger automatically. No matter where the qi sword came from above, left, right or turning, it would be able to block the sharp qi sword at the last moment. Since I cannot find an opening, then I will make one. Using qi as a sword merge. Ding Fengqiu could not help but become angry after attacking for a long time. A surging sword intent rushed into the sky from Ding Fengqiu's body. There seemed to be countless sword hums in the air, creating a strong wind as they danced around wildly. The 18 qi swords merged into one and pierced toward Mo Yan. Clang clang. With a thought from Mo Yan, one of the palm-sized shields instantly grew to over 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, covering his entire body. The qi sword pierced the tower shield, causing clanging sounds. Sparks flew in all directions, and a surging sword intent surged. Mo Yan, who was 1 meter behind the tower shield, was forming hand seals with both hands. His expression did not look relaxed, and his feet were firmly planted on the ground. Hoochie hoochie. The sword intent was vast and mighty, like a gushing river. Ding Fengqiu controlled the qi sword over and over again, sending it crashing into the tower shield. Every time the tower shield crashed into the tower shield, it kicked up a strong wind. The sword hummed in the wind, giving off a woo-woo sound. The strong sword intent seemed very solid. As the strong wind tried to merge with it, it seemed like it was trying to invade Mo Yan's body. However, they were all blocked by the other two palm-sized shields. Interesting. Still not breaking. State of massacre merge. Ding Fengqiu snorted coldly, and the chi sword immediately turned scarlet. An aura of massacre quickly spread throughout the place. In an instant the air seemed to solidify. Ding Fengqiu's aura rose to another level. Bang! The scarlet chi sword pierced the tower shield violently. There was a loud sound, and Mo Yen was knocked back 100 meters along with the tower shield. Boom! After Mo Yen landed, the force of the sword was transmitted to the ground, creating a huge pit. Although Mo Yen was pale, he did not suffer any major injuries. When Gao Yongyu saw all this, he smiled faintly and said, "It is useless. A regular medial-grade secret treasure would not be able to block your sword. However, when combined with the Mo clan's special secret technique, breaking it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven." When the spectators saw the fight enter a stalemate, they all started to feel anxious. Even the drumbeats, which normally sounded very passionate, sounded very irritating. Bang! 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 Ding Fengqiu executed all sorts of killing moves. Like a torrential storm, he forced Mo Yen to retreat continuously. A horrifying sword intent spread throughout the place. This increased the might of each sword strike by at least 20%. However, Mo Yen defended like a tortoise. The three shields moved up and down, changing sizes as they blocked Ding Fengqiu's killing moves. Kasie! Ding Fengqiu sheathed his sword and heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped away the sweat on his forehead and sighed. Never mind, you can go down. This match is considered a draw. Ding Fengqiu had already attacked for 4 hours. However, his opponent's defense was simply too shocking. If this continued, he would exhaust too much essence. He would have to give up on the remaining 17 matches. Ding Fengqiu could only helplessly choose a draw. This person was here to deal with his defensive sword. He was indeed not easy to deal with. Ha 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 ha. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yongyu laughed heartily. After Ding Fengqiu said this, he had earned another 6 million medial-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, City Lord. You have earned another 6 million medial-grade spirit stones. A few old men stood up and congratulated. Gao Yongyu could not hide the smile on his face. He said in high spirits, "The next person with consecutive victories seems to be Jiang Zimo. How much did he bet?" "It is less than Ding Fengqiu's. However, it is still 3 million. Gao Yongyu said sullenly, "The non-phase divine technique is indeed difficult to deal with. However, it should not be a problem if I spend some resources on him." Ding Fengqiu's consecutive victories came to an end. However, he won the remaining 17 matches. He had a total of 63 victories. Given this, regardless of the results of the matches tomorrow and the day after, Ding Fengqiu had obtained the qualifications to appear in the first round. The spectators all felt that it was a pity. If Ding Fengqiu had not ended in a draw in his first match, he might have broken the record of 60 consecutive victories. The sound of cursing in the crowd was even louder than when Pei Xiaoxian lost. This was because there were simply too many people who bet on Ding Fengqiu. In the end, Ding Fengqiu did not even manage to obtain 50 consecutive victories. He fell on the 47th match. The people who bet on him had lost everything. When Ding Fengqiu passed by Jiang Zimo, he said, "The 60 consecutive victories will depend on you. The endurance of your non-phase divine technique is sufficient for you to continue smiling proudly." Jiang Zimo shook his head and smiled. "It will be difficult. My non-phase divine technique wins by endurance, but it also loses by endurance." After a few matches, Jiang Zimo entered the arena. His first opponent was a 100-year-old old man with extremely dense essence. When Jiang Zimo felt this person's aura, his heart sank slightly. The old man's greatest advantage was that every one of his palm strikes contained 100% of its might. However, he only exhausted 10% of his essence. Thus, if an ordinary person fought with him and went all out, he would exhaust his essence in no time. However, he would still have an abundance of essence. This was the strangeness of the non-phase divine technique. It was one of the 3 inferior grade heaven-ranked cultivation techniques of the Myriad Fiend Palace. However, this old man who had lived for an unknown period of time was very problematic. The other party might be lacking in everything, but he definitely would not lack essence. Bang! 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 After the two greeted each other, they immediately started fighting. They clashed head-on, exchanging blows with each other. Both of them used their full strength. Strong essence surged in the dueling ring. Every time the palm winds clashed, a huge pit would appear in the dueling ring. Intense explosions rang out incessantly, completely suppressing the sound of the towering war drums. The two fought tirelessly. The might of the palm winds that erupted from the two were about equal. The only thing that mattered was who could exhaust their essence first. After 1,000 moves, the shock waves of the two's battle riddled the vast arena with holes. There was not a single place that was unscathed. The old man's complexion slowly paled. His strength seemed to run out. As for Jiang Zimo, his face did not turn red, and he did not pant. There was no change in him at all. The air buzzed from the palm winds, but the might did not weaken at all. Bang! The two exchanged another palm strike. This time they were not evenly matched. The old man was knocked back several dozen steps, but Jiang Zimo only took 3 steps back. You can't hold on anymore? Again. Jiang Zimo smiled faintly and flew forward. Then he sent a palm strike at the old man's chest. The palm wind was still as sharp as before. Its might did not weaken at all. With one palm strike, the old man vomited blood and was defeated. The second match continued. In the end, another old man over 100 years old appeared. Jiang Zimo smiled bitterly. After exchanging 1,000 moves with him, the other party's essence was exhausted. He could no longer keep up with Jiang Zimo's might and was defeated in one move. The third match continued. The one who appeared was another old man over 100 years old. His aura was deep and drawn out. With one look it was clear that he was a cultivator with rich essence. Jiang Zimo exchanged another 1,000 moves with him. His opponent's essence could no longer keep up, and Jiang Zimo defeated him again. The fourth match continued. The one who appeared was another old man over 100 years old. When Jiang Zimo saw the old man's relaxed expression, his lips twitched slightly. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. Although Jiang Zimo had expected that the other party would find many cultivators with rich essence to take turns fighting him, he had not expected Gao Yongyu to be so disgusting. However, Jiang Zimo did not expect Gao Yongyu to be so disgusting. He actually looked for old fellows who were over 100 years old. Every time they fought, it would take more than 1,000 moves. No matter how powerful the phaseless divine art was, he would tire himself to death if this went on. Jiang Zimo waved his hand helplessly and said, "You may go down. I admit defeat for this match." When the old man heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, little friend. I am just a bag of old bones. It will be even harder for me to endure 1,000 moves than for you youths." After 49 consecutive victories, Jiang Zimo did not manage to reach 50 consecutive victories. Another mournful wail resounded in the crowd. As long as Jiang Zimo passed 50 consecutive victories, he would be able to obtain some money. It was just that the payout was small. Who knew that Jiang Zimo would not be able to make it past the final step despite being so close? After that, Mu Xinya appeared. The crowd rekindled their last hope. Mu Xinya was as famous as Jiang Zimo. Perhaps she would be able to obtain 50 or even 60 consecutive victories. Chapter 447. However, Mu Xinya did not want to use the energy that the Heavenly Wolf King left behind. That would leave her in a weakened state for a long time. In the end, Mu Xinya lost to Gao Yongyu's sneak attack, stopping at 48 consecutive victories. AI. When Mu Xinya was defeated, several thousand people in the large spectator stand sighed. No one managed to break through even after 50 consecutive victories. What more 60? This time we have lost everything. Gao Yongyu's mood became exceptionally good after the final threat was eliminated. He smiled and said, "Tabulate the total amount of medial grade spirit stones that we obtained in this wrestling ring." After a while, an old man took out a stack of information and said, "There is a total of 20 million medial grade spirit stones bet on these 4 people. They all stopped at 50 consecutive victories. That is to say, the people who bet on them will not get a single cent. If the person who bet on obtained 50 consecutive victories, then the person who bet on them would obtain 50% of the payout. After that, for every 10 consecutive victories, the payout would double. The payout would be double for 60 consecutive victories, double for 70 consecutive victories, quadruple for 80 consecutive victories, and 16 times for 100 consecutive victories. The odds looked extremely tempting, but unfortunately, if they stopped at 50 consecutive wins, they wouldn't be able to get a single cent. They would lose everything they had. Furthermore, with Gao Yongyu's clever promotion, the wrestling ring this time was the ancient Desolate Tower's first round of selections. This caused the number of bets to soar. After this wrestling ring ended, who knew how many cultivators would be penniless and have to start all over again? Gao Yongyu paused for a while and thought of something. He said, "What is the amount of bets on that Xiao Chun?" The few of them lowered their heads and flipped through the information on the table. Then they said, "Hey, why did it suddenly reach 2 million? Gao Yongyu's expression changed slightly. He said, "Didn't we freeze the bets on this brat? How could there be 2 million bets?" The few of them checked carefully and said, "I found it. Yesterday and the day before there were only 1 million bets. That should be normal. After all, he is a contestant with consecutive victories. However, today there is an increase of 1 million. Something is not right." Gao Yongyu sneered. "It looks like someone wants to gamble. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong person. It shouldn't be a problem to use Master Bai to deal with that kid, right? He's the only one with a winning streak now." Gao Yongyu said indifferently, "Old Bai is 150 years old. When he uses his full strength, even I find it hard to deal with him. Even if Old Bai fails, Tuo Balloon and Mo Yen still have one more chance. Do you think this brat has a chance?" In the spectator stands, when everyone's gazes were focused on Mushinya, another 2 acupoints on Xiao Chen's left arm exploded. 2 streams of blue dragon energy slowly wandered on his arms and slowly seeped into his skin. Xiao Chun opened his eyes slightly and revealed a faint expression of joy on his face. He said, "I am just short of great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. After today's battle, it looks like I will definitely reach greater mastery. However, I wonder if Gao Yongyu will give me this opportunity. It would be his turn soon." Xiao Chun thought for a while and stopped cultivating. He got up and walked to the front of the spectator stands to watch the matches. The one fighting was Mushinya. She used 2 Mandarin duck sabers. The strength of the challengers in the wrestling ring increased by the day. Today, the strength of the challengers was comparable to the outstanding talents of the various regions. After all, they were all middle-aged cultivators. Although the outstanding talents of the various regions were outstanding, they had not fully matured yet. Furthermore, they had a good grasp of the strength of the challengers. Every match was exceptionally difficult. If they wanted to obtain victory, they had to go all out. Even someone as strong as Mushinya had a hard time winning. There were even a few draws. After the 18 matches ended, Mushinya walked off the wrestling ring, feeling somewhat fatigued. She received the 4,000-odd medial grade spirit stones from the gray-robed old man. Her winning streak had come to an end. She could not accumulate her previous winning streaks. Today she had only won 15 matches. That was all she could obtain. Mushinya nodded gently at Xiao Chun and returned to Jiang Zimo's side. Pei Xiaoxian, who had already recovered from some of his injuries, smiled bitterly and said, "It was not easy to obtain 60 consecutive victories. Now even the last hope is gone." Jiang Zimo smiled faintly and said, "There is still Xiao Chen's winning streak. Perhaps he still has hope." Pei Xiaoxian mocked, "What ability does he have? He could not even win against Ding Fengqiu." The others all expressed that they did not think well of Xiao Chun. Yun Ping's words were as mocking as ever. "He is beaten to death every day. How could he obtain consecutive victories today? What a joke. Jiang Zimo, your eyesight is too poor." Xiao Chun turned his head and swept his gaze across the people who spoke harshly. Finally, his gaze landed on Yun Ping. Although Xiao Chun had been immersed in cultivation, he had used his spiritual sense to observe his surroundings. This was to ensure that when someone interrupted his cultivation, he would be able to retaliate immediately. These people's numbers were all in front of Xiao Chen's. For the past few days they had been mocking him non-stop like flies. No matter how good a person's temper was, they would still feel impatient. Yun Ping had suffered 17 consecutive defeats today. Furthermore, he had sustained significant sword injuries. He might not be able to recover by tomorrow. Yunping was in an extremely bad mood. When he felt Xiao Chen's gaze, he said angrily, "What are you looking at? What are you trying to do? Could it be that I can't even say a few words to you? Who do you think you are?" How annoying. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He pushed off the ground and his figure flashed, arriving before Yunping. Pa! Before Yunping could react, Xiao Chen slapped him across the face. The sound of the slap was melodious, stunning everyone. "How dare you hit me? You!" This slap caused Yunping's face to swell up. Blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. Most importantly, it was done in front of everyone. This slap caused Yunping to lose all face. There was a saying that one should not hit the face when hitting someone. However, Xiao Chen did not seem to care that much. "Kase!" Yunping grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and revealed a murderous intent. He was about to draw his sword and chop at Xiao Chen. Pa! Xiao Chen did not give Yunping any chance to draw his sword. He slapped Yunping's left cheek and sent him flying. The spectator stands fell silent. Several people gaped in shock as they looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. It was like this was the first time they met this fellow. At this moment, Xiao Chen was extremely cold. His killing chi was withdrawn. Although it was not released, everyone felt a chill. Compared to the usual calm and indifferent Xiao Chen, he was like a completely different person. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as Xiao Chen kicked Yunping's chest. That spot happened to be the wound that Yunping suffered today. Yunping's internal organs had just recovered a little when Xiao Chen kicked him. The intense pain was a small matter. If Yunping's injuries worsened, he would not be able to participate in the next 2 days of the competition. That was to say, Yunping was completely disqualified from the first round of selections. This guy's kick must have been intentional. Several people in the field thought in their hearts. His attack was really not ordinary ruthless. You can say whatever you want, but after you make a move, he will beat you up until you are disqualified from the selections. The people who normally mock Xiao Chen quickly hid in a corner, avoiding Xiao Chen's gaze. Xiao Rou looked at Yunping, who was lying on the ground in pain and despair. She snorted coldly and said, "Serves him right. Let's see if this fellow still dares to speak so viciously." When Ding Fengqiu saw the situation, he was not surprised. He had never thought that Xiao Chen was someone who acted normally, someone who would have any reservations. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not have attacked Jin Wuji so mercilessly that day after learning his identity. Just because Xiao Chen had withdrawn his sharpness did not mean that he did not have it. Just because he did not have a temper did not mean that he had a good temper. This was Xiao Chen. As a bladesman, Xiao Chen's sharpness could not be reduced. His pride could not be broken. He wanted to condense his chi into saber intent. How could he allow others to humiliate him? Ding Fengqiu withdrew his gaze and stopped thinking. He only raised Xiao Chen's position in his heart. Like Jiang Zimo, Xiao Chen was one of Ding Fengqiu's biggest competitors for the 20 spots. When Pei Xiaoxian saw this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. He felt an inexplicable chill. When Pei Xiaoxian thought about how he had just recovered from his injuries, he summoned out a spirit beast. He felt that it was not safe, so he summoned out another spirit beast. Then he walked to a corner and started to treat his injuries. After doing all this, Xiao Chen ignored Yunping, who was lying on the ground groaning. Then he turned his gaze back to the wrestling ring. This person was already crippled and could not enter the ancient desolate tower. He would never be a threat to Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen continued to grow stronger, the sect behind Yunping would not offend Xiao Chen for the sake of a second-rank genius. Even if Yunping made a move against Xiao Chen, he still had 2 medallions to use. Xiao Chen did not have to worry about making a move against Yunping. After Xiao Chen caused such a commotion, the atmosphere turned strange. The originally lively discussion stopped. It was like everyone was afraid of Xiao Chen. After a while, the voice of the gray-robed old man rang out. Number 125, prepare to go out quickly. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and landed in the wrestling ring. After he left, many of the people in the wrestling ring heaved a sigh of relief for some reason. It was like a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts. I am Xiao Chen of the Great Qin Nation. Everyone please give me some pointers. The sky slowly turned dark. The setting sun cast a fiery red glow over the wrestling ring, coating Xiao Chen's body with a faint red glow. Xiao Chun maintained a calm expression, neither happy nor angry. Just like that, Xiao Chun appeared before the crowd once again. Xiao Chun, this fellow is coming up again. Can he continue to win? Every time Xiao Chun won, he paid a heavy price. He was like a small leaf in a storm. In the storm, Xiao Chun was beaten into a mess. He rose and fell, but he persisted until the end every time, obtaining a victory that belonged to him. Would he continue to win? No one would say that he could. However, if they gave the opposite answer, no one would say that Xiao Chun would definitely lose. At this moment, Xiao Chun and the crowd in the spectator stands were all unfathomable. They were filled with boundless mysteries. It was hard to say whether Xiao Chun would win or not. Chapter 448. Of the 7 people with consecutive victories, only this person is left. Unfortunately, no matter what, it has nothing to do with me. I only bet 500 medial grade spirit stones on him. I bet less than you, only 200. I bet all of my bets on Ding Fengqiu. Me too, I bet most of my bets on Jiang Zimo. I only bet 700 medial grade spirit stones on him. Let's wait and see. If he loses today, all his consecutive victories will come to an end. It would be like the wrestling ring ended early. When Xiao Chun entered the arena, with his familiar voice and expression, the many cultivators in the spectator stands perked up again. Many of them already had the mentality of watching the last match. After today, there would be no more consecutive victories. The greatest charm of the wrestling ring would be gone. It did not matter whether they watched or not. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! A strong wind blew in the arena. The wind howled and kicked up a cloud of dust, filling the air. This was a strong wind created by pure aura. Even though this person was here, his aura was already so strong. This person was not simple. Xiao Chun squinted his eyes and looked at the old man slowly descending from the sky. The person landed firmly on the ground. His hair and eyebrows were white, and wrinkles appeared on his face. He looked old, and his voice was somewhat hoarse. He said indifferently, "Bai Mufeng, here to seek advice." It is actually Bai Mufeng. This old fellow has not come out for decades. I thought he was dead. I seem to remember this fellow. 50 or 60 years ago, he would often end the winning streaks of cultivators. After that, there was no news of him. Unexpectedly, he reappeared today. 50 years ago, he was already a superior grade martial king. How horrifying is his cultivation now? He should be strong enough to kill Xiao Chun. This time it's all over. His last winning streak is about to end. When the spectators in the spectator stand saw the white-haired old man announce his name, they all shook their heads in regret. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chun would be able to obtain a few more consecutive victories. Now they no longer held any hope. The reason for this was that the difference in cultivation was too great. Boom! Bai Mufeng did not pay attention to the surrounding voices. After he finished speaking, a 1-meter-long sword appeared in his hand and he waved it. A thick sword chi that was over 20 meters long swept out with boundless momentum. As the sword chi surged, it seemed as if even the air was being split in half. Xiao Chun tapped the ground with his toes and quickly dodged to the side, temporarily avoiding the attack. Boom! As soon as his foot left the ground, the thick sword chi crashed into the ground. With a loud bang, the sword chi created a long ravine that was half a meter deep. What a guy! The treasured sword hasn't aged. Instead, it's surging even more. Seeing this scene, the audience on the stage cried out in surprise. Boom boom boom. A strong wind blew and Bai Mufeng's figure flickered. He brandished his sword 4 times in a row and the 4 strands of sword chi intertwined with each other, spinning continuously. Every sword chi was more than 20 meters long. Like a windmill, they descended from the sky and pressed down on Xiao Chun. Whirlwind sword chop, Bai Mufeng's famous consummate skill. The power of the sword descends from the sky. You can't dodge this move, you can only face it head-on. Unexpectedly, this old fellow is still so strong. I remember that he could only brandish his sword twice in the past. Now he can brandish his sword 4 times. Seeing this whirlwind sword chop, a sword expert immediately started explaining. Xiao Chun looked up and saw that the 4 strands of sword chi were spinning rapidly. He could no longer see their outlines. He could only see blurry shadows. The power of the sword condensed in the sky, carrying a supreme might as it slowly pressed down. Xiao Chun felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He had no way to dodge. Even a mountain is pressing down. Where can you hide? The whirlwind sword chop has reached such a level. What an exquisite sword move. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He thought to himself unexpectedly, I can't dodge it. Since I can't dodge, I will break it for you. Xiao Chun shouted and the acupoints on his palm burst open. Boom! A strand of dragon chi gathered in his right arm. In that instant, Xiao Chun felt like he was filled with boundless strength. He could even shatter a mountain. The dragon chi gathered in his 5 fingers and he clenched his left hand into a fist. Then, Xiao Chun soared into the sky at the center of the whirlwind sword chop. You overestimate yourself. So what if you can break it? Bai Mufeng snorted coldly. The essence in his body surged and his clothes fluttered continuously. Who? The air started to surge along with the fluttering of his clothes. It formed a strong wind that howled back and forth in the dueling ring, rising and falling like waves. Whirlwind sword chop 5 swords. Whirlwind sword chop 6 swords. Whirlwind sword chop 7 swords. Bai Mufeng's aura rose continuously. A strong wind blew and the sky changed color as he brandished his sword continuously. Boom! 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 The whirlwind sword chop grew larger and larger as it flew at Xiao Chun. As the sword chi spun, it stirred up a horrifying storm. The ground split open and huge chunks of soil flew into the sky, unable to withstand the horrifying force. Damn it! What is this Bai Mufeng trying to do? He is clearly trying to kill Xiao Qian. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. As the strong wind blew, several martial saint cultivators in the spectator stands could not stand stably and started to sway. However, Bai Mufeng did not stop. In the end, he sent out a whirlwind sword chop consisting of 10 strands of sword chi. Only then did he slow down. Who? Bai Mufeng panted continuously. After he sent out these 10 whirlwind sword chop, he seemed to have aged 10 years. His entire person also became extremely weak. He could no longer exert any strength. Layers upon layers of whirlwind sword slashes, each larger and stronger than the previous one, looked like a continuous mountain range that overlapped with each other. The expressions of the various outstanding talents in the spectator stands changed. This was especially so for those cultivators who were not on good terms with Xiao Qian. They all had joyful expressions on their faces. They could tell that the might of these 7 whirlwind sword chop was boundless. An ordinary martial king would not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that Xiao Chun would die under these layers of whirlwind sword chop. How could they be happy? Jiang Zimo, Xiaoxian, and the others all had worried expressions on their faces. They had not expected such an intense scene to occur in the wrestling ring. Xiao Qian's expression was calm. He ignored the strong wind and the rocks flying around him. He punched the center of the pinwheel sword chop, which was at the very front, where the sword chi intersected. Break! The whirlwind sword chop shattered and a huge force surged into Xiao Qian's body, causing his internal organs to churn. The shattered sword chi were like knives raining down on Xiao Qian's body, leaving behind bloody wounds. Boom! The second acupoint on Xiao Qian's left arm, below his palm, exploded. The 2 strands of dragon chi merged and shattered it with one punch. Then he followed up with the second whirlwind sword chop. The third acupoint exploded. Once again, Xiao Chun broke through an even more powerful pinwheel sword chop, slashing his way through. When the final 5 strands of dragon chi gathered, Xiao Chun had already broken through the whirlwind sword chop formed by the 9 strands of sword chi. Only the last strand of sword chi remained. It was also the strongest, the whirlwind sword chop with 10 strands of sword chi. Xiao Qian's clothes were already in tatters from the shattered sword chi. Wounds of various sizes covered his body. There was not a single part of him that was unscathed. If not for his strong physical body, just the shattered sword chi would have torn Xiao Chun to shreds countless times over. When Xiao Chun saw the final whirlwind sword chop, he shouted. The blue dragon tattoo on his right arm suddenly came to life. His right fist, which he had not used, finally exploded out. Bang! A dragon might spread out, completely suppressing that mountain-like aura. There was a loud sound, and the entire wrestling ring could not help but tremble a few times. Whoosh! The whirlwind sword chop formed by the 10 strands of sword chi shattered into countless strands of sword chi. They fell to the ground like rain. Amid the rain of sword chi, Xiao Qian descended from the sky and punched at Bai Mufeng. When Bai Mufeng saw Xiao Qian break the 10 whirlwind sword chop, his eyes filled with shock. He had not expected such an ending. Bai Mufeng wanted to resist, but he discovered that he had already exhausted all his essence on the whirlwind sword chop. He did not have any strength left. Bang! With a punch, Bai Mufeng's aged body floated into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Pussy-eye! Pussy-eye! The rapidly descending sword chi struck Bai Mufeng's body like rain. Soon thousands of holes appeared on his body, leaving behind countless bloody holes. When Bai Mufeng landed, he was completely dead. A strong wind blew. The spectators could not accept this fact. Bai Mufeng was actually killed by the shattered sword chi that he sent out. Damn! He is still alive. Yun Ping endured the intense pain as he looked at Xiao Qian, who was still standing, his heart filled with hatred. Xia Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were astonished at Xiao Qian's strength. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yongyu's expression remained calm. He looked at the bleeding and injured Xiao Qian, who was panting. He said, "Tell Tuobaliyun to prepare to fight. Don't give this fellow any time to vent. I do not want him to lose. I just want him to die." The strength that Xiao Qian displayed made Gao Yongyu not hold much hope of defeating Xiao Qian in one go. Bai Mufeng originally did not have much lifespan left. He was already very satisfied that he could reduce Xiao Qian to such a miserable state. When the other old men in the room saw Gao Yongyu's cold expression, they all felt a slight chill. Unexpectedly, Gao Yongyu did not lament the death of one of his subordinates. Such cold-bloodedness made everyone tremble in fear. Dida! Dida! Blood dripped from Xiao Qian's wounds onto the ground. Pain spread throughout his entire body. It was hard to imagine that a martial king could send out 10 layers of whirlwind sword chops. Even with Xiao Qian's essence, he would not be able to sustain the exhaustion of this move. Only an old monster like Bai Mufeng, who had lived for more than 150 years, could do this. Unfortunately, Bai Mufeng had not expected Xiao Qian to have the blue dragon's chi. That was the power of a half-step martial monarch's full power strike. This was also a trump card that Xiao Qian would not use unless he had no other choice. Once he used it, he would be able to break any killing move under half-step martial monarch. Even so, Xiao Qian found the injuries somewhat unbearable. Although the external injuries looked horrifying, they were small matters. It was just some pain. After enduring it for a while, it would pass. With Xiao Qian's mental state, it would not affect his combat. Chapter 449. The more serious ones were internal injuries. Every time he destroyed that round of sword slashes, the intense shockwave would shake his internal organs. After accumulating so many times, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had suffered considerable damage. If he continued to fight, his injuries would worsen. Chi-chi. Right at this moment, clumps of red light invisible to the naked eye floated out from Bai Muron's corpse. The amount of red light was actually about the same as the high-ranked blood demons that Xiao Qian had killed in the past. Moreover, it was much less baleful, and did not have as many negative emotions as the demon dwellers. In an instant it made Xiao Qian's entire body feel a lot more comfortable. Buzz buzz buzz. The scarlet throne in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness started to surge. Xiao Qian felt the energy he expended recovering continuously. Inside the throne, the pool of blood was also growing in circles. Xiao Qian cut off the pleasure and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He suddenly felt much more relaxed. Xiao! A heavy sound rang out. It was the second challenger. Xiao Qian's eyes had already recovered their clarity. When he looked up, he saw that it was Tuobaliyun, who had defeated Pei Xiaoxian. Tuobaliyun removed his mace, and the black wolf tattoo on his body slowly spread out. He said sullenly, "Sorry, I do not like to take advantage of others. However, this is a wrestling ring. To you there is no such thing as fairness." Xiao Qian said indifferently, "There is no need to say anything more. Ever since I entered the wrestling ring, I have never thought of true fairness." Hu Qi. Xiao Qian activated the blood flame shoes and moved as fast as lightning. Tiger and dragon roars came from his fists as he took the initiative to attack. The other party's black wolf tattoo was a little strange. Xiao Chun did not want to give the other party too much time. He wanted to stop the black wolf tattoo from spreading. Bang! Tuobalun calmly swung his spiked mace to receive Xiao Chun's fist. The fist and the spiked mace clashed violently. With a loud bang, a ripple immediately spread in the air. Xiao Chun used the rebound force from the mace and flipped in the air. The fist wind howled as it punched at Tuobalun's head. Tuobalun reacted very quickly. He took a step back and swung his mace at Xiao Chun again. Bang bang bang. Using the rebound force from the mace, Xiao Chun moved up and down. His fist winds were like lightning as he continuously attacked Tuobalun with the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Tuobalun's black wolf tattoo was forced to stop spreading. He could only continue to face his enemies. He increased his strength a few times. Tuobalun wanted to swing his staff at Xiao Chun so that his black wolf tattoo would appear. However, Tuobalun was blocked by Xiao Chun. Why is this fellow so strong? Tuobalun could not take down Xiao Chun after attacking for a long time. Slowly he started to feel frustrated. Tuobalun was a barbarian warrior, and that black wolf was the totem of his tribe. If he could not summon it, his strength would be halved. Tuobalun knew that Xiao Chun was very strong. However, Tuobalun did not care much about it. After all, he was a barbarian warrior famous for his strength. However, when he clashed with Xiao Chun, he realized that his strength could not reach Xiao Chun at all. If not for the special material of his mace, he might have been suppressed by Xiao Chun. Boom! 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 The Great Dragon Tiger Fist worked with the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. Xiao Chun was like a soaring blue dragon. As Xiao Chun moved up and down, he forced Tuobalun to retreat continuously, forcing him to retreat continuously. This cannot continue. This fellow does not seem to be injured at all. I have to knock him back in one strike and summon out my totem. Wolf Fang break. Tuobalun shouted and brandished his mace. A black wolf appeared looking very solid. It carried a vicious aura as it swung at Xiao Chun. The black wolf's strange eyes looked at Xiao Chun. It looked like a beast god, making one's heart tremble. This strange energy actually has a mental attack as well. Xiao Chun smiled faintly to himself. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. It is time to end this. Boom! Not intending to hide his strength, Xiao Chun merged his vital qi and essence. His strength immediately reached 400,000 kilograms of force. The surging energy in his fist wind could not help but explode. Bang! 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 The black wolf was instantly shattered by the explosive energy. It only managed to resist for a moment. Tuobalun laughed loudly and said, I did not expect you to be hiding your strength. Unfortunately, I am too late. In the short time that the black wolf blocked, the tattoo on Tuobalun's body had already spread out. The image of a black wolf slowly appeared behind Tuobalun. Too late? I don't think so. Xiao Chun shattered the black wolf. The instant Tuobalun summoned his totem, Xiao Chun placed his right hand on Tuobalun's chest. Pu-ci. The palm sword shot out and a bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in Tuobalun's chest. Blood leaked out of the corner of Tuobalun's mouth, and his eyes filled with shock. The image of the black wolf that was about to form behind Tuobalun slowly scattered. He had not expected that just as the situation was about to turn around, Xiao Chun would immediately end the battle. Bang! Xiao Chun sent out another palm strike. His vital qi and essence merged, and Tuobalun was knocked back by Xiao Chun. Tuobalun could no longer get up. The palm sword circled around and returned to Xiao Chun's palm once again. 48 wins in a row. Can he keep winning? When the many cultivators in the spectator stand saw Tuobalun lying on the ground, their emotions surged. This was Tuobalun, who had defeated even Pei Xiaoxian. Unexpectedly, Tuobalun lost to Xiao Chun. Furthermore, he did not even have the chance to use his totem. Pa! Gao Yongyu smacked the windowsill violently. His expression turned sullen again. After that, he calmed himself and said, Don't be afraid. I still have Mo Yan. He is someone that even Ding Fengqiu could not defeat. Right now, the only people Gao Yongyu could use were Mo Yan and Shifeng. The experts he hired had all been used up on Jiang Zimo and the others. If Gao Yongyu had known that Xiao Chun would be so difficult to deal with, he might have reconsidered his arrangements. When will Shifeng return? Gao Yongyu asked, feeling somewhat frustrated. As the main character of the wrestling ring, Shifeng could come and go as she pleased. Even Gao Yongyu could not control her. Shifeng could come and go as she pleased. She did not care about the wrestling ring at all. City Lord, Shifeng left 2 days ago. The earliest she will return is tomorrow. Gao Yongyu said angrily, "Bastard! To think I gave her such a high reward. She did not even give me face at such a crucial moment. If I let Xiao Chan continue winning, I will lose at least 1 million medial grade spirit stones." Back in the wrestling ring, Xiao Chan watched as Mo Yen summoned out the 3 shields and stopped moving. He smiled faintly and said, "Are you planning to use the tortoise tactic?" As the shield danced in the air, Mo Yen said indifferently, "Is it a good tactic to end your winning streak?" Xiao Chan withdrew his smile and stomped on the ground ferociously. Bang! A crack immediately appeared in the ground. A wave of chi blades flew rapidly towards Mo Yen as the crack extended. Mo Yen formed hand seals with both hands, and the 3 palm-sized shields quickly enlarged. Then he stomped on the ground as well. A formless energy spread out, and the crack stopped 3 meters in front of the shields. Dang! 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 Seeing that this move did not work, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and he quickly punched at Mo Yen. When the fist wind struck the shield, it gave off a loud sound. Xiao Chen's fist turned numb. However, Mo Yen, who was inside the shield, only turned slightly red. He was not affected at all. This shield should be a medial grade secret treasure. Furthermore, the other party should know some defensive techniques. Otherwise, he would not be so difficult to deal with. Xiao Chan used his pure vital qi to attack several hundred times. However, he could not take down Mo Yen for a long time, so he could only give up and continue using brute force. Mo Yen sneered from behind the shield. "Are you feeling pain in your hand? Come on, I won't fall before your own arm is crippled." Xiao Chan could not help but feel angry. This fellow is too noisy. He is just like a tortoise. No, he is even harder to deal with than a tortoise. When Ding Fengqiu saw this scene, he shook his head slightly. He had personally experienced the might of this shield. That defensive power could only be described as monstrous. Ding Fengqiu even suspected that even a half-step martial monarch would not be able to do anything to this fellow. 49 consecutive victories. As long as he wins one more, he will reach 50 consecutive victories. Is he going to end like this? The cultivators in the spectator stands who had placed some spirit stones on Xiao Chan thought in dissatisfaction as they looked at the clueless Xiao Chan. 3 palm-sized shields floated quietly beside Mo Yen. Mo Yen had a relaxed expression as he looked at Xiao Chan with some mockery. Why is he out of energy? Or is his hand really crippled? Xiao Chan closed his eyes and ignored the other party's words. He started to think of a countermeasure. Ding Fengqiu has the art of controlling swords and an even stronger state of massacre. Even so, he could not break this person's shield. This meant that those under half-step martial monarch would not be able to break this person's shield with pure offensive power. I have to think of another way. It would also be hard to break through with speed. That shield had the ability to automatically capture the enemy's movements. Unless one's speed was Mach 4, it would be useless. If one could not break through with speed or strength, this shield would be a headache for those under half-step martial monarch. It felt like there was no way to break through it. No wonder even someone as strong as Ding Fengqiu could only end up in a draw. I got it. After a while, Xiao Chan opened his eyes and his lips curled up in an arc. He finally thought of a countermeasure. If I cannot break it with speed or strength, can I block a physical attack? Can I block a mental attack? Right now, Xiao Chen's mental energy was very strong. It was as strong as a martial monarch's. Although Xiao Chen's attack methods were lacking and he needed a long time to prepare, it was not suitable to use in a proper battle. However, it was very suitable for someone like Mo Yen, who took the initiative to ask for peace. As long as the other party revealed an opening, Xiao Chan would be able to break through immediately. Without the protection of the shield, this guy was just a piece of trash. Suddenly, the mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness started to surge. After a while it formed a deity. Under Xiao Chen's control, it left the sea of consciousness and flew towards Mo Yen. Xiao Chan left the sea of consciousness and headed for Mo Yen, who was behind the shield. Qi. When the formless deity pierced through the shield, Xiao Chun was surprised to discover that the deity's glow weakened significantly. This shield actually had the effect of weakening mental energy. Chapter 450. Fortunately, it was only weakening and not blocking. Xiao Chun had achieved his goal. Mo Yin, who was inside the shield, looked at the helpless Xiao Chun. He felt very pleased with himself and was about to say a few mocking words when he suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. However, he suddenly realized that the scene in front of him had suddenly changed. On the barren land, a deity with supreme majesty stood in mid-air. What's going on? Wasn't I in Wrestling City? How did I end up here? Mo Yin thought to himself as he looked around blankly. Oh no, this is an illusion. Mo Yin reacted quickly. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and felt a wave of pain. Then the illusion before him slowly disappeared. However, when Mo Yin recovered his senses, he discovered that Xiao Chun had already entered the shield at some point in time. Now Xiao Chun was standing less than half a meter in front of him. How did you get in? Mo Yin exclaimed in horror. However, after Mo Yin finished speaking, he suddenly understood what was going on. Mo Yin must have lost control of the shield when he was distracted, allowing Xiao Chun to take advantage of it. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chun used his fist to answer Mo Yin's question. He sent out an unending stream of fist winds, causing Mo Yin to howl in pain. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I have a turtle shield? Now I am beating you. Mo Yin did not even have a chance to dodge in the narrow space. After he was beaten half to death, Xiao Chun finally stopped. When the spectators saw this, they felt it was strange. They did not know how Xiao Chun managed to find a loophole in the seemingly flawless shield a moment ago. However, after a while, the spectators realized that Xiao Chun had won. He had already obtained 49 consecutive victories. The spectators immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. After defeating 3 of the opponents that Gao Yongyu arranged, Xiao Chun's next opponents were more normal. They were no longer ridiculously strong. Xiao Chun continued to use his vital qi to fight. He felt that the firmament body tempering art was about to reach great perfection. As long as he did not encounter a situation that he could not handle, he would not merge his essence in vital qi. Xiao Chun would not merge his essence in vital qi. As he fought battle after battle, Xiao Chun's consecutive victories started to accumulate crazily. 50-51. 52. 53. Dong! War drums resounded endlessly. Dragons roared and tigers roared in the wrestling ring. Xiao Chun's aura flourished. Although it was still difficult for him to win, he managed to persevere and win. When Xiao Chun achieved his 60th consecutive victory, the entire wrestling ring erupted with excitement. Several of the cultivators who had voted for Xiao Chun stood up excitedly. 60 consecutive victories. This fellow really obtained 60 consecutive victories. He finally recouped some of his capital. Who could have thought that he would break the record of 60 consecutive victories? Yunping's Xiao Chun's expression became extremely complicated. They clenched their fists and bit their lips. Was it envy, jealousy, or shame? There was no way to describe what they were feeling now. He felt like he was envy or Xiao. Was Xiao. Chun was he and was Chen. And was Chen. Xiao Chun and he was. His entire body was filled with boundless energy. Every part of his body was a sharp weapon that could injure others. During the battle, Xiao Chun's understanding of vital qi reached a whole new level. He felt that he was already very close to great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. In fact, as long as Gao Yongyu interfered with the crowd and sent out cultivators to deal with them, Gao Yongyu would not be able to defeat them. If Jiang Zimo and the others fought normally, it would not be a problem for them to obtain consecutive victories. These geniuses cultivated the best cultivation techniques and martial techniques in the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, they had strong comprehension ability and talent. Xiao Chun had reached the peak in every aspect. He would find few opponents under half-step martial monarch. From the fact that Ding Fengqiu and the others could continue winning after their consecutive victories, it was clear that they were not geniuses on the same level as Yunping and the others. As long as they could break through Gao Yongyu's sniping, they would be able to continue their winning streak. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, Jiang Zimo and the others' winning streaks ended. Ding Fengqiu looked at Xiao Chun, whose robes were stained with blood and his body riddled with wounds. He felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. This fellow is always so unremarkable. He is neither hot nor cold. However, when he explodes out in the end, he startles everyone. Xiao Chun won every match with great difficulty. There were no highlights at all. It gave the impression that he would not be able to last until the next day. When Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Pei Xiaoxian, and Mu Xinya's winning streaks all ended because of Gao Yongyu's sniping, only Xiao Chun persisted. Only he had persisted all the way. Just like in the past, he had won miserably and painstakingly, but he had truly won 60 matches in a row. He didn't use any flashy moves, nor did he use any threatening postures. He was just like that, ordinary and indifferent as he continued to win his way through the battles. Xiao Rou's final eruption exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Rou smiled happily and said, "Senior sister, Xiao Chun has obtained 60 consecutive victories. Let's see if those people still dare to say anything." Xia Xian looked at Xiao Chun and sighed softly. Unexpectedly, after everyone lost, he is the only one with the last laugh. Boom! Boom! When Xiao Chun fought his final opponent of the day, he opened another 3 acupoints on his left arm. 3 streams of azure-colored dragon qi filled his arms, and all the bones and joints in his body started to crackle loudly. All the muscles in his body pulsed, and his blood surged. The most primitive vital qi that came from his bones continuously filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, I broke through in the middle of a fight. I have reached great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Xiao Chun clenched his fists and felt all the energy in his body gather together. Not only did Xiao Chun open 3 acupoints, but his strength also increased from 255,000 kilograms of force to 600,000 kilograms of force. When his opponent saw that Xiao Chun was in a daze, he rejoiced in his heart. He sent out an unparalleled saber light at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Break for me." Xiao Chun clenched his right fist and punched at the sky. There were 2 bang sounds. That dense saber light shattered, and the fist wind exploded. Xiao Chun unleashed a total of 600,000 kilograms of force, forming a whirlwind in the air. He pulled his opponent into the air and spun him around. Defeat. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and punched with both fists. A tiger and a dragon appeared. The roars of the tiger and the dragon resounded throughout the entire arena. The energy of the tiger and dragon struck the bladesman, who was pulled into the air by Xiao Chen's vital qi, and sent him flying back more than a kilometer. After obtaining the final victory, Xiao Chun obtained his 64th consecutive victory. He was now the only gladiator with a winning streak. When Xiao Chun felt the cheers of the entire arena and the gasps of the crowd, he remained calm. He did not have many fluctuations just like before. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chun return victorious, he felt a pang in his heart. He took out boxes of spirit stones while trembling slightly. After 64 consecutive victories, Xiao Chun would be able to obtain close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the madness of his consecutive victories finally revealed itself. Even a regular half-step martial monarch would not have such a large sum of medial-grade spirit stones. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chun store the spirit stones into the medial-grade universe ring, he did not congratulate Xiao Chun like he usually did. The gray-robed old man felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. He had not expected this youth to go so far. Close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones was just a small sum. The gray-robed old man was very clear on Xiao Chen's 60 consecutive victories. Gao Yongyu, the banker of the betting area, had lost at least 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. Gao Yongyu probably felt like chopping Xiao Chen into pieces. Congratulations! Jiang Zimo and the others said with a smile as they walked over to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled gently and politely cupped his hands in thanks to everyone. As for those envious gazes, he chose to ignore them. If Xiao Chun had not mercilessly crippled Yun Ping, there might still be some discordant voices in the crowd. Unfortunately, these people already knew of Xiao Chun. Under his indifferent appearance, there was a sharp aura. It was not that Xiao Chun did not have a temper or strength. It was just that he could not be bothered with them normally. Furthermore, with Yun Ping's fate before them, who would dare to seek trouble for themselves? They only glanced at Xiao Chun with envy before quickly withdrawing their gazes. Inside the tall tower, Gao Yongyu was not as berserk as everyone expected. Instead, his expression was so calm that it was scary. The atmosphere in the room was very stifling. When the subordinates at the two sides saw the expressionless Gao Yongyu sitting in the middle, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that in the wrestling ring that just ended, Gao Yongyu had lost 4 million medial-grade spirit stones. Originally, he had only bet 1 million medial-grade spirit stones on Xiao Chun. However, someone suddenly increased it to 1 million, doubling Gao Yongyu's losses for no reason. If Xiao Chun continued to win tomorrow and achieved his 70 consecutive victories, the payout would double again, reaching 4 times. Then, his losses would reach 800 medial-grade spirit stones. Gao Yongyu had only earned 20 million medial-grade spirit stones. After deducting the various costs and bribing his subordinates, he had only earned a few million medial-grade spirit stones. He had only obtained a few million gold coins. If Xiao Chun continued to win, he would really go bankrupt, and his reputation would be tarnished. After a while, Gao Yongyu tapped the table with his finger a few times. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Why are you all not saying anything? Are you just sitting there waiting for death?" The group of old men exchanged glances, not daring to say anything. Gao Yongyu snorted coldly. Then he turned to the nearest old man on his left and asked, "Are you sure Feng will return tomorrow?" The old man broke out in a cold sweat. He said in a trembling voice, "It is hard to say. She said that she would return tomorrow. However, if she really does not return, there is nothing we can do about her." When Gao Yongyu heard this, his face sank slightly. A strange light flickered in his eyes as though he was making a decision. If Feng arrived tomorrow, all she had to do was end Xiao Chun's winning streak at 70 consecutive victories. Although she would suffer heavy losses, she would still be able to earn a few 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. However, if she came late and Xiao Chun reached 80 consecutive victories, she would suffer a great loss. She would have to cough up all the money she had earned over the past few years. This was the first time Gao Yongyu encountered such a situation since he took control of Wrestling City. The Ranka wrestling ring was held only once every 3 years. In the past wrestling rings, there had never been so many geniuses. At most, there would only be 2 or 3 people competing. Even so, everything was still within Gao Yongyu's control. He had successfully defeated all the other popular characters. Chapter 451. However, they did not expect that an inferior grade martial king, whom they did not pay much attention to, would slip through their net. They had failed to assassinate him multiple times. No, I cannot afford to lose. There is no chance of that happening. It was not easy for me to reach my current position. I have worked hard for most of my life. If I lose the vast resources of Wrestling City, I will never be able to advance to Martial Monarch. Gao Yongyu finally made up his mind. He said, "Tomorrow, put up a notice to activate the 100 victory rule. If we are going to play, let's play it big." The moment Gao Yongyu said this, the expressions of all the old men changed. They were clearly astonished. Once the 100 victory rule was activated, if Xiao Chun obtained 100 victories, then the people who bet on him would receive 32 times their bets. This was double the original 16 times. However, the requirements were stricter as well. If Xiao Chun did not obtain 100 victories, the people who bet on him would not receive a single cent. City Lord, isn't this a little too big? An old man asked, trembling with fear. Gao Yongyu said indifferently, "I am free to think about it. Most people cannot afford to play with the 100 victory rule. Once the 100 victory rule is activated, at least half of the people will stop playing early." Gao Yongyu was right. 60 consecutive victories had already allowed the people who bet on him to double their bets. The risk of a 100 victory rule was too great. Since the establishment of the wrestling ring, no one had heard of anyone obtaining 100 victories. Even in the Ranka wrestling ring, no one had ever obtained 100 victories. The highest record was 80 consecutive victories in the core island of the Northern Archipelago. After the 100 victory rule was activated, most people would calmly choose to stop while they were ahead. An old man said worriedly, "However, that extra 1 million medial grade spirit stones, it is clear that someone wants to make a wild gamble. He might not stop." Gao Yongyu smiled coldly and said, "It is best if he stops. If he does not, I will make him lose everything. Those who go against me will not have a good ending." The crowd thought about it carefully and felt that this was a good idea. As long as they could end the 100 victory rule, they would only lose 4 million medial grade spirit stones. However, if Gao Yongyu failed, the payout of 32 times was terrifying. Not only would Gao Yongyu be finished, but they would also be finished as well. Gao Yongyu's expression eased up as he said, "Don't overthink. Go out and do your things. Give Shifeng 2 days. How could she not return in time? You still don't believe in her strength." When everyone thought of Shifeng's horrifying strength, they calmed down, feeling that she would not fail. "Then we'll start to prepare for the publicity. I promise that before tomorrow's game starts, everyone will know about the winner's token. I'll leave first." After the old man finished speaking, he slowly left. Soon, only Gao Yongyu was left in the room. Seeing the final person disappear from his sight, Gao Yongyu's expression immediately turned grave. Killing intent filled his eyes. Under that terrifying aura, all the decorations in the room started to shake uncontrollably. Xiao Chun had spent most of his life in the ancient desolate land. Unexpectedly, an insignificant inferior-grade martial king forced him to take out the all-conquering medallion. When Gao Yongyu thought about Xiao Chun's mocking smile at him in the wrestling ring, he could not suppress his rage. If not for the Heavenly Extermination Union, Gao Yongyu would have broken the wrestling ring's rules and personally killed Xiao Chun. How hateful! Bang! 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 Gao Yongyu felt depressed as he smashed his palm on the table. The flower pots, water bottles, and wind curtains in the room all exploded. Early the next morning, Xiao Chun entered the spectator stands punctually. As usual, he went to his corner and started cultivating again. When fighting with vital qi, Xiao Chun's physical body cultivation improved rapidly. In a mere 4 days, he already reached great perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Now that he was at the pinnacle of perfection, he would be done with the cultivation of the 4th level, and he would be able to start on the 5th level. After this opportunity, it would be very difficult to encounter such a high-intensity battle in the future. Xiao Chun intended to use the remaining 2 days to make one final push to peak consummation of the 4th layer. Now that they saw Xiao Chun's actions, no one dared to say that Xiao Chun was making a last-minute effort. If they said that, it would be like slapping their own faces. Those who said that in the past all felt their faces turn red. As time ticked by, the duels in the dueling ring continued in full swing, accompanied by the rumbling drums. However, the spectators did not pay much attention to the wrestling ring. Occasionally, they would look at the spectator stands where the contestants were. Clearly, the matches in the wrestling ring no longer attracted the crowd's attention. Unexpectedly, Gao Yongyu took out the all-conquering medallion. This is the first time in the history of Wrestling City, right? However, achieving 100 victories is too difficult. In the entire ancient desolate land, I have never heard of anyone in the other wrestling cities in the surrounding islands obtaining 100 victories. Indeed, I have already withdrawn all my bets. I have already earned 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. I don't want to lose out on something small. Me too. Otherwise, if I fail to achieve 100 victories, I will lose everything. However, I still want to see how many consecutive victories this Xiao Chun can obtain. Perhaps it is not impossible for him to obtain 100 victories. The focus of everyone's discussion was on the all-conquering medallion that Gao Yongyu took out. Their gazes were on the spectator stands, waiting for Xiao Chun to make his next appearance. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was the last to make his appearance. They had been waiting for a long time. When the sun set again, a cultivator with sharp eyes shouted, "Xiao Chun is coming out." Everyone immediately looked over and raised their heads in anticipation. The great Qin nation's Xiao Chun seeks everyone's guidance. A familiar voice resounded throughout the wrestling ring once again. Then a war drum resounded, and the entire wrestling city erupted into an uproar. Using vital qi to fight his enemies, Xiao Chun used his vital qi to execute the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. After 3 days of practice, he had become more familiar with it. Furthermore, he discovered that when he used his vital qi to execute the fist technique, he could perfectly materialize the mysterious phenomenon of a dragon and tiger. Its might was much stronger than when he used his essence. The dragon and tiger roared as Xiao Chun tested out his many ideas in front of his opponents. After the consecutive battles, Xiao Chun's understanding of vital qi rose to new heights. This allowed Xiao Chun to benefit a lot. Xiao Chun did not view consecutive victories as important. To him, the most important thing in these 100 battles was cultivation. The rewards of consecutive victories were very tempting. However, he could not fight for the rewards. Instead, he fought for cultivation. Xiao Chun continuously improved himself through the battles. He had never forgotten that this was only the first round of selection for the ancient desolate tower. The second round of selection would be the truly intense battles. At that time, he would have to face peak experts like Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo. There were 5 or 6 people in his group. Xiao Chun did not dare say that he could defeat them all. If the other groups worked together, the situation would be even more dangerous. After all, there were only 20 slots for the ancient desolate tower. If Xiao Chun could not enter the next floor, it would be very difficult for him to obtain those 20 slots. Boom! 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 Dragon and tiger roars accompanied the rumbling of the war drums. Xiao Chun brought out his 300,000 kilograms of vital qi to the limits. His figure flickered, and when he landed on the ground, cracks would appear on the ground beneath his feet. The circulation of vital qi was much faster than that of essence. Furthermore, Xiao Chun attacked very quickly. This resulted in Xiao Chun's attacks being very sharp. After he could use his vital qi to execute the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Xiao Chun's fighting style was different from before. Xiao Chun's aura soared, suppressing his opponent. His strong physique gave him the capital to clash head-on. He won another 6 matches. Xiao Chun already has 70 consecutive victories. This fellow's strength seems to have improved significantly compared to the past 3 days. Did you all notice? He seems to be using this wrestling ring as a place to test something. A cultivator with good observation skills asked when he saw that Xiao Chun was no longer in a sorry state. Now that you mentioned it, I noticed it as well. I remember that the great Qin nation's Xiao Chun is a bladesman. He even has the title white-robed bladesman. Today there is a white robe. However, I do not see a saber. I noticed that he has been using his fists and legs. I thought I heard wrong. Could it be that he was in such a sorry state a few days ago just to test the results of his cultivation of his fists and legs? Then he succeeded after 3 days? After the first cultivator spoke, the discussion about Xiao Chun's sudden turnaround suddenly increased. If this was really the case, everyone found it inconceivable. These people had clearly seen the injuries that Xiao Chun suffered in the past few days. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chun had to endure such inhumane pain just to test out a certain aspect of his cultivation, and he had to hide his identity as a bladesman. In the end, an old man sighed softly. This youth is talented and has perseverance. He can endure torture. What's more, he has a calm state of mind. There have never been too many fluctuations because of the rewards for consecutive victories or difficult battles. In this budding age of geniuses, he will definitely be one of the most important characters on the stage. Xiao Chun's performance today had indeed surpassed many people's expectations. He had been in a sorry state for the past 4 days. It was rare for Xiao Chun to suppress his opponent and force him to retreat, holding the advantage from start to end. Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and the others exchanged glances. They all felt somewhat astonished in their hearts. At the top of the tall pagoda in the distance, a graceful girl wearing black leather armor had appeared beside a drummer at some point in time. She carried 2 short swords crossed on her back, and she wore a half-black mask, revealing only her face above the bridge of her nose. She looked very mysterious. The skin that was exposed outside the leather armor was very delicate. It was as white as snow and looked very delicate. The figure under the black leather armor was exquisite and very alluring. The black-armored girl looked at the 2 people fighting intensely in the distant wrestling ring. She looked at the white-robed youth with interest. Her deep eyes revealed a pensive expression. She muttered softly, "He is so strong just by relying on his vital qi. No wonder Gao Yongyu felt such a headache." Chapter 452. After Shifeng spoke, she gently floated down. Then, she somersaulted nimbly through a window and arrived at the place where Gao Yongyu and the old man were discussing. "Everyone, sorry I am late." When the old man in the room saw the girl who suddenly appeared, His face immediately lit up in joy. He said, "Shifeng, you finally made it back." Gao Yongyu looked at the girl, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He said coldly, "Do you know how much I lost when you left on your own?" Shifeng smiled faintly under the mask. "I know. A few million medial-grade spirit stones." Gao Yongyu snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget what your adoptive father promised me. He still has not returned the favor he owes me." When Shifeng heard this, her expression sank. She said, "What my adoptive father promised you was that he would do his best to help you once in the Ranka wrestling ring. However, he did not say when." Gao Yongyu raged in his heart. However, due to this girl's identity, he calmed himself down and said, "Very well, it's up to you. Just help me end him before he obtains 100 consecutive victories. After that, I will be even with your adoptive father." Back in the wrestling ring, after Xiao Chan dealt with his opponent with his final strike, the 5th day of the wrestling rings came to an end. Today's wrestling rings surprised everyone. Xiao Chan held the upper hand throughout the match. In the end, he obtained 18 consecutive victories. Xiao Chen's winning streak also reached a shocking 82 consecutive victories. The strength that Xiao Chan suddenly displayed caused several people to regret not persisting. If Xiao Chan really obtained 100 consecutive victories, after the victory token was activated, the payout would be 32 times. 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones would become 320,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When the gray-robed old man took out the spirit stones, his expression was no longer one of conflict. Instead, it was one of utter pain. He said with a smile that was uglier than crying, "Congratulations on obtaining 82 consecutive victories." 82 consecutive victories meant more than 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chan was already numb to this number. Originally, Xiao Chan only had slightly more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Now, he had accumulated more than 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When Ding Fengqiu, Zhang Zimo, and the others saw Xiao Chan slowly walk into the spectator stands, they were not surprised at Xiao Chen's consecutive victories. Without Gao Yongyu's sniping, both of them had obtained consecutive victories. It was completely reasonable for Xiao Chan to continue his winning streak. However, Xiao Chan sighed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan came to the wrestling ring to test his strength. Furthermore, he succeeded. The second round of selection would probably be even more difficult to deal with in the arena point battle. As for the others, they were not so lucky. Many of them found it difficult to even obtain a single victory today. In order to obtain 60 consecutive victories, they used all their skills. It was a starry night. As usual, Xiao Chan deliberated over the battle during the day. Over the past 4 days, he would drag his injured body back to the small courtyard. Today, Xiao Chan finally gained something. He could already use his vital qi to execute martial techniques, achieving the same effect as essence. If he had a fist technique that was on par with the Wukuei saber technique, Xiao Chan was confident that he could achieve the same might as the Wukuei saber technique with just his vital qi. Of course, this was assuming that the Wukuei saber technique did not have a state. Xiao Chan discovered that when he used his vital qi, he could not merge his state with his fist technique. As far as Xiao Chan knew, Bai Lishi did not have a state either. It would be very difficult for a physical body cultivator to use a state. This was also the next problem that Xiao Chan had to overcome. However, that was a problem for the future. The thing at hand was to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer, and strive to reach peak consummation the next day. On the last day of the Ranke wrestling ring, thousands of cultivators gathered outside the wrestling ring before it even started. Even though Gao Yongyu had doubled the price of the tickets, they were still sold out immediately. It was extremely popular. If Gao Yongyu could defeat Xiao Chan in this 100 victories, he would be able to earn a lot from the ticket sales alone. However, if he lost, no matter how many tickets he sold, it would not be enough to cover the losses. Unless he spent all his savings, someone else would take over the wrestling ring. Gao Yongyu looked at Shifeng, who was in the room, and said, "If you win, I will give you the appearance fee of 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones, not a single cent less." Shifeng said indifferently, "There is no need. Since I promised to make a move, I will definitely do my best." When Gao Yongyu heard this, he felt slightly more at ease. If Shifeng used her full power, even he would feel some fear. The doors of the wrestling ring opened, and the crowd that had been waiting for a long time immediately swarmed in, snatching their seats. Dong! 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 The war drums rang out, and the first-ranked Yun Ping went up first. His complexion was extremely weak and his chest ached. Xiao Chun had used at least half of his strength in that kick, further injuring Yun Ping. Without miraculous medicine, it would be difficult for Yun Ping to recover in a short period of time. If nothing unexpected happened, Yun Ping would lose 18 matches in a row. He would be eliminated in the first round of selections. Indeed, in just 3 matches, Yun Ping had used his essence carelessly, aggravating his injuries and forcing him to give up. However, the spectators did not pay any attention to Yun Ping's matches. They could not even be bothered to boo him. They just quietly left the wrestling ring. Some of the following contestants won and some lost. There were many interesting matches. The matches of Zhang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, and the others were as intense and extraordinary as before. They were very exciting and worth watching. However, they did not receive much attention. They were not much better than the matches of Yun Ping and the others. When Zhang Zimo returned to the spectator stands, he looked at Xiao Chun, who was still immersed in his cultivation. Then he sighed to himself. Today, even Zhang Zimo and Ding Fengqiu had become side characters. Now Xiao Chun was the only main character in this wrestling ring. Everyone was waiting for Xiao Chun to appear. They wanted to see if he could break the record, create history, and leave behind the legend of 100 victories. Time passed without stopping. The sun rose high in the sky, blazing hot. Then the sun set in the west and dusk approached. Several people started to get impatient from waiting. They started to feel anxious in their hearts. Some of them even cursed the gray-robed cultivator. Why did he move Xiao Chun from number 15 to 125 for no reason? Why did he make everyone wait for so long? No matter how much time passed, what would come would come. When dusk fell, the gray-robed old man finally said, "Number 125, quickly enter the wrestling ring." Xiao Chun stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He got up and floated gently. His figure flickered, and he landed in the wrestling ring. "The great Qin nation Xiao Chun, please give me your guidance." A familiar voice, familiar white robes, and familiar expression. Xiao Chun appeared in the wrestling ring once again. Roar! 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 The crowd, which had been silent for a long time, immediately erupted with Xiao Chun's appearance, suppressing the continuous drumming. Zhang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, and the others did not care about fame. However, when they saw the enthusiastic atmosphere around Xiao Chun's appearance, they felt some envy in their hearts. When they thought about how silent they were when they first appeared, they still felt some envy in their hearts. After all, the two of them did not think that Xiao Chun was stronger than them. Indeed, Xiao Chun had improved very quickly in the past 6 days. They had not stagnated either. However, their comprehension of combat was not as obvious as Xiao Chun's. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yongyu looked at Xiao Chun. His eyes looked like they were about to spew fire. He said coldly, "Heavenly tone drums." Right after Gao Yongyu spoke, someone immediately passed on Gao Yongyu's words. The war drums on the 4 towers immediately changed to the heavenly tone drums, which were high-ranked war drums made from flood dragon skin and dragon tendons. Boom! 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 The drumming stopped for a moment, and when it started again, everyone in the field could clearly feel the difference. Not only was the sound louder and more imposing, but it also contained a mental fluctuation that made everyone's qi and blood surge and filled their fighting spirit. Although the golden cauldron drum also had such an effect, it was clearly inferior to the current drum sound. When the drums in the 4 towers merged together, the crowd in the spectator stands actually felt an urge to enter the arena and fight. Their hearts unconsciously pounded along with the drum sound. This is the heavenly tone drum, the war drum that is only used in the rank S wrestling ring once every 10 years. Unexpectedly, Gao Yongyu used it on Xiao Chun. Gao Yongyu is really generous. The heavenly tone drum can make people want to fight involuntarily. During the fight, they will unconsciously bring out their full strength. It looks like Gao Yongyu put in a lot of effort to obtain 100 victories. 100 victories, 100 victories. I hope that Xiao Chun can create a miracle. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stand surged along with the drum sound. As they looked at Xiao Chun, they treated him like he was their own incarnation. After 5 minutes, no one in the spectator stands had challenged Xiao Chun yet. Now, challenging Xiao Chun would require more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Without a certain level of confidence and wealth, it would be very difficult for anyone to make up their minds. Not everyone could afford to lose such a large sum of spirit stones. After another 5 minutes, Xiao Chun's first opponent finally appeared. It was a middle-aged man over 40 years old. He held a sword in his hand and his footsteps were very steady. His eyes were like swords, and his sword intent seemed solid as it shot towards Xiao Chun. "I am Zhong Zisher. I am here to seek advice from you." Right after the middle-aged man spoke, the sword intent was already less than a meter in front of Xiao Chun. A strong wind blew, causing Xiao Chun's hair to flutter nonstop. When Xiao Chun felt this sharp sword intent, the qi in his heart automatically left his body and welcomed it. Bang! The sword intent and Xiao Chun's qi, which was about to condense into saber intent, clashed, giving off a melodious sound. It was like a real saber and sword colliding. The two forces dispersed with a loud bang, forming strands of cyclones in the sky, and ripples spread out from them. Who? The two moved at the same time. Before the qi whirlpool scattered, they executed all sorts of killing moves at each other. Dang! 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 Dragon roars and tiger roars resounded, accompanied by the hum of Zhong Zisher's sword. The intense battle started. Their figures flashed and their speed was extremely fast. Their fists and swords clashed. In an instant they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Surging sword qi flew everywhere and surging vital qi shot everywhere. As the two fought, the ground was soon filled with scars. Who? The two of them moved quickly in the arena, not giving way to each other. Everywhere in the sky and on the ground was a battlefield of the two of them. After 300 moves, there was an intense energy fluctuation in the air. Sword qi spread out and surrounded the two of them. A horrifying energy fluctuation exploded out. Chapter 453. It looked like hundreds of flowers were blooming in the air, creating ripples. Explosions rang out continuously in the air, causing space to ripple. No one could see the situation at the center. The crowd watched this scene anxiously. They knew that this was the deciding move of the two. They were eager to know who would emerge victorious. Someone is coming out. Everyone's gazes immediately turned to that direction. They saw a middle-aged man slowly descending from the sky with a long sword in his hand. It was Zhong Zisher. The crowd's hearts tightened. Could it be that Xiao Chun lost? Pussy eye. After Zhong Zisher landed, he staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. He stabbed his sword into the ground, doing his best to maintain his posture. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and continued to look up. After all the energy fluctuations scattered, they saw Xiao Chun floating in the air with an indifferent expression. Xiao Chun's gaze was calm. There was only a faint sword wound on his left arm, leaving traces of blood. Clearly, he was only lightly injured. Pussy eye. I admit defeat. Zhong Zisher, who was on the ground, vomited another mouthful of blood. He finally gave up and left the arena. Xiao Chun slowly landed on the ground. He ignored the commotion of the outside world. His spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell and eliminated the interference from the heavenly tone drum. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for his second opponent. The first opponent of the day had nearly caused Xiao Chun to suffer a great loss. The spectators did not see the decisive move in the air. They only felt the surging energy fluctuations but did not know how dangerous it was. If Xiao Chun had not activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes, it would not have been as simple as a minor injury. His entire arm might have been chopped off. No, I cannot drag out the following matches. After the 100th match, Gao Yongyu will definitely make a move. Since he dared to activate the all-around victory medallion, he must be completely confident. I have to ensure that I am strong enough to deal with the final match. I should not exhaust too much essence and vital qi. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and looked at his second opponent. His previously calm gaze turned extremely sharp. Xiao Chun had already decided to finish the next 16 matches within 50 matches. He would merge his essence with his vital qi, even if he had to use the 2 strands of dragon qi in his arms. As long as Xiao Qian did not expose his identity as a bladesman, it would be fine. He needed to ensure that he had sufficient essence, vital qi, and mental fortitude to face the final, most difficult battle. Fight! The heavenly tone drum rang out, and Xiao Qian took the initiative to make an unprecedented move. After the firmament body tempering art reached great perfection, his pure physical strength was already 350,000 tons of force. When vital qi and essence merged, it could reach a terrifying 400,000 kilograms. With a punch, a dragon roared and a tiger roared. A strong wind howled. After fighting like this, Xiao Qian finally revealed all of his strength aside from being a bladesman. Every battle ended within 50 moves, and if he discovered the opponent's obvious weakness, he would end the battle within 20 moves. By the time the 17 battles were over, the sky had turned completely dark. It wasn't because the battles had dragged on for too long. Instead, after every battle, someone would have to wait for a long time before someone made up their mind to challenge them. The closer it was to the end, the longer they had to wait. Thus, the matches lasted more than twice as long as usual. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a surging pillar of fire soared up from the surrounding pagodas, illuminating the dark wrestling ring slightly. The drummers beside the pillar of fire beat the heavenly tone drum rhythmically, not letting out a single sound from the start to the end. Xiao Qian had obtained 99 consecutive victories. Surprisingly, the spectators outside did not make any noise. They were very quiet. Great waves surged in the spectators' hearts. Who could have imagined that the miserable cultivator that no one thought highly of back then would make it this far, obtaining 99 consecutive victories? As long as Xiao Qian won one more match, he would be able to create a new record. Everyone tacitly stopped talking. Some of them could not bear to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb the white-robed youth in the wrestling ring, who was no more than 20 years old. Amidst the deathly silence, a nimble figure slowly floated down to the center of the field under the illumination of the fiery light. This person wore tight-fitting black leather armor, exposing her fair skin. Coupled with her devilish figure, she looked very alluring. However, when people raised their heads to look at the person's face, they discovered that the person was wearing a black mask that covered half of his face. Shifeng. A melodious voice uttered these two simple words, but they caused a huge commotion in the spectator stands. The previous record holder of 60 consecutive victories, Shifeng. Why is she here? I remember that 3 years ago, after she obtained 60 consecutive victories, she mysteriously withdrew from the competition. Otherwise, she might have been the first person to break the record. No wonder Gao Yongyu dared to activate the all-in-one victory medallion. 3 years ago, Shifeng already obtained 100 consecutive victories. Now that 3 years have passed, her strength must have undergone a qualitative change. Interesting. The contestant with 60 consecutive victories from the previous 5-nation youth competition against the current Xiao Qian. This can be considered a true battle between the peak. In the somewhat dark spectator stands, the expressions of the crowd became very excited. 3 years ago, Shifeng's appearance had been startling. She had left a deep impression on everyone. At that time, many people thought that she would break the record of 60 consecutive victories. Who knew, after she obtained 60 consecutive victories, she would mysteriously vanish. Only now did she reappear. Unexpectedly, she had become a challenger, trying to stop Xiao Qian's 100 consecutive victories. Victory and defeat were now filled with endless suspense. As Xiao Qian looked at the girl before him, he shifted his gaze to the 2 crossed short swords on her back. Based on the scabbards, the short swords were about 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. This was the first time Xiao Qian saw a cultivator using 2 short swords. Furthermore, the other party's aura was extremely strange. With one glance, Xiao Qian could not make out Shifeng's cultivation, what cultivation realm she was at. It was like she was shrouded in a fog that could even block spiritual sense from probing her. This was the first time Xiao Qian had seen such a situation with someone of the same generation. Normally, only martial monarchs could cause a situation that Xiao Qian could not see through. Dong! 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 The heavy sound of war drums rang out. The heavenly tone war drum, which could make one's blood surge and fill one with fighting spirit, lost its effect before these two. Xiao Qian's expression did not change. His gaze was as calm as still water, calm and peaceful. Under the mask, Shi Feng's expression was unfathomable. However, her eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake, incomparably calm. Fierce flames swayed in the cool breeze from the tall pagodas in the surroundings. When the flames shone on the two's faces, they flickered. Xiao. For a moment, the surrounding wind suddenly stopped flowing, and the flickering flame also stopped swaying. It was like the two had agreed on this beforehand. Their figures flashed at the same time, and after a while they started fighting. Kase. Shi Feng drew the two 3-meter-long swords on her back. The blades were cold and gleaming with a bone-piercing chill. Shi Feng held the two short swords and spun them around. She moved around Xiao Qian, moving up and down like a leaf in the wind. As she moved around, hundreds of afterimages appeared. The sword lights on the afterimages were dazzling. They looked both real and fake at the same time, making them hard to grasp. Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly. He quickly swept his gaze through the countless figures, trying to find Shi Feng's true body. However, when Xiao Qian scanned the afterimages with his spiritual sense, he found that every afterimage seemed to be shrouded in a black fog. There was no way to find the other party's true body. Since Xiao Qian could not find her, then he might as well break them all. Xiao Qian shouted, and a dragon and a tiger mysterious phenomenon quickly appeared around him. Boom! 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 Xiao Qian's hands danced around, bringing his attacking speed to its limits. Countless fist images filled the sky. Every time a fist wind appeared, the air would be filled with countless fists. Every fist wind was accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, causing Xiao Qian's aura to soar. Kasie! Kasu! Xiao Qian shattered the afterimages into pieces. Hu Qi! The shattered afterimages turned into a powerful gust of wind that wreaked havoc in the area. They formed a terrifying storm that roared continuously. When Xiao Qian saw the final afterimage, he revealed a faint smile. He merged his vital qi and essence and punched. However, to Xiao Qian's surprise, the final afterimage shattered and turned into countless air currents that scattered with the wind. Oh no! Xiao Qian's expression suddenly changed. His intuition told him to punch to his right. Bang! The fist wind exploded, and Shi Feng appeared in front of him from nowhere. A sword light flickered on her short sword as she ruthlessly hacked at Xiao Qian's fist wind. A strange expression flashed in Shi Feng's eyes. She found it strange that Xiao Qian managed to guess where she would appear. However, his hands did not stop moving at all. The short sword in Shi Feng's left hand spun around and gripped tightly. Then it gave off a sharp, cold light as it chopped down at Xiao Qian. The sword light struck Xiao Qian's right fist, forcing him to move back. When he saw the other short sword chopping down, he quickly tilted his body to the side. Hu Qi! When Shi Feng's left hand missed, she swung her right hand out. The short sword immediately gave off a cold light as it swept at Xiao Qian's face. Shi Feng's movements were very smooth, not pausing at all. Shi Feng's attack speed was actually not slower than Xiao Qian's. Furthermore, the angle of attack was even more crafty. Xiao Qian did not have time to catch his breath. He quickly tilted his head back. The short sword stuck close to his face and quickly flashed by, chopping off a few strands of Xiao Qian's hair. Qi! Qi! Shi Feng pressed forward with every step. Every strike was aimed at Xiao Qian's vital points. Her two swords danced around quickly, suppressing Xiao Qian so much that he did not even have a chance to catch his breath. When the spectators saw the two of them fighting in close combat, their hearts leaped. At this moment, if Xiao Qian made even the slightest mistake, he would immediately die. Shi Feng is indeed Shi Feng. Almost no one in the same cultivation realm can break her dual sword style. She is much stronger than she was 3 years ago. Indeed, it was the same 3 years ago. Any cultivator that she managed to get close to could only last 50 moves at most before being defeated. Every sword strike is a killing move. Every sword strike is extremely dangerous. If one cannot dodge it, they will immediately die. One can imagine how much mental pressure the person fighting her must be under. Xiao Qian is in danger. It looks like 100 consecutive victories is something that I can only hope for. Fortunately, I took away the wager in advance. Otherwise, I would have nothing left. When the spectators saw Xiao Qian dodging every step of the way, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh. In the end, it was too difficult to achieve 100 consecutive victories. Chapter 454. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere as Shifeng's two swords buzzed. Sword lights flew out like ribbons, creating ripples in the air. I cannot continue like this. I cannot adapt to her rhythm, Xiaochan thought to himself. The speed at which Shifeng swung her two swords did not follow any pattern at all. She did not move at a uniform speed, nor did she increase her tempo. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Furthermore, there were real moves and fake moves. The changes were unpredictable and could not be dodged using common sense. There were several times when Xiaochan nearly made an error in judgment. The sword lights nearly struck his vital points. Fortunately, he dodged in advance and only left a few wounds in unimportant areas. Forget it, I can't continue to be entangled with him like this. In such close combat, he can completely restrain me. Blood Flame Shoe's secret technique activate. With a thought from Xiaochan, the patterns on the black blood flame shoes slowly lit up. The two black-winged blood flame eagles quickly spread out. Xiu! In an instant, Xiaochan's speed reached Mach 4 as he flew back a kilometer. When Shifeng saw Xiaochan suddenly leave, she was mildly startled. However, when she saw the boots on his feet, she was slightly startled. She immediately understood that this secret technique was a one-time use item. She withdrew her feet and the short sword in her right hand spun quickly. Profound wind chop! Xiaochan shouted, and the spinning short sword flew out of his hand. It turned into a storm of sword chi and surged towards Xiaochan, who had just landed. Xiaochan was astonished as he said, Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques. Profound wind chop. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary profound wind chop. It was a modified version of the profound wind chop, turning it into a storm of swords. Its might was even stronger than the original version. Shifeng switched the short sword in her left hand to her right hand. She did not pause for even a moment as she followed the incredibly sharp storm of swords. Who? A cool breeze blew for no reason. Shifeng, who was holding the short sword, vanished into thin air, as though she had melted into the cool breeze. Xiaochan's expression changed. He was very familiar with this move. It was the great perfection clear wind chop. What exactly was this Shifeng's identity? How did he learn Qingyun Peak's secret technique? What was a secret technique? It was a strong martial technique that could only be taught privately. An ordinary person, even a core disciple, would not be able to learn Qingyun Peak's secret techniques. While he was slightly absent-minded, the mystic wind chop was already right in front of him. He didn't have any time to think. Crossing his arms, Xiaochan's feet were firmly planted on the ground, as steady as Mount Tai. His aura continued to accumulate. This was his strongest defensive counterattack technique. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Bang! The mysterious wind chop, which emitted a violent gust of qi, collided in front of Xiaochan, giving off an earth-shattering sound. A horrifying wave of qi swept out in all directions. After the shockwave passed, apart from where Xiaochan was standing, the surrounding ground had been shaved off a foot deep, as if it had been washed away by the waves. Xiaochan's white robes were tattered by the sword qi, and his skin was covered in wounds. However, fortunately, they were not fatal and the wounds were not deep. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Xiaochan said sullenly, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Dragon hissing tiger roars. When Xiaochan punched, a deafening dragon roar and a tiger roar tore through the mountains and rivers. At this moment, the strong energy that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon had accumulated was unleashed 100-fold, surging forth. Bang! Shifeng, who was hidden in the cool breeze, felt surprised at how Xiaochan figured out her position. However, she did not hesitate to charge forward. A berserk energy exploded from the sword and fist. When the two of them clashed head-on, they were actually evenly matched. Neither of them moved back. Shifeng waved her left hand, and the other short sword floating in the air started spinning rapidly. Unexpectedly, it formed another profound wind chop in a short instant. Damn it! Xiaochan cursed in his heart. This was the crucial moment when the two of them competed in strength. He did not expect Shifeng to be able to split her attention and execute another profound wind chop. Left without a choice, Xiaochan could only break off the clash and quickly retreat. However, it was too late. Although the profound wind chop only had a small portion of its previous might, It had the advantage of being fast and sudden. It crashed into the retreating Xiao Chun. Bang! 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 Even though Xiao Chun had a strong physical body, he was still knocked back. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air, and his complexion paled. Shi Feng looked at Xiao Chen, who was like a broken kite, on the verge of falling. Shi Feng stretched out her hand and called back her other short sword. She muttered, "A strong physical body and surging vital qi. However, your close combat techniques are very lame. If this is all you have, you can die already." In the end, his close combat techniques were still lacking. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in the air. However, it was not a big deal. Xiao Chun had finally established a solid foundation for his close combat techniques in the past few days of intense battles. In the future, all he had to do was obtain a high-ranked close combat martial technique. His close combat prowess would undergo a qualitative change. Xiao Chun wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand from the universe ring. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he muttered, "In the end, I can only use the saber in my hand to end this battle." Hu Qi. Xiao Chun somersaulted in the air and landed firmly on the ground. In the darkness of the night, he held the lunar shadow saber and slowly walked towards Shi Feng in his white robes. He really is a bladesman. It looks like the rumors are true. How surprising. He was only using the battles a few days ago to practice his close combat techniques. Does that mean that his true strength is as a bladesman? Several people in the spectator stands exclaimed in astonishment when they saw the white-robed youth holding the lunar shadow saber stand up again. It was hard to imagine that in this rank wrestling ring, Xiao Chun had used the aspect that he was not good at to obtain 99 consecutive victories. Even if Xiao Chun lost today, his name as the white-robed bladesman would spread throughout the entire southern islands in the future. A bladesman who only used his close combat techniques obtained a streak of 99 consecutive victories. From a certain point of view, this was already a miracle. Shi Feng frowned slightly. She had not expected Xiao Chen's physical body to be so strong. Even after enduring a small profound wind chop, he still had such a strong aura. What was even more unexpected was that Xiao Chun was a bladesman. His close combat techniques and physical body were just to support his strength. Xiao Chun stopped and looked at the mysterious masked girl in front of him. He said, "The 9 secrets of Qingyun Peak are never taught to outsiders. Who exactly are you?" Shi Feng said indifferently, "I don't know what you are talking about. All you need to know is that I am the one who defeated you." Right after Shi Feng spoke, her figure flashed and a cool breeze blew. The killing qi on Shi Feng's body immediately vanished, and she slowly hid herself in the cool breeze. Clear wind chop, I seem to know it as well. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he immediately split into 9. 9 cool breezes appeared in the wrestling ring at the same time. Xiao Chen's killing qi also vanished without a trace. The expression of Shi Feng, who was hidden in the cool breeze, immediately changed. She finally understood how Xiao Chen could find her. It turned out that he knew the clear wind chop as well. Furthermore, he had merged it with his cloning technique. His attainments were not much lower than hers. The 9 figures headed for a certain spot in the air at the same time. Boom! Suddenly 9 claps of thunder roared in the sky. It was Xiao Chen's 9 clones drawing their sabers at the same time. Shi Feng revealed herself. Her expression was not clear under the mask. She swung both her swords at the same time, and a crescent blood moon appeared at the tip of her sword. Bang! Bang! The clones were struck by the blood moon and immediately scattered, vanishing. Peerless lunar shadow. Unexpectedly, it is one of Qingyun Peak's 9 secret techniques. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was even more familiar with this peerless lunar shadow than the clear wind chop. After merging the remaining clones, Xiao Chen sent out 2 saber strikes. The saber light of the state of thunder was very dazzling in the night sky. Break. Just as the 2 blood moons were about to merge, they scattered with a loud bang, causing them to be unable to form a complete full moon. When Shi Feng saw the 2 crescent moons scatter, her expression under the mask was astonished. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chen understood the peerless lunar shadow so well. Could it be that he knows all of my killing moves like the back of his hand? That does not matter. As long as I get close, I can rely on my dual sword style to obtain victory. Shi Feng's gaze turned resolute again. Her figure flashed, and she charged at Xiao Chun again. Ding! 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 Now that Xiao Chun had a saber in his hand, how could he make the same mistake as before and give her a chance to get close? Xiao Chun sent out a screen of sabers flickering with electric light. He relied on his speed, which was no weaker than Shi Feng's, and his exquisite saber techniques to keep his opponent at a distance of 2 meters, preventing her from getting close. The Xiao Chun who used his fists and legs and the saber were simply two different people. The more Shi Feng fought, the more horrified she became. Although Xiao Chun's fists and legs looked strong to her, they were second-rate at best. In close combat they posed no threat to her. However, the moment Xiao Chun switched to a saber, he became a completely different person. He used all sorts of exquisite saber techniques together with the steps of his saber techniques. He was so proficient that there were no openings or weaknesses. No matter how hard Shi Feng tried, she could not break through his screen of sabers. She was kept at a distance of 2 meters. Xiao Chun brought out the essence of 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger to its limits, preventing her from bringing out the advantage of her short sword. Xiu! Xiu! After exchanging more than 100 moves, Shi Feng still could not get close to Xiao Chun. Her figure flashed, and she used the same method she used to get close to Xiao Chun. As Shi Feng swung her saber up and down, she created many indistinguishable figures. However, her true figure remained hidden. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "After using the same move twice, will it still work?" A purple light flickered under Xiao Chun's feet, and a purple flower bud appeared. It wrapped around Xiao Chun, allowing the sword lights that filled the sky to chop down on the flower bud. The color of the flower bud's eyes deepened. More flower petals appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Chun, who was in the flower bud, quickly formed hand seals with his left hand. Wukuei flower blooms. Xiao Chun shouted, and the flower bud immediately opened. A surging lightning-attributed energy surged out and scattered the figures surrounding the flower bud. Purple flower petals immediately danced in the wrestling ring under the night sky. It looked very beautiful. Dang! Xiao Chun casually waved his hand behind him. Then he turned around and used his saber to knock back Shi Feng, who tried to sneak attack him from behind. Xiao Chun could sense Shi Feng, who was hiding in the cool breeze, even faster. To him there was nowhere to hide. Chapter 455. It is time for me to attack. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He executed Wukuei shakes the heavens. A purple Wukuei tree as large as a mountain pressed down on Shi Feng with the might of 1,000 troops. Shi Feng's two swords spun quickly and formed two profound wind chops. She merged them into one and quickly welcomed the attack. Bang! Thunder rumbled. Xiao Chun's divine Wukuei tree shattered the storm formed by the swords. Xiao Chun pierced through the shock wave and brandished his saber, chasing after the retreating Shi Feng. As the petals fell, Xiao Chun's speed increased again. In an instant he caught up to the retreating Shi Feng. Dang! 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 Xiao Chun brandished his saber continuously. Electric light flickered as Xiao Chun suppressed Shi Feng, forcing her to retreat continuously. Shi Feng brandished her two swords. However, she felt very depressed in her heart. Her killing moves, Clear Wind Chop, Peerless Lunar Shadow and Profound Wind Chop, seemed to be very familiar with them. They posed no threat to her at all. It was like after she recovered her identity as a bladesman, Xiao Chun completely suppressed her. Boom! 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 Every time Xiao Chun swung his saber, thunder roared incessantly. The electric light on the saber was transmitted to Shi Feng's arm, making her feel numb. Under Xiao Chun's suppression, the other party's state of wind was able to bring out its full potential. Defeat! Suddenly, Xiao Chun's sword lit up alternately. Two beams of purple and red light merged with the state of massacre and state of thunder. The sudden appearance of the state of massacre stunned Shi Feng. While she was distracted, Xiao Chun used his saber to knock away the short sword in her left hand. Stepping forward, Xiao Chun used his saber to knock away the second short sword in Shi Feng's right hand. Xiao Chun quickly dodged. As his opponent retreated, he placed his saber on Shi Feng's neck. You lost. Was he defeated? When Shi Feng, who was under the mask, heard Xiao Chun's calm words, she still felt some disbelief. However, when she saw the flickering electric saber on her neck, she had no choice but to accept this reality. Damn it, if you didn't understand my killer move so well, I wouldn't have lost to you. If she could successfully execute Peerless Lunar Shadow, she was 70% confident that she could turn the tide of the battle in one move. However, before the mysterious phenomenon truly formed, Xiao Chun found an opening and directly scattered the killing move. Xiao Chun said calmly, "You're taking it for granted. You can leave. For the sake of the 9 secrets of Qingyun, I won't hurt you." Gotcha. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and walked calmly towards the gray-robed old man. There, he would obtain the final reward for his 100 victories, 3 million medial-grade spirit stones. Deep into the night, the lanterns flickered. There was not much noise in the vast wrestling ring. When the 20,000-odd cultivators in the spectator stand saw the white-robed youth holding a 1-meter-long saber, they were speechless for a long time. Originally, they thought that when they obtained 100 victories, they would be extremely excited. However, when they saw the miracle, they all calmed down. The shock they felt was over. In the 6 days of wrestling rings, this youth had brought too much shock to the crowd. Now they could only sigh to themselves. The era of the youth had truly arrived. This youth seems to be no more than 20 years old. Such strength and mental state. It puts us to shame. A martial king old man sighed softly. His tone was somewhat desolate. Cultivators all had a desire to improve themselves. They desired to reach the peak. When they were young, who did not dream of becoming famous and shaking the world? The stories of their ancestors were passed down from generation to generation. Who did not have such fantasies when they were young? Why did they enter the martial Tao? Aside from being superior to others, it was probably to find their dreams. However, as they grew older, they gave up on their dreams. Perhaps they were restricted by the mundane affairs of the mortal world, unable to extricate themselves. Perhaps they were content with enjoying themselves, delaying their cultivation. Perhaps they had evil thoughts and walked the wrong path. The distance from the peak of the martial Tao became increasingly distant. Now this was the budding era of the Age of Geniuses. The most glorious stage for cultivators had already been set up. However, they were no longer players. They could not even play a supporting role. They could only be silent spectators. When these people saw Xiao Qin's calm and indifferent expression after his victory, they sighed in their hearts. He did not look any different from before. Not to mention his strength, just his mentality alone was far inferior to theirs. In this Age of Geniuses, this person would definitely be one of the most important characters. Let's go. It is time to disperse. There is nothing left for us to do. We have already withdrawn our bets. Victory or defeat no longer has anything to do with us. Everyone shook their heads. In this vast night, they all had somewhat disappointed expressions. However, in an unremarkable corner of the spectator stands, Bai Lishi laughed loudly. His laughter was very strange and unimaginable. Bai Lishi was rather famous in the southern islands. Many people recognized him. One of them asked doubtfully, "Bai Lishi, what are you laughing at?" "His victory has nothing to do with you." Bai Lishi slammed his palm heavily on the armrest of his chair. He glared at that person and said, "This lord wants to laugh. It is none of your business. Are you not convinced?" Crazy, that person cursed in his heart. He ignored Bai Lishi and walked out of the arena. When Bai Lishi saw Xiao Chun in the arena, he stood up. He could not stop laughing. If one looked carefully, they would discover that Bai Lishi's huge axe, which never left his side, was nowhere to be seen. His fingers were empty. There was not a single spatial ring. His feet were even more exaggerated. He was not even wearing shoes. After a while, Bai Lishi stopped laughing. When he felt the pain in his butt, he said, "You did not kick this lord's butt for nothing. It was worth it." After Xiao Chun kicked him out, Bai Lishi rested for one night. Then he made a crazy decision. Not only did he pawn his medial-grade secret treasure, but he also pawned the secret treasures that he obtained from Xiao Chun and the heaven-ranked body-tempering secret manual. He also pawned some of the natural treasures that he had collected over the past few decades. Including his own wealth, he had a total of 600,000 medial-grade spirit stones. That was not enough. Then, he went to some of his close friends and borrowed from them. Eventually, he managed to gather a total of 1 million medial-grade spirit stones, and bet them all on Xiao Chan. When the all-victory medallion was activated and everyone started to draw their bets, Bai Lishi did not hesitate at all. He continued to bet decisively. Based on his intuition, Bai Lishi was certain that Xiao Chan was someone with great luck. He would not lose. Indeed, he had made the right bet. Now Xiao Chan had obtained 100 victories. If one asked who the biggest winner was, it would definitely be Bai Lishi. With a 32-fold multiplier, 1 million medial grade spirit stones became 32 million. Even though Xiao Chan worked himself to the bone, the total reward for all his consecutive victories was only 4 million medial grade spirit stones. It was not even a fraction of Bai Lishi's. I have to keep a low profile first. I cannot let others know that I took these 30 million medial grade spirit stones, Bai Lishi muttered to himself as he nodded. Bai Lishi nodded and muttered to himself. Then he followed the crowd out barefooted, doing his best not to laugh. This caused Bai Lishi's expression to be extremely strange. His originally unsightly face became even more conflicted. Everyone could not help but look at him. Some people rejoiced while others were sad. In the tall tower, when Gao Yongyu saw Shifeng leave, all his hopes turned to dust. He looked like he had aged 10 years. Gao Yongyu knew that he had nothing left. He no longer had any power or status. More importantly, he no longer had any hope of advancing to martial monarch. In the ancient desolate land, all the wrestling cities in the various islands were under the jurisdiction of the Desolate Cities Wrestling City. After causing such a huge loss, Gao Yongyu would definitely lose his city lord position. Who was the master behind the Desolate Cities Wrestling City? Gao Yongyu was very clear on this. If he ran away with the money, there would be no place for him to hide even at the ends of the world. Gao Yongyu's gaze moved back and forth between Shifeng and Xiao Chan. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chan. He could not afford to offend Shifeng's adoptive father. However, it was different for Xiao Chan. Without the backing of a powerful clan, killing Xiao Chan was not a big deal. Since you made me lose everything, I will not let you have an easy time. Those who oppose me, Gao Yongyu, will not have a good ending. Gao Yongyu's gaze turned cold as he thought to himself. He hated that he could not go down now and personally skin Xiao Chan alive. However, Xiao Chan had already passed the first round of selections. If he killed him now, it would be a slap in the face of the Heavenly Extermination Union. Furthermore, Gao Yongyu was the most suspicious. If he left any clues, the Heavenly Extermination Union would make an example out of him. He could only wait for an opportunity. This is your 3 million medial grade spirit stones. Count them. The gray-robed old man said in a trembling voice as he watched Xiao Chan return victorious. Xiao Chan scanned them with his spiritual sense. After he verified that there were no mistakes, he placed the boxes of medial grade spirit stones into his universe ring. Up in the spectator stands, all the outstanding talents revealed envious expressions. 3 million medial grade spirit stones. Even a regular martial monarch would find it difficult to take out such a large sum. To these outstanding talents, even if they had the backing of a large sect and did not lack medicinal pills, secret manuals or cultivation techniques, they would not be able to obtain so many medial grade spirit stones. Jiang Zima walked over and smiled at Xiao Chan. He said, "Congratulations, Brother Xiao. 100 consecutive victories and 3 million medial grade spirit stones. In less than half a week, your name will spread throughout the entire southern islands." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "It is just an empty reputation. This is just the beginning. If I cannot obtain the 20 spots to enter the ancient desolate tower, everything will be for naught." Indeed, the ancient desolate tower was very important to cultivators. It was not something that could be compared to spirit stones. This was only the first round of selections. No matter how outstanding his results were, if he could not obtain one of the 20 spots, it would be meaningless. Mu Xinya said softly, "It's good that you understand. After all, fighting in the wrestling ring is just exchanging blows with regular cultivators. In the arena battles, you will have to fight against people with talent, aptitude, cultivation techniques, martial techniques, secret treasures, and combat experience that are not inferior to yours. The nature of the two is completely different. Furthermore, there might be some people who gave up on consecutive victories to hide their trump cards. You cannot underestimate these people." Xiao Chun looked at Mushinya and smiled. Like you. Mushinya smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. She said, work hard. I look forward to entering the ancient desolate tower with you. I will take my leave first. After the two of them left, Xiaxian and Xiaoro walked over. Xiaoro had only obtained 50 consecutive victories and was eliminated in the first round of selections. Chapter 456. Xiaoro did not seem dispirited. One did not need to win in the wrestling ring to gain a harvest. After the many battles, her combat experience had improved significantly. To Xiaoro this was a harvest as well. Xiaxian first congratulated Xiao Chun. Then she reminded him, be careful for the next few days. I noticed a few people looking at you with hostile gazes. Thank you, I will take note of that. Xiao Chun understood what she meant. 3 million medial-grade spirit stones was sufficient for many people to take the risk. 3 days later, all the cultivators who obtained 60 victories received a notice. They gathered at Li Xiuzhu's residence once again. There were originally 200 people in the hall. Now only 60-odd people remained. The first round eliminated 2/3 of the people. Those who were eliminated were not necessarily weak. Even if they were placed in a different place, they would still be outstanding talents with a bright future. However, in this era there would always be someone stronger than the strong. If they did not have any fortuitous encounters in the future, these people would only end up as second-rate geniuses. The 60-odd outstanding talents in the hall excitedly waited for Li Xiuzhu's arrival. They chatted with each other in soft voices. The next stop was the famous Desolate City. It was one of the 2 great cities of the Tianwu continent, the city that connected the 4 great empires. 10,000 years ago, that dynasty had even named the entire continent. Even now, that name had not changed. Several people were like Xiao Chun. They had never been to Desolate City before. They were very curious about this mysterious city. Dong! 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 Li Xiuzhu led his 4 assistants in through the back door. Then, he swept his gaze across everyone's faces. Li Xiuzhu's gaze lingered on Xiao Chun's face for 2 seconds. Then, he snorted coldly before looking away. Originally, Li Xiuzhu thought that with Gao Yangyu's help, Xiao Chun would be eliminated in the first round. He would let everyone know that anyone who offended Li Xiuzhu would not have a good time. However, who knew not only did Xiao Chun not get eliminated, but he even miraculously obtained 100 consecutive victories. He even attracted the attention of the upper echelon of the Heavenly Extermination Union. When Xiao Chun felt Li Xiuzhu's gaze, he remained expressionless and ignored him. Gao Yangyu's actions of making things difficult for Xiao Chun was definitely related to this person. Li Xiuzhu collected his thoughts and said indifferently, I will not speak any more nonsense. Follow me to Desolate City first. After we arrive, someone will inform you of the start of the second round of selections. Follow me. After going out, Li Xiuzhu led his 4 deputies and soared into the sky. Everyone quickly followed behind them. Li Xiuzhu and the others did not increase their speed. If they traveled at full speed, given their strength as a half-step martial monarch, they would be able to shake them off in an instant. Hoo-hoo! The wind blew past them. The outstanding talents from all over the world continued to fly in the air. Although martial kings could fly in the air, staying in the air consumed a lot of essence. Most martial kings would not choose to fly unless there was something special. This was because, after a long time, no matter how much essence they had, they would not be able to withstand the drain. Only when one became a martial monarch could one truly learn to fly in the air. At that time, one would only need a small amount of essence to fly for a long time. After 4 hours, the group had already flown a long distance away from Longyang Island. Many of the cultivators following behind were starting to feel a little tired. They quickly took out medicinal pills to recover essence and swallowed them. Otherwise, if they could not hold on and fell down, it would be embarrassing. Xiao Chun executed the gravity spell and followed behind unhurriedly. He seemed to be at ease. The fact that the gravitational spell consumed little energy was evident here. After flying for another hour, a black warship appeared before everyone's eyes. This warship was more than 200 meters long and dozens of meters wide. On the side of the ship, there was a black flag, fluttering in the wind and making loud noises. A few old men stood on the deck, looking at Xiao Chun's group with interest. We have arrived. Let's go up. Li Xiuzhu took the lead and leaped onto the deck. The various outstanding talents heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not flying directly to Desolate City. Otherwise, they would have exhausted themselves to death. They quickly followed. Old Man Li, you are a little slow. I have already waited for an hour. Who in your group obtained 100 victories? Call him out for me to see. An old man with a profound cultivation and extraordinary aura asked Li Xiuzhu curiously after sizing up the group. Li Xiuzhu said reluctantly, Xiaochan, come out for a while. This is Old Lu, one of the judges for the second round of selection. Xiaochan leaped over the crowd and performed a cupped fist salute. Xiaochan greets Senior Lu. As Xiaochan spoke, he sized up the old man before him. Like Li Xiuzhu, this person was also a half-step martial monarch. However, for some reason, this old man gave Xiaochan the feeling that he was stronger than Li Xiuzhu. When the spectators saw that Xiaochan was already speaking to the chief referee before the second round of selections began, they could not help but reveal an envious expression. Old Lu carefully sized up Xiaochan. Then, he revealed an astonished expression. He said, You are really only an inferior grade martial king. This is unbelievable. You do not seem to belong to a sect, right? Are you interested in joining the Blood Wolf Gang? Our Blood Wolf Gang is a peak faction in the ancient desolate land. We are no weaker than the peak sects of the other nations. Xiaochan felt embarrassed. He had never met such a direct person before, inviting him to join the sect on their first meeting. The Blood Wolf Gang. When Xiaochan first met Xiaxian, she had mentioned it before. At that time, the Blood Wolf Gang was fighting with the remnants of the Dark Church. Xiaochan did not know if there was a result yet. The Blood Wolf Gang was indeed very strong in the ancient desolate land. They were much stronger than the Holy Fire Manor. If Xiaochan joined the Blood Wolf Gang, even if the Holy Fire Manor's Manor Lord made a move, he would not dare to do anything to Xiaochan. However, Xiaochan had no intention of joining another sect. If he had such thoughts, he would have accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect's supreme elder back at Qianren Island. No matter how strong the Blood Wolf Gang was, there was still a large gap between them and the Haotian sect. However, Li Xiuzhu felt somewhat nervous. If Xiaochan joined the Blood Wolf Gang, it would be very difficult to deal with him in the ancient desolate land. Xiaochan rejected politely. I'm sorry, this junior has no intention of joining a sect for now. Many thanks for Old Lu's kind intentions. Old Lu smiled and said, There is no rush, there is no rush. I will wait for you to make your decision. The warship quickly flew towards Desolate City. It was several times faster than the crowd. Xiaochan stood on the deck and looked at the scenery in front of him in boredom. Haha. Xiaochan, you are really in high demand. The moment we meet, there are people fighting to recruit you. Melodious laughter came from behind him. When Xiaochan turned his head back, he saw Xiaxian walking over. Xiao Rou, who had been following Xiaxian, had not obtained 60 victories. She could only take a warship or a flying spirit beast to Desolate City. Xiaochan smiled gently and said, In that case, are you here to represent the Thousand Sword Pavilion to invite me to join? Xiaxian said straightforwardly, Sure. As long as you change to learning the sword, I will immediately recommend you. I guarantee that you will be a core disciple in the inner sect. Xiaochan smiled faintly and did not reply. He knew that the other party was just joking. Don't think that I am joking. I am serious. As long as you change to learning the sword, I will immediately recommend you. Seeing Xiaxian's serious expression, Xiaochan asked softly, Why? Xiaxian nodded and said, I believe that after you left the Great Qin Nation, you must have received invitations from some sections. Have you thought about why? When Xiaochan heard this, he was slightly stunned. He said, I have definitely thought about it. I do not belong to any sect. My talent is passable. Aside from this, could there be other reasons? Of course. Xiaxian explained, the most important reason is that in the next 5-nation youth competition, if you can obtain a high ranking, you will be able to obtain an invisible amount of luck. This kind of luck will bring many unexpected benefits to the sect you are in. That is to say, they think that you have a chance of obtaining a high ranking which will bring luck to their sect. Xiaochan frowned slightly. Although he believed in the existence of luck, He did not understand the concept of obtaining luck from a competition. Luck, something as elusive as comprehension, can be obtained this way? Xiaoxian nodded and said, "There is nothing to be confused about. This is already confirmed. The secret lies in the wind cloud arena of the competition grounds. I heard that it is a mysterious place that can connect to the upper realm." Xiaochen entered deep thought. Given this, I have to go to the 5-nation youth competition. From a certain point of view, what makes a cultivator successful is not talent, aptitude, or comprehension. Instead, it is the elusive and boundless luck. The black warship continued to fly at 4 times the speed of sound amidst the clouds. After 4 hours, the silhouette of a city appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a city built on water. It was boundlessly vast and majestic. The city walls were tall and thick, looking very ancient. It looked ancient and heavy. 6 ancient demonic energy cannons were erected on top of the city walls every 10 meters. When one counted carefully, there were at least 3,000 ancient demonic energy cannons on the city walls that were more than 2,000 meters long. There were also countless holes of various sizes in the city walls. Unexpectedly, there were also ancient demonic energy cannons at the bottom of these holes. In total, there were at least 10,000 ancient demonic energy cannons. With 10,000 ancient demonic energy cannons firing at the same time, even a peak martial monarch would fall on the spot. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. The 18 city gates in front were open. Countless ships entered and exited the main city gates in an orderly manner. Rows of soldiers floated on the water in front of the city gates. They moved about like they were on flat ground, maintaining order at the city gates. The black warship slowly descended, but it did not fly over the city walls. Xiao Chun looked around and discovered that there were merchant ships and flying beasts in the surroundings. They all descended towards the water as well. It looked like this desolate city did not allow any warship or spirit beast to fly over him. Pa! The warship landed on the surface of the heavenly extermination lake and splashed on both sides. Then, it slowly headed for the main city gate. Chapter 457. When the surrounding ships and cultivators riding on spirit beasts saw the banners on the warships, they all gave way. The guards in front of the city gate also glanced at the people on the bow of the ship and ignored them. They did not even need to pay the entrance tax. They were allowed to pass without any obstruction. After passing through the tunnel under the city walls, the view before the crowd suddenly widened. Countless people moved about on the streets on both sides of the river. There were cultivators from the various nations and fiend race cultivators. There were many of them, so many that they could not be counted. It was very bustling. The surrounding buildings all looked very grand. They still maintained the characteristics of the Tianwu dynasty, making them feel like they had traveled to 10,000 years ago. Is this desolate city? On the deck, outstanding talents from all over the world sighed in their hearts. The other cultivators, including Xiao Chan, also looked around curiously. Just at this moment, a huge warship several stories tall appeared before everyone's eyes. This could no longer be described as a warship. It was simply a moving castle on the water. There were 3 golden banners on the bow of the warship. The words "Treasured Moon Pavilion" were written on the banners in bold strokes. Xiaoxian, who was beside Xiao Chan, said, "This is the Treasured Moon Pavilion, the largest auction house in Desolate City. They hold a large-scale auction every month." Xiao Chun was surprised. He asked, "You've been to Desolate City before?" Xiaoxian nodded and said, "I've been here a few times. The Treasured Moon Pavilion has many good things. There will definitely be plenty of martial arts manuals that you are looking for." Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He asked, "How did you know that I was looking for martial arts manuals?" Xiao Chen's martial arts were actually not weak. His medial grade earth-ranked fist technique was sufficient for him to deal with most cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, he was slightly inferior to the geniuses of the same generation. Among the same generation at his cultivation realm, which one of them did not learn superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques or even peak superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques? Xiaoxian smiled and said, "Everyone can tell that if your martial arts improved and combined it with your physical body, you might be able to fight on equal footing with Shifeng without even drawing your saber." Xiao Chun felt relieved. Xiaoxian had watched so many of his matches. It was not strange for her to be suspicious of him. It's a pity that the treasured moon tower only holds a large-scale auction once every 6 months. Only then will there be real top-notch treasures. If you are in urgent need of fist and leg-related martial techniques, you can go to the ancient desolate underground market to take a look. There are all sorts of people there. You might be able to find something good there. Xia Xian did not stop talking. She introduced many things to Xiao Qian. The matters of Desolate City were an eye-opener for Xiao Qian. Rivers crisscrossed the desolate city. The black warship followed the river, and after making several turns, it stopped at a bank. Li Xiuzhu came out of the ship's hold and led the group ashore. 1 hour later, he led the group to a plaza. A statue several hundred meters tall stood on a tall platform in the center of the plaza. The statue held a sword and pointed it at the sky. This was the Tianwu Emperor, who founded the Tianwu dynasty. This statue had stood there for an unknown period of time. A simple and vast aura came from the statue, spreading throughout the entire plaza. When the group walked in the middle, they could feel a strange solemnity. Around the statue were 10 or so sturdy arenas arranged neatly. There were already many people gathered at the feet of the statue. An assistant beside Li Xiuzhu introduced. The second round of arena battles will be held in the Tianwu Plaza. The exact date has not been decided yet. However, you can rest assured. I know that you have fought many battles and will need to recuperate. It will not be held anytime soon. When the group heard this, they relaxed slightly. They had fought 100 battles in 6 days. Furthermore, they were all high-intensity battles. Without sufficient time to rest, it would be difficult for them to return to their peak state. The people gathered at the feet of the statue were divided into 3 groups. If there were no surprises, they should be the outstanding talents of the other 3 islands that had passed the first round of selection. Xiao Qian swept his gaze through the 3 groups of people. He revealed a slightly astonished expression. Duanmuqing Ji Chongkong, Chu Chaoyun, Mu Changxue and Hua Yunfei were all here as well. Unexpectedly, these 5 people were all medial-grade martial kings. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Qian did not care about it. If Xiao Qian had not cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and consumed a large number of natural treasures when he made his breakthrough, resulting in such a large number of cultivators, he would not be surprised. Now that Xiao Qian was a superior-grade martial king, there should not be any surprises. Furthermore, cultivation was never the only factor in combat prowess. Unless there was a difference in cultivation realm, for example, if Xiao Qian faced a half-step martial monarch, even the weakest half-step martial monarch would not be a match for him. Seeing Xiao Qian and the others arrive, the participants of the other islands looked over as well. I heard that someone obtained 100 consecutive victories on Longyang Island. I wonder who it is. He is not simple. The beast-taming abode Suemo is so strong. However, he only obtained 70 consecutive victories on the northern islands before ending in a draw. One of the 3 great experts of the Myriad Fiend Palace, Chu Mu, only obtained 60 consecutive victories. Unexpectedly, this person obtained 100 consecutive victories. He is not simple. The crowd started discussing in soft voices. They were all curious about this person who obtained 100 consecutive victories. Hua Yunfei looked around and his expression suddenly changed. He said to Mu Changshu and Ji Chongkong, "Look over there. Who is it?" The few of them quickly looked over and discovered Xiao Qian in white robes. He stood calmly in the crowd. Ji Chongkong clenched his fists tightly, cracking his knuckles. His gaze turned sinister as he said coldly, "Good, you came at the right time. I will repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you gave me back then." Mu Chengshua's expression was unsightly as well. When he sensed Xiao Qian's cultivation, he felt it was strange. He said, "He seems to be only an inferior-grade martial king, right? How did he get invited to participate in the ancient desolate towers competition?" Hua Yunfei mocked. "He probably got in because of his connections. Coincidentally, we can show him his true colors in the arena battles." Half a year ago, in the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Qian had defeated all the major powers of the Great Qin nation by himself, becoming famous in one fell swoop. To these people who had been regarded as the proud sons of heaven in the Great Qin nation since they were young, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. The most important thing was that even before this, Xiao Qian had been a minor character that they could kill with a casual pinch of their fingers. However, 1 year later he swept through everyone. With such a huge difference, no one would be willing to accept it. On the contrary, Duanmuking's gaze was very calm. There were not many fluctuations in it. It was as she said. The battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had resolved the grudge between her and Xiao Chan. If she kept thinking about it, it would only cause her mental state to become even more unstable. As for Chu Chaoyun, he did not hear the conversation of the crowd at all. He was staring at the Tianwu Emperor's statue, his expression changing unpredictably. Xiao. Just at this moment, a few old men descended from the tall platform. They were wearing the same clothes as Li Xiuzhu, but there were 2 more golden lines on their collars. Clearly, they were of a higher rank. The leader of the group swept his gaze around, and a formless might spread out. The entire place immediately fell silent. The second round of selection will be held 10 days from now. I hope everyone will gather here at that time. If you fail to show up, you will be considered to have given up. Following that, the old man gave a simple explanation of the rules of the arena battles. Within 2 days, everyone would have to fight 30 matches. There would be 15 matches in a day. The victor would receive 2 points, the loser would lose 2 points, and a draw would result in 1 point. The opponents would be determined randomly by drawing lots. After the arena battles ended, the top 20 people would obtain the qualifications to enter the ancient desolate tower. After the old man finished speaking, he did not say anything more. Everyone returned to the ancient desolate tower and began their final push in the remaining 10 days. In 10 days, Xiao Chan should be able to reach great perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. He should be able to open the remaining 4 acupoints on his left arm. In terms of pure strength, he should be able to reach 400,000 kilograms of force. If he combined it with his vital qi, he should have no difficulty reaching 500,000 kilograms of force. If he could obtain a superior grade earth rank fist technique or a peak superior grade earth rank fist technique, he would definitely be able to enter the top 20. Xiao Chan thought to himself as he headed out of the plaza. Xiao Chan, wait up. Just at this moment, Xiaxian's voice came from behind him. Xiaxian said softly, "You should not have a place to stay in Desolate City, right? My 1,000-sword pavilion has a special branch in Desolate City. Would you like to stay there? I guarantee that you will be able to cultivate in peace." After Xiaxian spoke, she looked at Xiao Chan in anticipation. She hoped that he would agree. The strength that Xiao Chan had displayed was sufficient for him to enter the top 50 of the 5-nation youth competition. Xiao Chan was someone who could definitely obtain luck. It was just a matter of how much. Such a person was worth roping in for Xiaxian. Furthermore, Xiaxian was now an inheritor of the 1,000-sword pavilion. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be the next sect leader of the 1,000-sword pavilion. If Xiaxian established a good relationship with Xiao Chan now, when Xiao Chen grew up, he would be a great help to the 1,000-sword pavilion. Even without considering his strength, Xiao Chen's character suited Xiaxian's taste. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and collected. He was not the kind of person who would betray his friends. No matter how Xiaxian looked at it, such a person was worth befriending. Xiao Chan smiled gently and rejected. "Many thanks for your kind intentions. I am used to being alone." Xiaxian felt somewhat disappointed. She said, "Very well. If you run into any trouble, you can come to the 1,000-sword pavilion to look for me at any time." After Xiaxian spoke, she gave Xiao Chan the address of the 1,000-sword pavilion branch in detail. Xiao Chan nodded in agreement and thanked the other party again. He knew that this was a promise. Xiao Chan was indeed in some trouble now. He had not been in the ancient desolate land for long. Although he could use the 2 medallions to deal with it, that was a last resort. It was best not to use it. After Xiao Chan took his leave, he found a restaurant to eat. Then he asked the waiter about a courtyard he could rent. Before the sky turned dark, Xiao Chan found a courtyard that he was satisfied with. The price was 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones a day. Xiao Chan practiced some fist techniques in the courtyard and practiced the Wukuei saber technique. Finally, he took out 2 medial grade spirit stones and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The vast essence in the spirit stones quickly poured into Xiao Chen's body. After a great cycle, it turned into a pure essence liquid and dripped into the Qi whirlpool. Chapter 458. After 2 hours, the 2 medial-grade spirit stones were completely drained. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. He felt somewhat helpless. After the purple thunder divine incantation reached the 6th layer, the amount of essence exhausted was simply too shocking. The 2 medial-grade spirit stones had only turned into 10-odd drops of essence liquid. It looks like there is still some time before I can advance to medial-grade Martial King. There is still some time before the bottle is full. Xiao Chun sighed softly and entered the room. He lit an oil lamp and sat at the table to read Bai Lishi's cultivation notes. Bai Lishi was indeed a genius at cultivating the physical body. The experiences in there were very useful to Xiao Chun. In the last battle, Xiao Chun had used pure vital qi. His cultivation of the firmament body tempering art had improved by leaps and bounds. The most important thing was that his comprehension of vital qi had increased significantly. This proved that what Bai Lishi said was right. Xiao Chun estimated that Bai Lishi's vital qi should have reached 1,000,000 vital qi now. Breaking a mountain with one punch would be child's play. Hence, Xiao Chun had to continue studying these cultivation notes. This would allow him to avoid taking unnecessary detours and waste time. Deep into the night, Xiao Chun did not know how much time had passed. The flickering oil lamp in the room started to shake violently as if it would go out at any moment. Xiao Chun looked out the window and sent out his spiritual sense. After a while, he withdrew it and put down the notes in his hand. Xiao Chun blew out the oil lamp and said indifferently, 3,000,000 medial-grade spirit stones will indeed attract some flies that do not care about their lives. 3 cultivators with withdrawn killing qi stood under a tree outside Xiao Chun's courtyard. Xiao Chun was very familiar with 2 of them. The person on the far right was the one who wanted to drag Xiao Chun and Xiaoxian down with him. He was the second disciple of the Lamenting Valley's Valley Master, Mu Nan. The person at the side was Yun Ping, who had been mocking Xiao Chun and getting crippled by Xiao Chun in the first round. These 2 had a grudge with Xiao Chun. It was not surprising that they were working together. However, the other person wore black clothes and a black scarf that covered his face, revealing only his eyes, making him look quite mysterious. Mu Nan said somewhat worriedly, "Will we offend the Heavenly Extermination Union by doing this? He is someone who obtained 100 victories." A sinister look flashed in Yun Ping's eyes. He laughed coldly and said, "It's not like I'm killing him. I'm just cutting off one of his arms. What is there to be afraid of?" The black-clothed man nodded and said, "That's right. A genius that has lost an arm is trash. Would the Heavenly Extermination Union care about trash? As I said earlier, the 2 of you will split the 3,000,000 medial grade spirit stones equally. I only want the other things." When Mu Nan heard 3,000,000 medial grade spirit stones, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. His last bit of worry completely vanished. He said fiercely, "I'll do it. Back then, this brat nearly caused me to get killed by a demonic beast. It is time to collect some interest from him." The 3 of them reached a consensus. Without another word, they quietly leaped over the wall of the courtyard. Just as they were about to rush into Xiao Chen's bedroom, suddenly, they discovered Xiao Chun standing quietly under a small tree in the courtyard. He was not surprised at their arrival. "I've been waiting for a long time. Kasie." Xiao Chun ignored the stunned expressions on Yun Ping and the others' faces. He instantly drew his saber, and a bright electric light shone on the 3's eyes. The 3 of them were astonished. Originally, they were prepared to catch Xiao Chun off guard. Who knew that Xiao Chun would take the initiative? Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, Clear Wind Chop. Xiao Chun's figure flashed, and he turned into 9 figures. 9 cool breezes blew in the courtyard, warming everyone's hearts. Retreat. When the 3 sensed that none of the figures had any killing qi and that strange cool breeze, they did not think too much. They drew their weapons and quickly retreated. "You think you can retreat?" Xiao Chun focused his gaze on Yun Ping. He snorted coldly and activated the blood flame shoes. Then he flew at Mach 3. 5. Dang! 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 Yun Ping knew that he could not retreat, so he did not bother. A determined look flashed on his face as he brandished his sword to its limits, blocking the attacks of the 9 clones from different directions. However, Xiao Chen's attack used the cool wind chop. One could only see the cool breeze and not the saber, making it hard to predict. There was no killing qi at all. Yun Ping could only rely on his senses to block. Soon, wounds of various sizes appeared on his body, and blood immediately flowed out. When Xiao Chan saw Mu Nan and the black-clothed man rushing over from the corner of his eyes, Xiao Chan stopped fighting them. The 9 figures merged back together. Xiao Chan moved back quickly, leaving behind afterimages in the air. He did not want to get surrounded by the other 3. In just one exchange, Xiao Chan had inflicted significant injuries on Yun Ping. The 3 could not help but feel afraid. "I'll hold him back, and the 2 of you wait for an opportunity to attack?" the black-clothed man said sullenly with a grave and stern gaze. "Kill." Right after the black-clothed man spoke, he brandished his sword. Strands of pale white flame soared up from the sword, making it look very sinister in the dark night. "Seems like an extreme flame. In that case, I will use a pure yang lightning attributed flame to completely suppress you." With a thought from Xiao Chan, the flickering electric light on his saber suddenly ignited, turning into strands of purple flame. Bang! The saber and sword clashed. The purple flame and the cold, pale white flame exploded in the dark night. The light flickered, making the dark night look like it was daytime. Yin and yang, 2 opposing attributes. When they clashed, the destructive power generated was very shocking. The air turned scorching hot. The chill of the night was dispelled without a trace. Yun Ping and Mu Nan took advantage of this opportunity to charge over. Xiao Chun did not panic. He dodged Mu Nan's attack in a flash. Then, he clenched his left fist and sent out a fist wind, forcing his opponent back. As for Yun Ping's attack, Xiao Chun saw through it with one glance. He smiled coldly and kicked his opponent's wrist first. Xiao Chen's wrist immediately shattered, and his sword fell to the ground. He did not stop there. He continued to kick his opponent's chest. Bang! Blood leaked out of the corner of Yun Ping's mouth. His body flew back and crashed heavily into the wall. Rage flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. He did not expect Yun Ping to be so weak. He said coldly, "Mu Nan, why are you still hiding your strength?" Mu Nan did not say anything else. He casually threw the long sword in his hand into the ground and raised it up slightly with his palm facing up. When his palm reached his chin, he spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. The expression in his eyes suddenly changed. He was wailing in pain. Lamenting palm. Mu Nan shouted and locked his aura on Xiao Chan. Then his figure flashed and he sent out a palm strike. When Xiao Chan sent out this palm strike, he felt a state of grief in his heart for no reason. It made him feel extremely depressed. Unexpectedly, he felt like he wanted to leave this world. What a powerful state. It can actually invade one's mind, preventing one from raising their combat prowess. This was similar to Bai Zhan's state. It was also a state of emotion. Unfortunately, it had not been comprehended to great perfection. It did not have much of an effect on Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell and rang in his mind. The state of grief that invaded his mind was instantly expelled. Wukuei shakes the heavens. Xiao Chun used a powerful move and temporarily forced the black-clothed man back. Then he quickly turned around. Xiao Chun merged his vital qi and essence and clashed with Mu Nan's lamenting palm infused with his state. Just as the fist and palm clashed, the 8 acupoints on Xiao Chen's left arm exploded. "Since you want to clash head-on, I will clash head-on with you. I will use my full power to cripple you with one punch." Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. He gathered his dragon qi and punched with his left fist. Bang! 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 Before Xiao Chen's overwhelming strength, Mu Nan's palm strike, which was ineffective against Mu Nan's state, was knocked back by Xiao Chan. The might of Mu Nan's attack did not diminish. There were 3 crunching sounds and Mu Nan's right arm exploded into 3 pieces. When the black-clothed man who had just broken the Wukuei shakes the heavens, saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. He had not expected Yun Ping and Mu Nan to be severely injured in a few moves. Yun Ping and Mu Nan had lost their combat prowess. Damn it! I should have known that since these 2 did not obtain 60 victories, they should not be very strong. Yet, I still sought them out to work together. They were blinded by their own benefits. Did they think that when the time came they could take advantage of the situation and finish them off? Seeing the 2 unable to withstand a single blow, the black-clothed man thought in frustration, There is no more chance. Retreat. Flaming cross chop. The black-clothed man shouted and drew a horizontal line with his sword. A pale white flame immediately burned on the horizontal line. The black-clothed man sheathed his sword and retreated. Then he drew another vertical line made of white flames. The two lines intersected and formed a cross. Then he flew at Xiao Chun. The cross-shaped flame grew as the wind blew. Soon it became incredibly huge. The black-clothed man did not even bother to look at the might of this attack. He turned around and quickly retreated. Trying to run? Do you think you can? Xiao Chun said coldly as he placed his right hand on the saber's hilt. Wukuei breaks the heavens. Xiao Chun shouted and brought out the state of thunder to its limits. The churning thunderclouds in the sky roared ferociously. Bolts of lightning tore through the night sky. A wukuei tree quickly formed above Xiao Chun's head. The chi on the saber also slowly lit up. When the wukuei tree was completely formed, the beam of light on the saber also completely formed. A boundlessly resplendent purple beam of light extended from the saber to the front. Bang! In an instant, the beam of light broke through the intersection point of the cross. The cross-shaped flame shattered and turned into sparks. They turned into sparks and swayed in the night sky like sparkling and translucent flowers. The black-clothed man in front was startled. He had not expected his trump card to be broken by Xiao Chun so quickly. The black-clothed man could not even block the attack for a moment. He could not help but increase his speed. Munan lay on the ground. He had lost an arm and had lost most of his blood. He stood up weakly. Munan quickly ran out of the courtyard. He did not even have time to bandage the wound on his arm. All he could think about was escaping. Xiao Chun looked around and saw the fleeing Munan. His expression turned cold. Since Munan intended to kill someone, he should have been prepared to fail. Die! A dark light flashed and the palm sword shot out. A bowl-sized bloody hole appeared in Munan's chest. He had lost all signs of life. On the other side, Yun Ping had already climbed to the top of the wall. His sternum was broken. Normally he only needed to jump lightly. Now he had to put in a lot of effort to climb up. Chapter 459. Xiao Chun flicked his finger and sent out an extremely dense strand of purple thunder true fire. Then, he ignored Yun Ping and quickly chased after the black-clothed man. The purple fire pierced through the back of Yun Ping's head. Yun Ping's eyes lost their color as he fell heavily to the ground. Two strands of red light flew out from the two corpses and chased after the fleeing Xiao Chun. Then they entered his sea of consciousness. The pool of blood in the Scarlet Throne had increased in size. At the same time, the intoxicating pleasure appeared. Xiao Chun's gaze was resolute. He did not hesitate to cut off this disharmonious feeling and continued to chase after the black-clothed man. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense could sense that the black-clothed man was moving at 3 times the speed of sound. Given Xiao Chun's current speed of 5 times the speed of sound, he would catch up soon. However, the downtown area was not far away. There were many experts in Desolate City. Xiao Chun was afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble, so he planned to block the black-clothed man. Lightning evasion. Lightning evasion. Lightning evasion. Xiao Chun ignored the exhaustion of his essence and mental energy. Bolts of lightning crackled on the vast land as lightning descended. Xiao Chun moved like he was teleporting. He advanced continuously, slowly closing the distance between him and the black-clothed man. Thunder roared endlessly, and the black-clothed man could not help but turn his head to take a look. It would have been fine if he had not looked. However, when he looked, he was even more astonished. Every time a bolt of lightning descended, Xiao Chun's figure would appear together with it. The distance between him and Xiao Chun shortened rapidly. The black-clothed man was startled. What movement technique is this? Why does it seem like teleportation? Boom! A bolt of lightning descended in front of him. Xiao Chun's figure suddenly appeared before him. The black-clothed man quickly turned his head around and took a few steps back. His right hand grasped the hilt of his sword tightly. Xiao Chun pointed his saber at the black-clothed man and shouted coldly, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Who exactly are you?" "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that sooner or later, I will come and take your high-class monster core." The man in black calmed himself down and sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to use his trump card today. Holy fire burns the heavens. With a light shout, the black-clothed man quickly formed a seal with his hands. His abdomen and dantian suddenly became transparent. A wisp of pale white flame quickly burned in the dantian as the black-clothed man formed hand seals. Boom! When the hand seal was completely formed, pale white flames immediately surged out of his body, forming a white flame vortex that rushed toward Xiao Chan. The flames were incomparably cold. The moment they appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing everyone to feel a bone-piercing chill. It was as if their blood was being frozen. What a strong extremine flame, Xiao Chan thought to himself. It looks like I have to use the purple thunder true fire to block it. Before an ordinary saber move could even get close, this extremine flame would burn it into ice shards. With a thought, a fierce purple flame quickly burned in Xiao Chen's right eye. Soon it formed a purple whirlpool and spewed out. Bang! In the dark night, the purple whirlpool and the white whirlpool quickly clashed with each other. The two flames did not give way to each other, but they restrained each other. The moment they came into contact, they intertwined intensely, trying to swallow each other up. However, the two whirlpools were evenly matched. Neither could do anything to the other. They could only mix together and eventually explode. The surging shockwaves spread out in all directions. A deep spiral-shaped pit appeared in the ground. A few strands of cold wind blew out of it. When the shockwaves struck the two, their complexions paled. However, Xiao Chen's physical body was strong. He could endure it much better than his opponent. If Xiao Chan suffered the same blow, he would not be as severely injured as his opponent. Xiu! The whirlpool scattered, and a strand of purple flame flew toward Xiao Chan. That was the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. On the other side, the extremine flame's origin flame also slowly flew toward the black-clothed man. Glittering Wukuei. Qi breaks Wukuei. Wukuei transforms to Qi. Xiao Chan felt excited. This is a good opportunity. Without waiting for the purple thunder true fire's origin flame to enter his eye, Xiao Chan immediately attacked the black-clothed man. Xiao Chan quickly executed the three foundational moves of the Wukuei saber technique in a short time. A chain of purple saber qi flickered with crackling electric light. Each wave was stronger than the one before as they attacked the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man focused on controlling the origin flame and absorbing it into his body. After all, that was an origin flame. He had refined it for 10-odd years before succeeding. If 10-odd years of hard work were lost, any cultivator would despair. The black-clothed man originally thought that Xiao Chan would be like him, focusing on absorbing his origin flame. Who knew this fellow did not play by the rules? Xiao Chan directly gave up on retrieving his origin flame and took the initiative to attack. This made the black-clothed man feel like vomiting blood. The saber qi surged. Caught off guard, the black-clothed man got a few bloody wounds from the purple saber qi. The purple electric light instantly poured into the black-clothed man's body, giving off a crackling sound. The black-clothed man's wounds felt incredibly painful, and his movements immediately slowed. While you are down, I will take your life. After gaining the initiative, Xiao Chan did not spare the black-clothed man. His aura soared into the sky, and his qi and blood surged endlessly. Xiao Chan executed the extremely tyrannical Wukuei shakes the heavens again. The divine Wukuei tree suddenly appeared, carrying the force of thunder. It pressed down on the black-clothed man like a 5-ton cauldron. Bang! The black-clothed man received this move head-on and went flying back. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his clothes immediately became tattered. Xiao Chan, consider it my loss today. However, as long as you remain in this ancient desolate land, I will take back what you owe me 10-fold, 100-fold. The black-clothed man looked at the drifting white origin flame with extreme dissatisfaction. After leaving behind these words, he quickly left this place. Kasie. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and did not give chase. He had already guessed this person's identity. It was the Holy Fire Manor's Lung Yun. From the moment Lung Yun mentioned the peak high-rank Blood Demon's demon core, Xiao Chan had already suspected it. When he saw the pale white extremine flame, Xiao Chan was certain of his suspicions. If Xiao Chan gave chase now, he was 90% confident of finishing off this person tonight. However, when he saw the white origin flame floating beside him, Xiao Chan completely gave up on chasing after him. The earlier fight was too intense. It had already attracted the attention of some people. If Xiao Chun gave chase, he would lose these two origin flames. The losses outweighed the gains. Xiao Chun retrieved his origin flame into his right eye. Then he used his spiritual sense to wrap around Lung Yun's origin flame and placed it in his sea of consciousness. After Xiao Chun did all that, he quickly left this place and headed for his courtyard. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chun arrived in front of his courtyard. The moment he stepped in, his expression suddenly turned strange. For some reason, the four lunar true flames that originally existed in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness all tangled with each other and started fighting with all their might. The four even paler lunar true flames in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness headed for the extreme Yin flame's origin flame. They quickly tangled with each other, trying to swallow up the origin flame. Looking at the situation, it was as if four slightly weak middle-aged men were besieging a strong young man. The youth was stronger, but the middle-aged men outnumbered him. When they surrounded him, they held the advantage. The fluctuations in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness were caused by the intense resistance of the origin flame. Although it did not have any intelligence, it instinctively did not want to be swallowed up by the lunar true flames. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he entered deep thought. Among the Yin flames, the flames were also divided into different grades. There were the extreme Yin flame, the extreme Yin flame, and the lunar true flame. Of the three, the lunar true flame was the highest. It was as famous as the extreme solar true flame. As for the legendary heavenly flame, it was said that it could only be resisted by perfectly merging the lunar true flame and the solar true flame. However, Yin and Yang were two opposing energies. Even the lowest grade heavenly flame would cause an intense explosion. It was even more difficult to merge the highest grade lunar true flame and solar true flame. This was why the heavenly emperor had been able to use his powerful martial techniques and the heavenly flame to sweep through the world unrivaled. Now it looked like energies of the same attribute could swallow and merge with each other to strengthen themselves. With a thought, Xiao Chun decided to help the lunar true flame. After all, the lunar true flame was of a higher grade. Furthermore, it was a flame that Xiao Chun needed to refine equipment in the future. It would be unreasonable not to protect it. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense turned into small, sharp arrows and pierced into the origin flame in his sea of consciousness. Then he started to slice the origin flame apart. The origin flame's advantage was its high density. Hence, it could not be swallowed up by the lunar true flame. Now that Xiao Chun scattered the density of the origin flame, the four strands of lunar true flame immediately found an opportunity to quickly swallow it up. As time slowly passed, the power of the origin flame grew weaker, while the lunar true flame grew stronger. It would not be long before it completely devoured the origin flame. Xiu! The space in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness trembled slightly. The lunar true flame finally swallowed up the origin flame. The 5 strands of lunar true flame turned into 1 strand of lunar true flame. With a thought, Xiao Chun summoned out the brand new lunar true flame. Then he placed it on his palm and looked at it carefully. The pale white flame floated above Xiao Chen's palm. It looked no different from before. However, there was a rice grain-sized bright spot in the center of the flame. In the past, the lunar true flame was just 4 strands of flame without an origin flame of its own. Now it finally had one. It could be considered a true lunar true flame. Although that origin flame was pitifully small, almost negligible, Xiao Chun was very satisfied. He had not expected to have such an unexpected gain tonight. Everything was difficult at the beginning. With a foundation, there was no need to fear that it would not grow stronger. He finally had some progress on refining the origin flame. Xiao Chun returned the lunar true flame to his sea of consciousness again. Then he muttered, "The holy fire manor is famous for its holy fire. Perhaps there really is an extreme Yin flame seed there. If there is an opportunity, I should go and take a look." After dealing with the 2 corpses in the courtyard, Xiao Chun entered his bedroom and lit an oil lamp. Under the flickering flame, he continued to read Bai Lixi's cultivation notes. When it was late at night, Xiao Chun started to struggle to keep his eyelids open. He had not had a good night's sleep for the past few days. He could no longer endure it and fell asleep on the table. Chi-chi! It was unknown when, but the melodious chirping of a bird resounded outside the house. Xiao Chun slowly woke up from his deep sleep. The glaring sunlight shone through the cracks of the door and window. Piercing sunlight shone through the cracks in the door and window. Xiaoqin's eyes narrowed as he spat out a long breath of turbid air. Then he stretched his body and felt refreshed. Chapter 460. I have not slept so well in a long time. Unexpectedly, it is already noon. It is time to go out and find a fist technique. In a restaurant in the city, Xiaoqian ordered a table full of food and wine. Then he called a waiter over and tossed a bag containing hundreds of inferior-grade spirit stones to him. The underground market of the ancient desolate land. Do you know where to go? When the waiter saw the heavy bag, he smiled happily and said, Is young hero going to take something out or sell something? Xiaoqian put down his wine cup and asked, Is there a difference? The waiter smiled and said, There is no difference. The place is the same. However, if you are going to sell something, you have to go to the Heavenly Extermination Union to register. It seems like this is your first time coming to Desolate City. I'm afraid you will take the wrong path. Xiaoqian felt relieved and said, It's fine. I am not going to sell anything. Just tell me how to get there. The waiter said, After you leave the shop, head west. There will be a lake in the middle of the city. We call it the Hidden Dragon Lake. The underground market is at the bottom of the lake. After Xiaoqian finished his food and wine, he left the shop and immediately flew west. There were many cultivators in the air. Occasionally, Xiaoqian would run into some cultivators rushing around without any fear. He did not want to invite any unnecessary trouble, so he increased his height by 1 kilometer. Only then did he have much more peace and quiet. The higher he flew, the more essence he exhausted. If there was nothing urgent, most cultivators would not fly more than 1 kilometer. Xiaoqin's vision immediately widened. Suddenly, he discovered that there seemed to be a pagoda behind the many buildings in the distance. There were 5 sharp corners protruding from the top of the pagoda. A formless spiritual energy soared into the sky from the tip of the pagoda. It scattered the clouds and formed a semicircle of empty space. Xiaoqian muttered, Is this the ancient desolate tower? Unfortunately, Xiaoqian did not have time now. Otherwise, he would have to go and take a look. He did not know what was inside this mysterious tower. An hour later, a lake filled with spiritual energy appeared in Xiaoqian's vision. The lake was calm without any ripples, but there seemed to be undercurrents surging within, and one could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. Hidden Dragon Lake. Could it be that there really is a dragon hiding in this lake? They really dare to randomly name it. Xiaoqian smiled lightly and landed on the surface of the lake. Boom! At this moment, a loud roar came from the center of the lake. The lake water suddenly exploded, creating waves. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Swoosh! Under the pressure of the aura, a circular wall of waves immediately appeared on the surface of the lake, continuously expanding. A moment later, it arrived in front of Xiaoqian, passed through his body and spread further away. Xiaoqian's clothes were instantly drenched, and he looked like a drowned rat. Strange, I seem to have been frightened by something just now. I could have dodged it, but I couldn't even muster my ki. I have to use my essence to dry my clothes. Xiaoqian thought it was strange. At the same time, he felt very curious about that roar. How unlucky. I don't know what happened. This old ancestor has not been angry for several years. Stop talking. Let's go down first. It's just that our clothes are a little wet. We can use our essence to dry them. Some of the cultivators beside Xiaoqian, who were also standing on the surface of the water, cursed softly. Xiaoqian stopped thinking about other things. In any case, he could not figure it out. So he covered his body with essence. Xiaoqian held his breath and slowly sank to the bottom of the lake with the cultivators beside him. Many cultivators could be seen below the surface of the lake. They moved about, bobbing up and down. Xiaoqian followed the crowd and slowly sank. 10 minutes later, Xiaoqian saw a bright white light in the center of the lake. Before he could react, a strong suction pulled him down. When Xiaoqian reacted, he discovered that he was already in midair. There was a transparent barrier above him, separating him from the lake. However, below him was a bustling market. It was brightly lit and people moved about. The sound of people haggling could be heard everywhere. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoqian slowly floated to the ground. Soon he disappeared into the crowd. The market was densely packed with trade routes like a spiderweb. As Xiao Chun walked along the streets, he looked around with interest. Indeed, it was as Xiaoxian had said. There were many people from all walks of life here. He even saw many rare demonic cultivators. The cultivators who set up stalls sold everything. There were spirit beast corpses of various ranks, demonic beast materials, spirit cores, demonic cores, medicinal pills, secret manuals, cultivation techniques, spirit weapons, and secret treasures. There were countless of them. Furthermore, these were just the ordinary items. What was even more surprising were some extremely sinister items. For example, there was a living woman placed at a stall with a price tag. After asking around, Xiao Chun found out that this woman had a rare absolute yin body. She was a good cauldron for evil cultivators to practice. Furthermore, to refine the 10,000 blood demon pearl using human souls, one would have to kill 10,000 martial saints to refine it. All sorts of extremely sinister items were common here. Along the way, Xiao Chun met many cultivators with deep cultivations. Xiao Chun carefully withdrew his aura. He was nothing here. Those strong cultivators could easily squash him to death with one finger. However, there was no need to worry about them killing him in the market. No one dared to disobey the rules of the Heavenly Extermination Union. However, once Xiao Chun left the market, it would be hard to say. Suddenly, Xiao Chun stopped in front of a stall. He stared at a black stone the size of a human head. This is an embryo of astral iron. After refining it, you can extract astral iron the size of a palm, Xiao Chun said, his heart thumping with excitement. Astral iron was obtained from a meteorite. It could be used to repair strong ancient secret treasures. It was also an important material for refining. Xiao Chun had once obtained a small piece of astral iron and used it to repair the Eastern Emperor bell. Unfortunately, the Eastern Emperor bell's grade was too high. That small amount of astral iron was not enough to repair it completely. As a result, the Eastern Emperor bell became a piece of scrap metal again. The owner of the stall was barely an inferior grade martial king. He did not seem to recognize this astral iron. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He squatted down and picked up a rank 7 demonic beast demonic core beside the astral iron. He asked, "How much is this demonic core?" When the owner of the stall saw that there was business, he immediately smiled and said, "This is the demonic core of the rank 7 wind-attributed demonic beast, the green hummingbird. When embedded in a spirit weapon, it can increase the attack speed of the spirit weapon. If you are a wind-attributed cultivator, you can use the turbidine water to extract the demonic beast's evil chi. You can absorb the demonic beast's energy directly and use it to refine medicine." When Xiao Chun saw the other party introducing the demonic core non-stop, he interrupted, "I know. I am asking how much it is, not what it is used for." The owner of the stall smiled embarrassedly and said, "It is not expensive. If it is inferior grade spirit stones, I will give you 20,000. If it is medial grade spirit stones, I will give you 100. Xiao Chun took out 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones and tossed them to the other party. He said, "I want this demonic core. Straightforward. The demonic core is yours." The owner of the stall revealed a smile and tossed the demonic core to Xiao Chun. Clearly, he did not expect Xiao Chun to accept it so readily. Xiao Chun played with the demonic core for a while. The expression on his face seemed to be very happy. His intuition told him that Xiao Chun might be a big customer. He might even be a disciple of a noble clan. Since he was so generous, he could not miss this opportunity. Seeing that Xiao Chun was preparing to leave, the owner of the stall quickly said, "Young hero, do you want to continue looking? I still have some good things that I can't hide." Xiao Chun turned around and asked interestedly, "What good things?" The owner of the stall chuckled and took out some secret treasures from his spatial ring. Then he placed them on display. Xiao Chun held them in his hand and felt them carefully. He could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. They were all trash secret treasures. They would be useful for martial saints. However, after martial kings, they would be useless. They were similar to the jade pendant that Xiao Chun obtained in the past. They were already outdated. However, the expression on Xiao Chun's face did not change. He nodded his head heavily and said, "Good things, I want them all. How much are they? Don't talk nonsense with me introducing a bunch of things. Just tell me how much they are." When the owner of the stall heard this, he was slightly stunned. After a while he rejoiced in his heart. It looked like he had met the rumored rich man. Xiao Chun clearly did not know anything, yet he acted like he did. He said that a pile of trash was good. Secret treasures were valuable, but not all secret treasures were valuable. This pair of inferior-grade secret treasures was just a pile of trash to martial kings. Seeing the owner of the stall remain silent, Xiao Chun said somewhat impatiently, "How much are they? If you are not going to make a price, I will be leaving." The owner of the stall recovered his wits and clenched his teeth. 200,000 inferior-grade spirit stones and 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun remained silent, not saying anything. The owner of the stall knew that he had exaggerated the price. He quickly said, 150,000 inferior-grade spirit stones is fine as well. Xiao Chun seemed to have just recovered his wits. He said, 150,000 inferior-grade spirit stones? That's fine. Deal. When the owner of the stall heard this, he could not help but vomit blood in his heart. It turned out that this fellow did not hear what he said earlier. I lost 50,000 inferior-grade spirit stones just because I spoke too much. The owner of the stall was filled with regret. When he saw Xiao Chun preparing to leave after paying the bill, he said unwillingly, "Wait a moment, young hero, I still have something good here." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "You still have something good? Bring it over and let me take a look." Good stuff, good stuff. The owner of the stall looked around his stall, but he could not find anything that he could use to bluff his way out of. Suddenly he saw that swarthy astral iron raw stone. His eyes lit up and he smiled. "This is it. What is this again?" The owner of the stall was put in a difficult position. He did not know what this thing was. He only felt that it looked useful, so he casually put it out. Now that he had to introduce it, he did not know how to do so. He felt very anxious, hoping that Xiao Chun would say, "Cut the crap, just make a price." Xiao Chun said doubtfully, "What is this?" "Ha, young hero, you still don't know what this is?" The owner of the stall laughed embarrassedly. He said, "You know what this is. I'll just make a price, right?" Xiao Chun shook his head. "I don't know. What is this? Isn't it just a black stone? What is its use? Just tell me." The owner of the stall was very anxious. He did his best to search for words to describe this black stone. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not think of anything. Chapter 461. This was because he did not know what this black stone was. Even if he wanted to make something up, he would not have a good reason. After holding it in for a long time, he still could not come up with anything. He could only feign a strange smile and say, "Young hero, you understand." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I really don't understand." The owner of the stall was in a rush to make an offer. However, when he saw that Xiao Chun did not take the bait, he felt very depressed. He really did not know how to continue making things up. Xiao Chun's lips curled up as he said, "If you don't want to say, then never mind. I'll take my leave first." The owner of the stall quickly stood up and blocked Xiao Chun. He said anxiously, "Young hero, don't go. If you really don't understand, then I'll explain it to you." Xiao Chun asked curiously, "What exactly is it?" The owner of the stall thought very quickly. After a while he quickly said, "This black stone is the egg of a rank 10 spirit beast. You can hug it and sleep on your belly every day. After 49 days, the life within the egg will sense your source of life. After 49 days, the eggshell will slowly transform. After that, after 49 days, a young rank 10 spirit beast will come out." The owner of the stall said a lot in one breath. After he finished, he heaved a sigh of relief. He praised himself in his heart, "I did not expect myself to be so quick-witted." Xiao Chun laughed in his heart. He really admired this person. It must have been hard on him to boast to such an extent. However, the expression on Xiao Chun's face did not change. He only said with some doubt, "A rank 10 spirit beast egg? Is that true?" The owner of the stall said very seriously, "It is definitely true. As long as you give me 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones, it will be yours." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I don't believe you. How about you sleep for 49 days first? When its eggshell has transformed, I will come back and buy it." Originally, Xiao Chun was starting to believe him. He did not expect the owner of the stall to say that this was just a stone. How could it transform while sleeping? The owner of the stall smiled awkwardly and said, "This thing can only be slept by itself. Otherwise, the spirit beast will not recognize it as its master." Xiao Chan did not say much and directly said, "You must have slept until your balls hurt. I'll give you 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. If you sell it to me like this, even 10,000 would be too much. Goodbye." "Don't go. 10,000 it is. This black stone is yours." The stall owner immediately shoved the raw astral iron into Xiao Chen's arms, refusing to let him leave no matter what. The stall owner smiled and said, "All right, young hero, you've already bought it. Pay up." Xiao Chan did not expect the owner to shove it for 10,000 spirit xiao with. Spirit stone astral spirit stone. Xiao wanted to give it for it. Xiao spirit out to him. It spirit out only with 10 spirit astral Xiao spirit 10. The owner of the stall made it seem like he had gained a great advantage. He was afraid that Xiao Chan would go back on his word. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chan tossed 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones to the other party. Then, he put away the astral iron stone and left without looking back. The owner of the stall took the spirit stones and watched Xiao Chan leave. A smile bloomed on his face. "If there are a few more rich people like him coming every day, it would be hard for me not to get rich." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and continued to stroll around the market. As he searched for fist technique manuals, he also looked for opportunities to pick up leftovers. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chan saw dozens of fist technique manuals. However, they were all medial grade earth-ranked martial techniques. There were very few superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques. Even if there was an attribute, it would not be suitable for him. It was extremely difficult to find a pure lightning attributed cultivation technique. As for peak superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques, Xiao Chan did not see a single one. After strolling around for a while, Xiao Chan could not help but feel disappointed. It looked like it would be difficult to find a suitable high-rank cultivation technique within 10 days. Xiao Chan put down another secret manual in his hand and said to the owner of the stall, "Sorry, this one is not suitable for me either." The owner of the stall was an old man in his 60s. He glanced at Xiao Chan and said, "I did not expect little friend to have such high standards. If you really have enough spirit stones, I can recommend someone to you. If you go to him, you will definitely be able to buy the secret manual that you need." Xiao Chan asked interestedly, "What do you mean by that?" The old man smiled but did not say anything. Xiao Chan understood what the old man meant. He took out 200 medial grade spirit stones and handed them over. "Senior, please help me out." The old man casually weighed the spirit stones in his hand and said in satisfaction, "After you leave this street, turn 3 streets to the left. That is the street that specializes in selling secret manuals. Go to stall number 1 and take a look. The things there are very expensive, but they will definitely have what you need." Xiao Chan thanked the old man and took his leave. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chan arrived at the street that he mentioned. Indeed, it was as the old man said. Although the street was small and there were not many people, it was very quiet. However, the stalls were filled with cultivation techniques and secret manuals. As Xiao Chan counted in his heart, he slowly arrived at stall number 1. The owner of the stall was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a ferocious-looking face. He glanced at Xiao Chan and smiled faintly. Although it was a friendly smile, it made one's hair stand on end. "Are you here to buy secret manuals?" the middle-aged man asked. Xiao Chan nodded. "I only want superior grade earth-ranked fist techniques and above. It would be best if they are lightning attributed." The middle-aged man did not say anything more. He flipped through the stall and found 4 secret manuals, handing them over. Xiao Chan received them and flipped through them one by one. The first manual was a tyrant fist that did not have any elemental requirements. There was a total of 10 moves. The fist technique was incomparably tyrannical, each move more ruthless than the one before. This fist technique focused on one's aura, using one's aura to suppress others. If one met a cultivator weaker than them, they could deal with them with one punch. If a stronger cultivator wanted to break the fist technique, they would have to learn an extremely ingenious move. Otherwise, they could only clash head-on and suppress themselves with their aura. The weakness was that it exhausted a lot of essence. A regular superior grade martial king's essence would be completely drained after one set of fist techniques. The other weakness was that the moves were not flexible enough and focused on being straightforward. This fist technique was a superior grade earth-ranked fist technique. Xiaochen thought to himself, not bad. If there is nothing else, I will choose this. This tyrant fist technique suits my requirements. Xiaochen had abundant essence, much more than a regular martial king. Even if he ran out of essence, he would still have vital qi to support it. The first weakness could be ignored. As for the second weakness, Xiaochen did not need to worry about it. This fist technique was only a support. He still had more ingenious saber techniques. The second manual was a wind-attributed fist technique. It focused on fast punching speed and ingenious techniques. Xiaochen shook his head and gave up on it. Saber techniques focused on speed and technique. Fist techniques did not need to focus on speed. Xiaochen continued to look at the third manual. It was a lightning-attributed superior grade earth-ranked fist technique, Thunder Rock Fist. This was a fist technique created by a senior expert after observing the lightning-attributed superior grade spirit beast, the Thunder Rock. This fist technique contained the speed of the Thunder Rock, the berserk nature of the Thunder Rock, and the techniques of the Thunder Rock when it hunted. In addition, Xiaochen's own comprehensions formed this strong Thunder Rock fist. Xiaochen thought to himself, that old man did not lie to me. He managed to find two fist techniques that suited him in one go. Xiaochen continued to look. If there were no better ones, he would just randomly choose one of these two. The fourth manual was called Dragon Claw Fist. It was a martial technique that combined fist techniques and claw techniques. It was very hard to defend against when one switched between a fist and a claw. Dragon Claw. Xiaochen liked these two terms. Perhaps it could be combined with the blue dragon qi. Xiaochen continued to read. The Dragon Claw Fist was a peak superior grade earth-ranked fist technique. His expression could not help but change. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between peak superior grade earth-ranked and peak superior grade earth-ranked fist techniques, their might was completely different. The might of a peak superior grade earth-ranked fist technique was already infinitely close to that of a heaven-ranked martial technique. However, heaven-ranked martial techniques could not be used without reaching a certain cultivation realm. If one forcefully used it, there would be the danger of the body exploding. Xiaochen himself had an unbearable experience. Hence, if one could find a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, it would be the most powerful martial technique under martial monarch. Xiaochen felt suspicious. He asked, "Is this Dragon Claw Fist really a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique?" The secret manual that the other party handed over only had a name and a rough introduction. It did not have the actual incantation or the circulation route of essence. Hence, Xiaochen could not make a judgment. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I did not build up my reputation in a day or two. Since I said it is a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, then it is. However, that manual of yours is a little special. Even if you bought it, it would be useless." "Why?" The owner of the stall explained. "This fist technique can only be circulated with pure vital qi. Furthermore, it has very high requirements for the physical body. If the physical body is not strong enough, even if you are a vital qi cultivator, if you use it rashly, you will end up with severe internal injuries. Even if you do not manage to kill your opponent, you will end up killing yourself. Seeing how your essence is surging, naturally, you are not a physical body cultivator. It would be even more impossible for you to circulate your vital qi freely in your body. Hence, even if you bought it, it would be useless." Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. This Dragon Claw Fist was prepared for him. He casually asked, "How much is it?" The middle-aged man asked doubtfully, "You want to buy it?" Xiaochen did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "As long as the price is not too exaggerated, I will buy it." The middle-aged man said sullenly, "Don't worry. I always get what I pay for. Although the martial technique you want is a peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique, it is too unpopular. I will not ask for a random price. 30,000 medial grade spirit stones will do." 30,000 medial grade spirit stones. Xiaochen nodded and prepared to pay. He knew that the other party did not ask for a random price. A peak superior grade earth-ranked martial technique of the other category was sold for 50,000 medial grade spirit stones. There were no surprises. Xiaochen probed, Can I use inferior grade spirit stones to pay? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, No. Past inferior grade earth ranked, all martial techniques have to be paid with medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chan no longer hesitated. He had only asked casually. He had already guessed that the other party would not agree. After the middle-aged man paid the spirit stones, he counted the number. Then, he took out the true copy of the secret manual from his spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chan. After Xiao Chan looked through it and verified that there were no mistakes, he placed it in his universe ring. Before he left, Xiao Chan looked at the many secret manuals on the stall. He asked curiously, Where did you get these secret manuals from? If the information is confidential, I can pay with spirit stones. With such a secret manual, it should be a land of fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters were very attractive to cultivators. Xiao Chun was no exception. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, It is not confidential. After you leave, this secret manual might end up in my hands again. When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. He now knew how the other party obtained these secret manuals. They were obtained by killing people and robbing them. For this person to be able to snatch so many secret manuals, he was probably a half-step martial monarch at the very least. Haha. Don't worry, I never make a move on my customers. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he laughed loudly. Chapter 462. This fellow is a madman. Xiao Chen did not linger. He turned around and left the place. Now that he had obtained the secret manual, there was no need to continue looking around. Xiao Chen left the street and prepared to soar into the air. However, just at this moment, a cultivator wearing a black cloak, his face hidden in the shadows, landed in front of Xiao Chen. Then he immediately headed north. Xiao Chen felt that this person looked familiar. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense, and his expression changed. Chu Chaoyun. What is he doing here? He should be here to get something. After all, if Xiao Chen could come, it would not be strange for him to come as well. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and stopped paying attention. However, he suddenly discovered a strange problem. After Chu Chaoyun landed, he did not look at anything. He just headed north, not even bothering to look at the surrounding stalls. Something is strange. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and decided to follow. He withdrew his aura and maintained a 2-kilometer distance. Xiao Chen followed Chu Chaoyun stealthily. Soon Chu Chaoyun left the vicinity of the market. Xiao Chen found it even more strange. What is this fellow doing here? Outside the market was an extremely desolate land. Only some flourishing weeds grew. The cold wind howled, making it look very desolate. Chu Chaoyun did not stop at all. His destination was very clear. He kept walking until he finally stopped before a tombstone. Beside the tombstone there was a deep pool of water. The surface of the pool was covered with ice, and it looked very strange. Xiao Chen removed his black cloak. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun was wearing the golden robes of the Tianwu dynasty. Chu Chaoyun's perpetually calm face revealed a faint sadness. He squatted down and started to pull out the weeds around the tombstone. The tombstone was already very dilapidated. The words on it were already cracked. Xiao Chen took a long time before he could see them clearly. Then he slowly read, Grave of Chu Jiaoyang. Chu Jiaoyang, Chu Jiaoyang. Xiao Chen repeated this name twice in his heart, and his expression changed drastically. The Tianwu emperor who established the Tianwu dynasty and moved unhindered across the continent, the one who was praised for tens of thousands of years, wasn't the real name of Chu Jiaoyang? Impossible. This is impossible. Xiao Chen was extremely astonished. The Tianwu emperor Chu Jiaoyang was a peerless genius, unrivaled in the world, praised for tens of thousands of years. Even to this day, he was still an unsurpassable legend of the Tianwu continent. The title of the strongest person since the ancient era definitely belonged to him. However, his tombstone was so simple and crude that it was even a bit dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. Currently, the grave of any city lord of a small city would be many times more luxurious than this gravestone. He was the Tianwu emperor. How could his gravestone be so simple? Waves surged in Xiao Chen's heart. He couldn't figure out how this was possible. The tomb of the heavenly the arch was actually so simple. What Xiao Chen couldn't figure out was why Chu Chaoyun was here. Furthermore, logically speaking, this gravestone should not have been hard to find. Why did he not think of attacking the tomb of the heavenly the arch? After all, no matter how simple it was still the tomb of the heavenly the arch. Even the corpse of a heavenly the arch was priceless and inestimable. All sorts of doubts lingered in Xiao Chen's heart, causing his mind to be in a mess. Then he carefully recalled the past. Suddenly, Xiao Chen remembered the first time he met Chu Chaoyun. There was a heavenly thearch's tomb there as well. However, it was the last one, the last emperor of the Tianwu dynasty. Compared to Chu Jiaoyang, he was worlds apart. As the biggest winner of that fortuitous encounter, not only did Chu Chaoyun obtain the corpse of Emperor Wu, he even absorbed a tenth of the heavenly flame and obtained the life-extinguishing blood-reversing swordplay. Now that Chu Jiaoyang appeared here, perhaps everything that happened that day was not a coincidence. Everything was within his calculations. If Xiao Chen thought deeper, the map that the Yu clan obtained back then might have been purposely obtained by the Yu clan. If all this was true, then the depths of Chu Chaoyun's schemes were truly horrifying. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, the ice-covered pond shattered with a ka sound. A drawn-out aura soared into the sky from the cracks in the ice. That aura was like a long straight line. Soon it pierced through the barrier of the underground market and pierced into the lake. Xiao Chen was startled. When he first arrived at the hidden dragon lake, the aura he felt came from here. Boom! The ice completely shattered, and a snow-white flood dragon leaped out of the pond. Its body was more than 200 meters long. White scales lined its body, and auspicious clouds spread out from its body. An ancient dragon might spread out into the surroundings from its body. Immediately, everyone in the underground market felt an enormous pressure. Their gazes were filled with doubt. Why did this ancestor come out for no reason? Could it be that someone has designs on the heavenly emperor's tomb? He is too bold. He really does not know how to spell the word death. However, no one dared to go and watch the excitement. They all remained where they were and did what they were supposed to do. Even if they were curious, they did not have the guts to go and watch. There is actually a dragon in this hidden dragon lake. Xiao Chen thought in horror. This was a rank 10 frost flood dragon, an existence equal to a peak martial sage. Looking at the auspicious clouds covering its body, it clearly showed signs of transforming into a true dragon. Such a flood dragon had lived for an unknown period of time. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to do anything to it. It was an existence that truly stood at the top of the food chain. No wonder no one had any designs on this simple heavenly emperor's tomb, even though it was placed here. 2 kilometers away, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura and lay on the ground even more carefully. At this moment, he did not even dare to send out his spiritual sense. With just a thought from such a strong frost flood dragon, Xiao Chen would be able to sense it. No matter how strong Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could compare to a flood dragon. Before the gravestone, Chu Chaoyun waved at the soaring frost flood dragon and said, "Ao Yang, it has been a long time." It has indeed been a long time. The last time you came here was probably 4 years ago, the flood dragon said in an extremely aged voice. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. Then, he took out a stack of yellow paper and the items of the priest and placed them in front of the gravestone. A golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and all the offerings started burning. Chu Chaoyun looked at the burning yellow paper in a daze. The sorrowful expression on his face became even more intense. Then Chu Chaoyun touched the mottled gravestone with his right hand and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. "Even if you were a peerless talent, unparalleled in the world, unrivaled in the world, in the end, you are just a pile of dirt, a broken gravestone. Even after 10,000 years, your name still remains. However, your dynasty no longer exists. Your descendants do not even have the qualifications to be a proper human being." Xiao Chen could not hear what Chu Chaoyun said. However, when he saw the burning offerings, he was startled. Could this Chu Chaoyun be a descendant of the Tianwu dynasty's royal court? Xiao. Just at this moment, an extremely cold gaze stared at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's chest tightened. He knew that the frost flood dragon had sensed his emotional fluctuations earlier. Bang! Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen smacked the ground heavily and immediately shot forward. The lines on the blood flame shoes suddenly lit up. Xiao Chen's speed instantly reached Mach 4 as he soared into the sky. See it. The moment the frost flood dragon left, a layer of cold chi appeared where Xiao Chan had been lying earlier. The frost flood dragon froze all the dirt into ice shards. After that, the ice exploded, sending countless ice shards flying in all directions. The surrounding cold chi spread out and a cold wind howled. A huge pit appeared in the ground. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chan did not even notice how the frost flood dragon made its move. He felt extremely nervous as he quickly flew into the sky. He only wanted to leave this market as soon as possible. He had no intention of resisting. The frost flood dragon looked at Xiao Chan in the air. Its eyes flickered slightly as it prepared to spit out another dragon breath to kill Xiao Chan. However, after a while it discovered something else. It stopped opening its mouth and raised its claws, sending out an extremely sharp cold chi. Bang! Xiao Chan felt a cold chi explode behind him. A horrifying energy surged over, and the lightning-attributed essence in his body was immediately destroyed. Pussy-eye! Xiao Chan vomited a mouthful of blood. That huge force pushed him forward continuously. Soon he was out of the barrier and into the lake. The huge force did not diminish as it carried Xiao Chen's body forward. After an instant, Xiao Chan appeared above the hidden dragon lake, leaving behind a pillar of water. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief. Then he checked his internal injuries. To his surprise, he discovered that he had not suffered any injuries. The cold chi that had rushed into his body and caused him unbearable pain did not injure him. Instead, it forced out some of the impurities in his essence. That was to say, not only did Xiao Chan not suffer any losses, but he even gained something for free. Splash! The water pillar fell, and the lake rippled for a long time before it slowly stopped. Xiao Chan stared at the water for a long time. He could not figure out why that rank 10 frost flood dragon helped him. Beside the Heavenly Emperor's grave, the frost flood dragon's aged voice rang out again. Chu Chaoyun, don't bring anyone with you next time. Even if you are the successor of the Qing Emperor, there is no exception. Chu Chaoyun said somewhat helplessly, I really did not know that he followed me here. Furthermore, I do not know when I will come again. The frost flood dragon's voice rang out again. I don't care what you want to do. You had better not have any designs on the things in the Heavenly Emperor's grave. After saying that, the frost Jiao dragon dived back into the deep pool of water. Chu Chaoyun clenched his right fist tightly. His gaze was resolute as he looked at the simple Heavenly Emperor's grave. He muttered, The dead are already dead. I still have some respect for you. Xiao Chan cautiously returned to his courtyard. Under a small tree in the courtyard, Xiao Chan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He started to carefully sense the cold chi that the frost flood dragon gave him. He felt that there was still some remnant cold chi in his body that had not been used yet. It would be a waste not to make good use of it. Chi. As Xiao Chan circulated his essence, the cold chi that permeated his flesh, meridians and internal organs was quickly absorbed by Xiao Chan.